Always forget I've got myself muted. Hello guys. How are we doing today? How are you guys doing? How's your day been? Who we got in chat? Who we got viewing? Gonna jump straight into some Mongol invasions reactions by kings and generals today. Gonna start with the structure of the Mongol army. Might do another episode straight after, and then we'll sort of see where we're going from there. Hey, Light, Rudy, you good? The Ritu, I'm terrible at pronouncing. Maybe your last name. I'm terrible at pronouncing names, so I'm so Big D. I'm gonna call you Big D. Hey JL, you good? Hope you guys are all doing well. Love from the UK to Australia, Rudy. Hope you're doing well, my man. Yeah, we're going to jump onto the Mongol army invasions, and then we're probably going to maybe jump onto some more Aurelian from last night. Me and Light started that. That was quite good. Is there a delay? Is my PC struggling? It looks like my PC's struggling. How's it coming across to you guys? Oh, there's a big delay. Well, are we good? Looks fine, yeah? All good. I'm just worrying for nothing. Okay. Okay, no worries then. Alright, I'm going to start recording and then we'll just jump straight into this reaction. And then, yeah, we'll sort of go from there, guys. So for this reaction, we're going to be starting with the structure of the Mongol army from the Mongols' invasions by kings in general. Let's go.
Horde overwhelming its foes through sheer numbers. This could not be further from reality. The army of the Great Khans was a well-disciplined and strictly organized host, with a level of complexity which was part of the key to Mongol military successes around Eurasia. In this video, we will discuss the structure of the Mongol army and how it contributed to their dominance over their enemies. We're happy to present the sponsor of this video.
Just quickly, I'm going to skip the ads, but also, I know that they were grouped into 10 men per squad, and the men got to choose their leader, didn't they? And it was sort of the leader was chosen by the men, and if one man retreated, they would all be executed as well. So I know that that's part of the structure, and that's absolutely savage. It just shows you what the Mongols are really willing to do.
Wiki-like articles. All 12-month memberships. Most Turkic and Mongolic nomadic armies of the Great Eurasian Steppe were organized through the decimal system, dating back to the time of the Xiongnu. In this system, warriors were grouped in multiples of 10, 100, 1000, up to 10,000. These divisions were kept within tribal lines. Men from one tribe would not make up a decimal unit with men from another tribe. It was the innovation of Genghis Khan during his unification of the Mongols to largely break down these tribal ties.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say I thought that was the case, but it was only Genghis Khan who made that change. Before that, they all stayed within their sort of tribe, which was quite interesting.
With few exceptions of tribes like the Ongut who showed their loyalty, Genghis Khan dissolved the old tribal organization and reformed the Mongol tribes into these decimal units for social organization. As new nomadic tribes were added to his empire, Genghis was able to likewise integrate their warriors among these units. All new recruits of this system were held to the same rigid standards of discipline set out by Genghis Khan, mandating strict adherence to the orders of the commander. Non-Mongol nomads even had to shave their heads in a distinctive Mongol hairstyle.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Instead of a confederation of tribes agreeing to follow a single leader, by the time Chinggis Khan began attacking sedentary powers in 1209, he was followed by a host which had assumed the Mongol identity, a unified single entity. By largely removing the original tribal allegiances and the old tribal chiefs from power, Chinggis ensured all ties of loyalty led directly to him, and that tribal feuding would not be able to tear apart his empire.
It's a very smart move doing that, and you can see a lot of historical figures have done the same, sort of diminishing all opposition so that the men could follow him and him only, and also the people and the public.
Further, Chinggis Khan extended this decimal system to their families as well. Each unit, from 10 men to 1,000, had its corresponding civilian unit made up of their families, supplying much of the equipment and serving as the new basis for taxation.
Okay, that's also very interesting. So that's how it was funded, and that's how people were sort of supplied as well. Interesting.
The base unit of the Mongol decimal system was the Arban, or 10 lightly armoured horse archers, supplying their own bows and horses. The smallest organizational unit, it was quite comparable to the similarly sized contubernium of the Roman legions. These were men who had to live, train, hunt and fight together, a unit designed to be self-sufficient and move on its own as necessary.
That's so valuable in long campaigns. Like having units that can self-sustain and just do what they need to do is just so valuable in long drawn-out campaigns.
Carried with these 10 men were their spare horses, tools for repairing equipment and clothes, cooking utensils, and other supplies. Often they travelled with a felt tent, ger, or in Turkish yurt, for shelter, as well as goats, sheep, or even cattle or camels for hauling a cart with their extra equipment.
And again, it's just all these little extra details that people don't think about when like going into war, and how valuable having these little extra things for your men to do, like having these people so easy maneuverable, having them have their tents being able to pop up at any point in time and have them self-sufficient, means that their mobility is just greater than anyone else's as well. So again, that's just so valuable. And just a lot of people just don't sort of see it. Hey Reese, I hope you're doing good as well. Hope you enjoyed the live reaction. Let's see how it goes. The second one so far.
Down to
my
its
voice is going
levels,
a little bit, so hopefully that sorts itself out.
was intended to be as self-sufficient and mobile as possible. So when travelling long distances or designating a meeting point, each unit could move on its own, building on this foundation independently to surround larger, less maneuverable enemy armies. Discipline for the Arban was strict. Should one man within the Arban flee a battle, then the other 9 men would be put to death.
There you go. That's what I said
with
earlier.
the intention that strong bonds of loyalty would build between them. Such a threat was a burden few were willing to bear. More important than draconian punishment was reward. Men could be expected to be rewarded for meritorious service. One of Chinggis Khan's promulgations was to forbid looting until after the battle was won. Only then would all the loot be collected, tallied and distributed among the soldiers. This ensured the army would not break down into men scrambling for loot and allow the enemy to escape, and that every soldier could now earn a share for his service.
So it meant it wasn't a sort of as much of a frenzy for who can grab what, and the first people to grab it like obviously more get more value. He made it more equal, which was very interesting.
Further, the widows and children of fallen soldiers were cared for as well. From his own difficult childhood, Chinggis Khan knew what social
logistics is absolutely
by
everything
the
in war.
abandonment of families. By keeping soldiers content with the knowledge their families would be protected, Chinggis Khan prevented the societal infighting that could tear his union apart and reduce the effectiveness of his armies.
I also remember hearing that in some other videos, the fact that fallen soldiers were well paid off. It was a very good, like I just thought it was a good thing, but the way they sort of portrayed it here, which kept them loyal and kept the kingdom and the empire stable, I didn't think of it from that point of view. So that's a very good point he brings up there. Yeah, it made me think a little. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I wish I could have that much discipline over my pals. Um, they're too rowdy.
It
They're
was the
too
efforts at
much.
this level which instilled the fierce Mongol discipline and loyalty to their commanders noted by all of the medieval authors who encountered them. 10 Arbans formed a Jagan, 100 men. 10 of these formed a Mingan, or 1,000 men, and 10 Mingans formed the most famous unit, the Two Men, 10,000 men.
Yeah.
While the Two Men is more well known, the Mingan was the more important and common in terms of administration and command.
Okay, I see.
When Genghis Khan declared the Mongol Empire in 1206, the Secret History of the Mongols, the chronicle written for the imperial family after his death,
That's very interesting.
informs us of 95 Mingans and who was assigned to command each of them. The numbers of each Mingan were only nominally 1,000. Some would be greater and some lesser due to the realities of battlefield losses or incorporation of new tribes.
Makes sense.
Nonetheless, it allows us to estimate the Mongol army in 1206 had about 95,000 men, soon enlarged with the submission of neighbouring tribes over the following years. Based off this number, assuming a ratio of warriors to the general population of 1 to 4 or 1 to 5, the population of the region has been estimated at around 600 to 800,000 people,
Such a large population back in those days.
with higher estimates of 1 million. Similar figures for the region at the beginning of the 20th century.
See what I mean? Similar figures for the 20th century compared to back then with the lack of medical care that we had in the 20th century. That's crazy.
Nomadic
Like I know, but it was just for their area, but still like that population for their kingdom back in those times was absolutely massive. Yeah, once again, Peter, logistics is absolutely everything. Making sure that your people are fed, making sure that just all of it in general. Yeah, that's just because Reese, us British people are all just rowdy, really. That's why 90% of the British Army were just rowdy lads.
societies did not distinguish between warriors and civilians. All men between the ages of 15 to 60 could be called up for war, and since all nomads learned to ride a horse and shoot a bow, each had the skills for war. Compared to sedentary societies in China, Europe and the Islamic world, a far greater portion of the male population could be considered warriors and called up for battle.
Once again, just so valuable having that built into you from such a young age, being able to fight, ride a horse the way that they did, just having it installed in you from such a young age is just so valuable.
This is how the comparatively small population of Mongolia could raise armies large enough to combat the great strength of the Jurchen Jin dynasty. Each division was given considerable freedom in how they achieved their goals.
Okay, very
Aside
interesting.
from setting the target and the timeline to accomplish the task, interference from higher command was minimal. Numerous Mongol commanders consistently operated independently from the Great Khan, separated at times by thousands of kilometers.
That there is one of the biggest assets I can think of. Like we go back to the Napoleon reactions, and one of the things that you sort of got picked up was unless Napoleon was there dealing with the situation directly, it wasn't going great. Whereas Genghis or Chinggis in this situation has so many other reliable leaders and generals to be able to act independently, which just meant that he didn't have to worry about those areas, could just give him the task and knew the task was going to get done. That being able to basically expand on multiple fronts without being in that Pacific region is just massively valuable. Massively valuable. I still don't know. Back in those times, I still think that one possible 600,000 to 800,000 was a big population. I know the size of Mongolia Empire was big back then, but I still think it was a big population, right?
In the early 1220s, picked generals like Jebe and Subutai in the western steppe and Mukhali in northern China campaigned independently of Chinggis Khan, at that time conquering the Khwarezmian Empire. Unlike Timur, who never let a campaign be led by anyone but himself, the military system of the Great Khans allowed them to place complete trust in their commanders, who routinely led armies across the continent and returned without hint of seeking independence. The Mongol High Command was a flexible and very experienced body. The men chosen to lead the imperial armies at the beginning of the conquests had fought alongside Chinggis Khan for years, joining him when he was a minor warlord and sticking beside him throughout his early trials.
So that means that they were all loyal to him as well, which again once is so valuable. He had that brotherhood of his men around him, so he wanted to enforce that in the men below him. Maybe you could make that argument. That's how I see it anyway.
These were the Nukurd, followers who had risen through the ranks, proving not just...
Is it all sorted now, Rudy? Is it all sorted? Peter, so the Alexander the Great series by Epic History TV, that was actually, we already done that reaction, but due to reasons, the video had to be taken down. Also, we are going to be looking to do the Pacific War series. We just want to be finishing off the Cuban Missile Crisis, and I think there's one other series that we've started that we just want to finish off before we get to those. Benjamin, was that Benjamin? No, was it? Yeah, Benjamin. Yeah. Also, the fact that the like it said in the video, that the other commanders didn't try and take power for themselves, which they could have, or even tried to carve out a region that they had successfully captured for the empire. But yeah, we all good? We all good? Sweet. Right.
Their loyalty, but their ability. Their background on the steppe hierarchy was diverse. Some his distant relations, some members of the original steppe aristocracy, while others were simple herders who had shown military ability or aided the Khan. Their elevation and position relied on the Khan's continued favor, making them utterly loyal to him. With the declaration of the Mongol Empire in 1206, perhaps the most important institution of the Mongolian military was the Keshik, the imperial bodyguard. Established in 1204 and carrying over many members of the Nukurd, the Keshik was expanded to 10,000 men in 1206. Made up of younger sons and brothers of the commanders of 10, 1,000 and 10,000, sons of subject rulers and worthy commoners, the Keshik served as the Khan's bodyguard.
Okay, very interesting. So it is either sons of people within power. Why is the stream lagging? Has it sorted itself out? Is it keep stuttering, or am I just being silly? Yeah, it was a shame that they had to be taken down. All right, yeah, I don't think we watched the Kings and Generals Alexandra series, so we could definitely give that one a watch. There was a big lag there, wasn't there? Two seconds, guys. Sorry, it was going well yesterday. Don't know what's going on now. Just gonna double check something, see if there's any background things open that shouldn't be. What should we react to after this? Should we do another Mongol episode, or should we do something different after this? Okay.
Elite units, royal household, and much of the imperial administration.
I was saying something before I thought it lagged, wasn't I? Let me just rewind so I can make sure I remember what I wanted to say.
Aristocracy, while others were simple herders who had shown military ability or aided the Khan.
That was it. So basically, it was commanders, people of power's sons, and also notable men that all become basically the royal guard. So it was notable. It was interesting that notable commoners made it as well. And yeah, I'm just sort of interested to see how often the elite guard were implemented in battle as well. Before I got before I thought it lagged.
And position relied on the Khan's continued favour, making them utterly loyal to him.
I see.
With the declaration of the Mongol Empire in 1206, perhaps the most important institution of the Mongolian military was the Keshik, the imperial bodyguard. Established in 1204 and carrying over many members of the sons of subject rulers and worthy commoners, the Keshik served as the Khan's bodyguard, elite units, royal household, and much of the imperial administration. The Keshik
they also operated as the imperial administration. That's interesting as well.
Was divided into three main groups: 8,000 Terekut, who protected the Khan during the day; 1,000 quiver bearers, Korchi, the only men who could wear arrow quivers in the presence of the Khan; and an elite unit of 1,000 called Kepta-ut, who guarded the Khan at night, and only fought on the battlefield if the Khan himself was present.
Very interesting.
Within the day guard was a further 1,000-man unit of braves, or Bahadurs in Mongolian, who formed the heavily armoured vanguard of the Keshik. Discipline was strict. No one approached the Khan's person without first being searched and vetted by the Keshik. All Keshik commanders outranked commanders of equivalent-sized units in the regular army.
That's interesting that they outranked all the other commanders.
The Keshik also served as a military college. The young men brought into the Keshik learned the ropes of command and the necessities of strategy, tactics, logistics and training, so they could be appointed to lead Mingans and armies. Many a well-known Mongol general had earned his position through meritorious service in the Keshik, such as Chomakun, Baiju, Kitbuka and Subutai.
That's very interesting as well. That's very interesting because once again, it just shows you how valuable educated people are, educated in the subject that you want them to be in. So in this case, war and tactics. Educating someone in those fields just is so valuable later on in life, and it's just worth doing, and it shows here.
Karacha Noyan, the successor of Timur, served in the Keshik of Chinggis Khan, and later his son Chagatai. Aside from the purely military role, the Keshik also acted as the closest
I hope we find out a bit more about that guy as well.
Servants of the Khan. Numerous officers of the Keshik are named, the Khan's elite bodyguards also maintaining his personal herds, equipment, weapons, clothing, camp and musical instruments, organizing hunts, and preparing his meals. One office was specifically for the collection of items and animals left behind when the imperial camp moved, while another was for holding a parasol over the Khan. The Keshik also served as the most important administrators of the empire, with the chief judges, military leaders, and being members of the Keshik. Members of Monka Khan's Keshik, like Mengisar and Bulgai, were the most powerful figures of the empire below the Great Khan himself, the senior ministers, judges of state, as well as head of the Imperial Guard. Due to its close proximity to the Khan and the lead princes of the empire, it was therefore a highly prestigious and valuable position to gain. As the Keshik was made up of sons of commanders and vassal lords, they were invariably hostages to ensure the loyalty of their families.
I didn't think of it in that way. So yes, they got knowledge, yes, they got training, and yes, they were valuable and they could be appointed to positions later. But I didn't think from the aspect that they are also considered, they could be considered vassals and hostages. Yeah. That's a very interesting point. That makes me think a bit more about that sort of situation. The stuttering, was it only for a second or so? So I think it only happens here and there. I'm not too sure. Oh, no worries, Benjamin. Didn't realise you're from Australia as well. Love from the UK to Australia. Yeah, I agree. That's why we have military academies. But back then, it just sort of shows how even more valuable it is. It's the same as why, like the Roman Empire, the Roman Republic at the beginning. You know, so many of the men went through so much. So many people had to have military training that it was just so valuable. They had to spend their time. You know. Right. Yeah. Let's jump straight back into this one though.
Those of foreign royalty, when they returned to their homeland, were expected to serve as loyal servants of the Khan, upholding his rule. Richly rewarded and their positions hereditary, the Keshik was a reliable and powerful arm of the Great Khan's military and government. At the highest level, the Mongol army was organized into wings, associated with directions within Mongolia. The army of the left wing of Eastern Mongolia, Junka, the army of the right wing in West.
I'm going to sort this out, guys. 2 seconds. Just closing down some background items to see if that starts to cite us, guys. Bear with me 2 seconds. It went absolutely fine yesterday. Absolutely fine. Now, right. I'm hoping that's fixed it.
Was organized into wings.
Thank you for being patient with me, guys.
Within Mongolia, the army of the left wing of Eastern Mongolia, Junka, the army of the right wing in Western Mongolia, Bara-Unkar, and the army of the center, the Imperial Ordu, which the Keshik and the Khan's personal troops were associated with.
Okay.
The heads of each of these divisions were the closest, most trusted followers of Chinggis Khan. Together, these formed the Mongolian regular army. Under this system, there was a dual level of elites: the Altan Uruk, the family and descendants of Chinggis Khan, and the Karachu, the Noyans, commanders appointed often from humble beginnings to lead armies.
Alright.
Working alongside the regular army was the Tama.
So what benefits did those elites get? That's what I'm sort of wondering. Was there many benefits for being one of those elite? Obviously, I know a descendant of Chinggis, there would be a lot of bonuses and a lot of benefits to that. But for the other side, were there many benefits? And if so, what were they?
First mentioned during the reign of Ogadai, the Tama was something of an occupation force, made up of a large percentage of non-Mongol troops and officers, and generally drawn from the various Mingans. It was often commanded by a member of the Keshik called a Tamachi. The Tama was placed on the frontiers of the Mongol Empire, a largely cavalry force which would situate itself in the best available pasture. They were a consolidating force which would move with the frontier as the empire expanded. Unlike the Great Invasions, which saw the Mongols rapidly pass through a region and depart, the Tama was intended to spend years in the region and, if necessary, set up permanently.
Okay, I never knew that. So they these were the ones that they didn't necessarily have to put all their full force into, so they took their time and slowly took land piece by piece. That's very interesting because I never thought that was the case. So just sort of hearing that side of things, very, very interesting.
Acting as temporary military governors, behind the advance of the Tama, the permanent civilian administration would be established, and the region thus fully incorporated into the Mongol Empire. Crushing what remained of local resistance, the Tama raided, extorted, and subjugated the independent powers on the empire's borders. One Tamachi, Chomakun, completed the subjugation of the former Khwarezmian territory, Iran, and into the Caucasus during his deployment.
Really?
Since the Mongols did not rebuild the fortifications they destroyed, the Tama also acted as the empire's border guard.
That's interesting as well. Yeah, because of course the Mongols they lived a nomadic life, so they didn't really want to sort of rebuild and spend their income on the expenses to rebuild those fortifications.
Desolating and patrolling the borders as necessary to protect the empire from attack. The Tama comprised two main forces, the main body situated in several camps in the pasture, and an advance force of scouts posted closer to cities and between the camps called Alginchi. As the empire expanded, greater numbers of sedentary peoples were incorporated into the military. These roles could be shockingly inhumane, such as the Hashar. The Hashar, so called in the Persian sources, was a forced levy of local peoples driven before the Mongols as living shields against enemy arrows to push siege equipment and to fill in enemy moats with dirt or their own bodies.
Holy shite! Oh my! So I knew that they were used to be forced in front of the army, in front of siege weapons and so on and so forth. I knew all of that. But using them to fill in the enemy moats with dirt and bodies, that is absolutely disgusting.
This was particularly common in Chinggis Khan's campaigns in North China and against the Khwarezmian Empire.
Holy shit.
The Mongols also learned relatively quickly that sedentary peoples could provide knowledge, military roles, and manpower the Mongols themselves lacked.
It was that knowledge that they also really needed.
It was most notably in the form of Chinese siege engineers, but within a few years of the invasion of the Jurchen Jin, more Han Chinese were fighting for the Mongols than there were Mongols fighting in North China.
That's interesting. There was more Han Chinese fighting in the north than there were Mongols fighting in North China for the Mongol army. That's a very interesting fact to know. I didn't know that at all.
Likewise, as the Mongols expanded westwards, subject peoples served them in a variety of supplementary roles. The Mongols, primarily lightly armoured horse archers, were more than happy to allow their subjects to take on more vulnerable positions on the battlefield. These same groups also served the Mongols in other roles, especially as labour or manning local garrisons. These local forces, the Cherik, are what Mongolian regional governors had to rely upon to put down local uprisings, as Mongol horsemen were utilised for the expansion of the empire.
That also makes sense. You would have to, if you're dealing with a local uprising, you would have to use your local population to deal with it. So that is a very interesting fact. Once again,
sedentary kingdoms not destroyed in the initial invasions had to provide their own armies and commanders to serve alongside and under the Mongols, such as the Tangut Kingdom and Armenian Cilicia.
That's also very interesting. So you have to provide men as well as taxes and so on and so forth.
While continuing to fight in their traditional manner and not directly incorporated into the Mongol army, they had to follow the commands of a Mongolian general.
Once again, that's interesting. So they weren't fully incorporated into the army, so they were more like mercenaries that had to follow the commands of the Mongolian generals. So that is very interesting.
We will discuss the importance of these non-Mongolian troops in a future video in this series, so make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have pressed the bell button.
You know I am subscribed. I hope you guys are as well. If you haven't already, head over to their page and subscribe. That link will be in the original reaction down below. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I'm really enjoying the Mongol series. Should we do another one of these, or should we jump onto the American Civil War series next? Or is there anything else you guys want me to jump onto? Yeah, I think the stuttering stopped towards the end there. I think I've closed a couple of background things. I think that's worked. Let me close a couple more and let me have a little look into it. What else we got in chat? What else did I miss? I think even today the armies are organized with country regions in mind. Do you really think so? I can imagine that in today's day and age, maybe in America, but I don't think like in UK or Germany, that if whatever state or county that you're from, they would try and sort of keep you to that sort of region. So I mean, I say yeah, maybe for big areas, but there's a lot of small countries which have armies that I don't think would be sort of organized into regions or counties, right? Okay, Benjamin, interesting. That's actually really cool that you got to work on the Kings and General series for the Alexander. Yeah, I'm definitely up for starting it. I think Jack will as well. I'll just talk to him. I'll see if we can both both jump onto it and try and convince him to start jumping on live as well, guys. But we'll see. Should we jump onto another one of these and then jump onto Sank afterwards? Or should we do Sank afterwards? Yes, I do need to do that one. Bear with me. We'll jump on that. Is it this one? Or bear with me. Let me grab it. I completely misspelled that because I was looking at how to spell it. He did request this yesterday, so we'll do this. Reese, what's not history? Let me have a look. While not history related, could I link you a playlist to the series still to watch? Interesting. The Astartes animator, that I've actually seen that series. I'll definitely be interested. I'll tell you what, if you go, Reese, if you go on to the Space Marine reaction, it's only like 1 or 2 views. It didn't get much traction, but drop the link on there and then I will jump onto it. I won't jump onto it when I'm live, but I will jump onto it probably tomorrow morning. I'm going to do some stuff not live, as well. I haven't seen the Mitzi Studios 2 short videos, Benjamin, either. Right, we're going to jump onto this reaction and then we'll see what we do afterwards. I completely agree, Peter, that me and Jack are funnier together. I bounce better off of having someone here, but Jack just doesn't have as much time as me, I'm afraid. But yeah, we're definitely going to try and get him to jump on and do some live reacts. I'm going to sort of try and chat to him and sort of see how it goes. The fact that sort of we're getting a few of you, you know, I mean, I was really surprised that we even got sort of 4 of you yesterday. So the fact that we're sort of sitting at 5 or 6 people should be able to convince him to jump on. So hopefully we'll do that. But instead of me waffling on, I'll get to some of your comments in a moment and we'll just jump straight into this reaction. So we've got the Shimabara Rebellion, the Christian revolt that isolated medieval Japan. Really looking forward to finding out some more about some Japanese history. Let's jump into it.
In the year 1638, a brave mob of impoverished peasants in the far west of Japan, led by a 16-year-old boy, rose against their cruel samurai overlords, openly defying one of the most powerful warriors in the world. Making their stand in an abandoned castle, these farmers turned insurrectionists cloaked themselves in baptismal white garb and sang hymns to Jesus and Mary, for they were followers of Deus, the one true God.
Okay, very interesting.
Welcome to our video on the history of Christianity in Japan, culminating in the Great Catholic Shimabara Rebellion, the war that would close the land of the rising sun to the world for over 250 years.
Okay, I'm very interested in this because obviously one of the big points in Japanese history is the fact that it isolated itself from the rest of the world. So I'm definitely interested to find out what it is and why, one of the reasons for that, you know.
Once that wait was over, Japanese produce could be sold to the world, and we've a perfect example in our sponsor, Tokyo Treat and Sakura Co. It's a monthly snack box subscription service that provides a curated selection of snacks that are only available in Japan, such as Sakura, and explaining the Japanese culture around them.
I'll see if Jack's free.
Check out either box via our links in the description, and use our code KINGS to get $5 off your first order. Our story begins in the early 1540s, when the Portuguese, having been given dominion over all non-Christian lands to the right side of a line,
I've dropped Jack a message to see if he wants to come over, so we'll see.
Drawn by the Pope, had rounded Cape Horn, penetrated into the Indian Ocean, and emerged upon the South China Sea into Kyushu Isle. Generally speaking, the haughty samurai thought little of these newcomers, who they called southern barbarians. Nevertheless, the Portuguese had arrived.
It's so funny, you know. To whatever culture it is, the outsider seems like barbarians, but yet, like, obviously in this situation, the Christians think that they're coming to enlighten the Japanese, you know, whereas the Japanese think that they're barbarians. You know, it's just they think the same way of each other. But yeah, it's the contradiction is just so entertaining.
Arrived in Japan at an opportune time. For nearly a century, the entire country had been fractured as a patchwork of independent fiefs ruled by samurai warlords called daimyo regularly clashed against one another in a bloody and endless battle royale. Before long, the Portuguese found a niche for themselves. The matchlock arquebuses they introduced became a game changer in local warfare, while
they really were just projectile weaponry was such a game changer in warfare in general.
The Chinese goods they exported out of their leased port in Macau was the only way the Japanese could obtain fine silk and other luxuries out of an otherwise strictly isolationist Ming dynasty.
It was interesting that they sort of their trade got restricted by China. That was very, very interesting.
By the 1560s, Portuguese ships were a regular sight in Japanese harbours. In particular, the port city of Nagasaki became a hub of Catholic activity, and in 1580 was ceded to the Jesuit order by the Christian daimyo Omura Sumitada. Indeed, the expansion of Portuguese colonial influence came part and parcel with the expansion of the Jesuit priestly order.
Okay, interesting.
Christianity made remarkably fast inroads into a nation whose religious landscape had traditionally been dominated by Buddhism, Confucianism, and indigenous Shinto animism.
And isn't this one of the only sort of cities that the Portuguese government were eventually only allowed to trade out of, wasn't it? The most southern island of Japan?
A process greatly expedited by the conversion of powerful Kyushu daimyos like Otomo Sorin, the aforementioned Omura Sumitada, and Arima Harinobu.
Oh, interesting. Sent to Rome, this expedition sponsored by the Christian daimyo. That's interesting.
The Lord of Shimabara Peninsula. However, in the ensuing decades, the church's position...
Yeah, I didn't know that the Japanese were early adapters of the firearms. That's quite interesting to know. It would make sense.
Became increasingly turbulent. The unification of the land began with the underdog warlord Oda Nobunaga, but ended with his upstart peasant general Toyotomi Hideyoshi. In 1586, Hideyoshi became Kampaku and later Taiko.
Sorry, I got it wrong. Thank you very much for correcting me there. It was the Dutch that were allowed to trade and not the Portuguese. Was it I think it was the right island though, the most southern island. I'm pretty sure that was the area, and they were limited to that area, and that was it. Also, Peter, yeah, the Napoleon and Hannibal series are both me and Jack. Absolutely hilarious. Jack just carries it, and I just bounce off well off of him. I got the work ethic, but he's just a bit too busy. And of course, I've got the stuff around here, so it's just difficult for him to find time to come around here and so on and so forth. But yeah, that we both enjoyed those series. That Napoleon series, that was so good. That was so funny.
Of a newly reunified Japan. Hideyoshi was intensely suspicious of the southern barbarians' foreign religion, and these suspicions were amplified when he was fed reports of Christian converts destroying Buddhist and Shinto temples, Jesuits buying Japanese citizens as slaves to export for labor elsewhere in the Portuguese Empire, and Christian daimyos forcing their subjects to convert. Thus, upon completing his conquest of Kyushu in 1587, Hideyoshi issued an edict banning all Jesuit padres from the isle. Furthermore, Nagasaki was seized from Jesuit control a year later. However, the expulsion edict wasn't enforced, for Japan had become heavily dependent on Portuguese trade, and priests were hard to separate from the traders.
Okay, that's interesting. So they sort of embedded themselves within the area, so they couldn't fully get them out.
So, off the record, Hideyoshi turned a blind eye to the Jesuits as they quietly continued their missionary work in secret. However, Hideyoshi's lingering reservations about Christianity flared back up in 1593, when Franciscan friars arrived in Kyoto from Spanish Manila and began to openly and loudly proselytize to the locals, ignoring the pleading of the Jesuits to be subtle and secretive about their missionary work, so as not to provoke Hideyoshi into actually enforcing his expulsion edict.
So this person here these people and this mission here come in and ruined it for the other people who were just doing the slow game, whereas these ones just wanted to preach it, and obviously that was going to cause a lot of repercussions to come back to them.
This, among other things, provoked Hideyoshi to revisit his edict in full force.
Of course it was going to. What do you expect?
1597, he enacted terrible persecution, torturing and crucifying 26 prominent Catholic leaders, both European and native Japanese, for all to see in Nagasaki.
That's a bit far. That's a bit far.
Afterwards, the Taiko surely intended to wipe out the foreign faith entirely, but he never got the chance, for a year later he died after an ill-fated attempt to conquer Korea. As a still recently united Japan fell under the control of a regency council of the land's 5 most powerful daimyos, the persecution of Catholicism abated. However, the Jesuits would soon have other problems to contend with.
Of course they would.
In 1600, the Dutch ship Liefde made landfall in Bungo. At present, the Protestant Netherlands were embroiled in a fierce religious war with the dual Spanish-Portuguese monarchy, and their presence in Japan was a serious threat to the Catholic foothold in the country. Meanwhile, 2 of the late Taiko's regents, Ishida Mitsunari and Tokugawa Ieyasu, started a massive civil war, which ended with the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600.
Okay,
Tokugawa
yeah,
Ieyasu
of course,
vanquished his
of course.
foe. Henceforth, the Tokugawa shogunate, the polity that would rule Japan for the next 250 years, was established.
Completely, like, for a second there, I was like, wait, what period are we on? And then, yeah, obviously it clicked.
The first Tokugawa shogun was initially friendly to the Jesuits, signing 3 letters patent allowing Jesuit missionaries to spread their faith openly once more, which more or less revoked Hideyoshi's expulsion acts of 1587. For a few scant years, Christianity boomed in southern Japan, with the number of believers in the entire country swelling to 750,000.
That's a big jump, right?
And Nagasaki becoming a veritable Rome of the Far East. This, however, was not to last, as soon Ieyasu's opinion on Catholicism began to sour. The reasons for this were manifold. The shogunate likely feared how rapidly their subjects were converting.
Yeah, it's like I said, that was a big jump.
Like Hideyoshi before them, feared how the Jesuits might empower their Christian daimyo vassals to rise against him. Increasing opposition to Christianity by the Buddhist, Confucian and Shinto establishments contributed to major social unrest. Finally, in a poetic symmetry with the emperors of Rome over a millennia ago, there was also the concern that the Christians' highest loyalty was not to the Caesar of the land, but to their god.
That also makes sense. Like the obviously for the Japanese culture, the emperor, and in this point the daimyo, who was the one who sort of ruled for the emperor, for them to be held in the highest regard is what they wanted within their culture. So if you got another religion who's saying there's a other being that is higher than the being that your culture wants you to put at the top of its hierarchy, of course that's going to cause issues. Like, of course that's going to cause the opposition, in this case the Japanese culture and the emperors and the daimyos, to make a decision, probably force you out. I'd understand why you would sort of come to that conclusion if you're trying to achieve what you're trying to achieve from the Japanese empire's point of view.
With all that considered, perhaps the most significant influence on Ieyasu's increasingly...
Yeah, exactly. The emperor was considered god, and then obviously the daimyo was obviously serving the emperor. So he was like the second below him. So that's why the daimyo didn't want that conflicting thought process to be within the region.
The anti-Catholic sentiment were those other Christians. Indeed, in 1609, the Dutch had been permitted to set up a factory on the small island of Hirado. Soon, the shogunate realized these new red-headed barbarians could fill the same foreign trade niche the Portuguese did, and were willing to do so without imposing the intervention of their missionaries and priests.
So that's why they allowed the Dutch and not the Portuguese to stay.
Catholics were no longer a necessary evil in the eyes of the Tokugawa regime, and soon the sword of Damocles began to fall upon their necks. Between 1612 and 1614, Ieyasu weaned his nation off the Iberian trade, confining the Portuguese to Nagasaki. He then outlawed the Christian faith among his subjects, and ordered the expulsion of all foreign missionaries from the realm. However, eradicating Christianity was more complex than simply expelling the foreign priests, due to the hundreds of thousands of natives who were now believers. Thus, despite being banned from public life, Catholicism endured as an underground faith in its traditional Kyushu strongholds.
Once again, it would. Once you have that belief isn't going to leave, and then you're going to think it's even more justified because people are saying that you shouldn't sort of follow through with it. Yeah.
Moreover, while most European missionaries were indeed deported to Macau and Manila, a small number managed to stay in the country and continue to administer their flocks in secret. Nevertheless, the shogunate continued to ruthlessly root out any secret believers. Villagers in formerly Christian-dominated towns were forced to register with local Buddhist temples, and by 1631, peasants were made to tread upon holy images to prove their apostasy, and tortured if they refused to do so.
Tortured if they refused to do so as well.
Ieyasu's grandson, Tokugawa Iemitsu, came to power, it became clear that the eradication of Catholicism had become a permanent policy for the Tokugawa regime. It is here, finally, that the stage is set for the Shimabara Rebellion, the revolt that would close Japan to the world for 250 years.
I see.
At its core, the Shimabara revolt was not actually born as a Christian movement, but rather was a peasant insurrection against the economic tyranny of their samurai overlords, which took on a distinctly Christian character. Its roots are found in the centralization policies implemented by the Tokugawa Bakufu.
What do they mean by it was which took on a distinct Christian character, but in its roots are found in
the centralization policies
what do they
implemented
mean?
by the Tokugawa Bakufu. In order to keep the only recently vassalized daimyos dependent on the central government, many of them were made to leave their personal domains and live in the capital of Edo. Unfortunately for the daimyos, they were expected to foot the bill for this mandatory Airbnb stay. Naturally, this financial strain,
so they were basically being kept as hostages,
was then passed down the social ladder to the peasants in the villages, from whom the daimyos brutally squeezed out precious rice, which was the currency of the day, to pay their dues to the shogun. Perhaps the most despotic of local overlords was Matsukura Shigemasa, daimyo of the Shimabara domain. The Shimabara Peninsula had come under the rule of the Matsukura clan in 1615, after the expulsion of its former overlords, the Arime clan, over their Christian faith. Indeed, Christianity had deep roots in Shimabara, something the Matsukuras acknowledged with brutal persecutions and mass executions. Beyond that, one of Lord Matsukura's first orders of business was the construction of a brand new fortress, Shimabara Castle.
So is he is he a follower of Christianity, or is he just taking advantage of the situation?
Replace the old and obsolete Hara Castle as his local seat of power. This was an extremely expensive endeavor, so between the construction costs and the Matsukura's financial obligations to the central government, the peasants of Shimabara endured policies that amounted to forced starvation.
I see. So that's going to cause more... it's just going to make it more rife for rebellion within that region and that province.
In 1630, Matsukura Shigemasa was succeeded by his son, Matsukura Katsuie, who was every bit the tyrant his father was.
So unfortunate.
Peasants in Shimabara were regularly rounded up and brutally tortured until they surrendered the rice they had hidden from the local authorities so as not to starve under their extortionate policies.
Holy shit. Imagine all you're trying to do is hide a bit of food so that you don't go hungry, and you're getting tortured to death for it. Like, imagine being in that situation. Imagine what you're gonna do. I'm telling you now, I'm rebelling. I am straight up rebelling. I'm not dealing with that. That's bullshit. Get out of here. Where's my sword? Let's go. Where's my boys? Where's my sword? Let's go. Let's fight. I've had enough of this crap. Do you know what I mean? Like, absolutely forced starvation. Bullshit.
To the local peasantry, life had become unlivable. So naturally, the mood grew treasonous. Then, on December 17th, the pregnant daughter of a village headman was seized and tortured due to his father's tax debts. The father, thrown into a rage, rallied a mob and attacked.
Damn straight you're rallying a Rob. You're rallying a mob. If my pregnant daughter got tortured just because of some debt, oh my God, don't you believe I am going to try and F you up. I am going to try and come and F you up. Do not lay a finger on my daughter, or I'd be so angry.
The local magistrate responsible.
You have also got a good point though there. Like, you can't rebel on an empty stomach, can you?
Killing him. According to traditional accounts, this event was the spark which quickly fanned into the roaring flame of revolution. The fate of Shimabara was now on the line, and on an even grander scale, the fate of Christendom in the land of the gods. In the beginning, the revolt was highly spontaneous, as the entire populations of almost every village across the Shimabara Peninsula rose up in violent catharsis against their local magistrates in reprisal for the decades of economic and religious persecutions they had endured.
Oh really? It happened quick. It happened that spontaneously, and it was more than one city at once, just sort of all kicking off at the time. That's crazy.
Alongside the peasants in Shimabara, the small folk on the island of Amakusa also rioted against their equally cruel overlord Terasawa Katataka. As it often is with revolutions, a leader was needed to rally around. In this case, the battered peasantry found it in a 16-year-old boy named Amakusa Shiro. Little is known about Shiro, other than that his baptismal name was Jerome, and he was born to secret Catholic parents.
Okay.
Allegedly, Shiro was the product of a divine prophecy, which stated that, 25 years after the foreign padres had been expelled from Japan, God would return to the Isles in the form of a 16-year-old boy and save the people of the true faith.
Where did that prophecy come from? Who come up with that prophecy? Where did it come from? Very interesting. Or was it made around him once he was sort of becoming this sort of figure? Was that then sort of made to him? Hey Melkor, hope you're good.
Indeed, at the outbreak of the rebellion in 1637, 25 years had passed since Ieyasu first issued his expulsion of the priests, and Amakusa Shiro was in fact 16 years old. With that said, Jerome was likely just a symbolic figurehead.
Yep.
True power likely lay in a gang of 5 local Ronin, masterless former samurai who had been stripped of their warrior status for being on the wrong side of Sekigahara.
That's interesting.
Before long, disparate peasant rebel bands began coalescing together into larger armies. At this time, the Lord Matsukura was in Edo, and had left the governance to his subordinate, Okamoto Shinbei, Castellan of Shimabara Castle. Underestimating the severity of the threat, Shinbei sent a token detachment of 300 musketeers and 15 mounted samurai out of the castle to Fuke, where he had heard reports of the...
15 was that? So 300 musketeers, and it was 15
the severity of the threat.
mounted
Shinbei
knights,
sent a
yeah?
token detachment of 300 musketeers and 15 mounted samurai out
Okay.
of the castle to Fuke, where he had heard reports of the rebels gathering. There, the professional Matsukura bannermen were taken by surprise. Rather than riding down a disorganized peasant rabble, they were themselves ambushed by a coordinated force of over 1,000 men, not just with farmers.
So 1,000 men, and like they're about to say, they weren't just armed with what they found around the area. They had muskets, not muskets, they had gunpowdered weapons. That's absolutely insane. And it was a well-timed ambush as well.
Pitchforks and scythes, but experienced Ronin armed with matchlock arquebuses. After taking heavy losses, the Matsukura forces retreated back to Shimabara Castle
Which
and
you would.
hauled themselves up within its walls. Okamoto Shinbei could do nothing but watch in horror as the rebels rounded up before the castle and began vengefully burning down the town outside its walls, defiling 2 Buddhist temples in the process.
And I'd imagine that any more Christian followers would have probably flocked to their side during this point as well.
By now, over 12,000 men and women had taken up a Christian cause.
Melkor, we're watching the Shimabara Rebellion, the Christian revolt that isolated medieval Japan. 1600, around 1600.
Shaving crosses into their hair, cloaking themselves in baptismal white, shouting the war cry Santiago, and waving banners inscribed with Bible verse in the Portuguese language. By and large, the rebels now dominated the Shimabara countryside, but did not have the artillery to storm the castle. A similar situation existed in Amakusa, where rebels had killed over 2,800 of Lord Terasawa's foot soldiers in an open battle near Hondo Castle, and then laid siege both to that castle and Tomioka Castle.
So they took out another force of 2,800 as well. So they like, it wasn't a small rebellion really then, was it? It was quite a large rebellion, it seemed.
Had trouble breaching those fortified positions. According to sources of the time, Jerome portrayed these early improbable victories as triumphs won through the will of God and the judgment of heaven. However, the fact was that despite them, the initial blitzkrieg of the Christian rebels had been halted, for try as they might, their attempts to storm the castles of Shimabara and Amakusa came to naught.
Okay, there's me being proven incorrect once again by the video. Always fun.
Furthermore, the daimyos of neighbouring realms in Kyushu had begun assembling their forces, meaning the rebels would soon be outmatched on the open field. Without other recourse, the rebel bands in Amakusa linked up with the ones in Shimabara.
I can also imagine, with that little side note, it's saying that the area was a wasteland, most of the villages were abandoned and many burnt down. I'll also imagine that there was barely any natural food resources now. A lot of the game probably was sort of fought over by everyone, so was scarce, and then of course the agricultural side must have been decimated during this period.
Pooling their manpower to make one strong force. From there, Jerome made a tactical withdrawal into Hara Castle, the old fortress of the Aramid clan, left abandoned by Lord Matsukura in favour of building his new Shimabara Castle, which had cost his peasants so much in blood and suffering. Anywhere between 25,000 to 37,000 rebels, men and women alike, filtered into Hara Castle, and by January 27, 1639, a giant crucifix had been raised above its ramparts. Here they would make their stand.
So this is where they decided to make their final stand.
By now, reports of the rebellion had flooded into Edo, and Tokugawa Iemitsu was furious. In the eyes of the Bakufu, this was exactly the type of Christian revolt, no doubt born of Portuguese meddling, that they had been afraid of. Never mind that all this had been brought on by the cruelty of his own vassal lords. Either way, these insolent peasants in the backwater dregs of Japan had to be crushed utterly to set an example.
Holy, it's just going to come in and show and make them an example, aren't they? We're just watching the Shimabara Rebellion, the Christian revolt that isolated medieval Japan.
In the beginning of February, a sea of samurai had appeared before the rebel stronghold. Its spearhead was a 50,000-strong contingent of shogunate forces, led by the 50-year-old general Itakura Shigemasa, complemented by contingents of vassals, including the personal levies of the Terasawa and Matsukura clans, on whose lands the rebellion took place.
This is a large force though, right?
It was a force that numbered in the hundreds of thousands, assembled to crush a band of peasants a fifth their number.
Holy Mother of God, that's overkill, right?
Nevertheless, Jerome's rebels had been preparing. During their enemy's approach, they had fortified the derelict Hara castle into an impregnable redoubt, as holes in the walls were plugged up and local bamboo forests were cleared to build new watchtowers along the battlements.
Okay, that's useful for their side.
Hara castle was positioned well, protected by marshy wetlands on its front-facing side and the Pacific Ocean on its back.
Ooh, very strong.
For these reasons, General Itakura held his troops back from wholesale assaults, instead focusing on fortifying his position by building Yagara siege batteries, which ultimately proved ineffective at breaching the castle's walls.
Oh, that's a shame. I was about to say I thought that was quite smart, but at least he tried. At least he tried. Because again, you don't want to go for a direct attack like at the moment, it seems.
Meanwhile, he also ordered his labourers to begin digging a tunnel directly under the castle, but this was thwarted when the defenders heard the sound of digging and flooded the tunnel with feces and urine, forcing the besiegers to abandon the project.
That's horrible, but that's very creative that they're trying these things. That's smart that they're not trying to go for this full frontal attack straight away.
A few weeks later, General Itakura heard some distressing news. The Edo government was sending him reinforcements, led by Lord Matsudaira Nobitsuna. Itakura knew that he would be disgraced if he could not defeat these peasants without outside aid, so he kicked his forces into gear. On February 3rd, they ordered a preliminary assault on the fortress, but this was repelled by the well-entrenched rebels, largely due to the deadly accuracy with which they fired their matchlock arquebuses. Then, on February 14th...
Imagine just trying to do a full frontal attack, getting shot by arquebuses. Just imagine dealing with that.
Itakura ordered another attack, this time with himself at the head. This would be the last poor decision he ever made, for alongside 4,000 of his own men, the general was killed.
Of course it was the poorest decision he fucking made. I mean, give him his dues that he tried to lead it at the front himself. But cuz, let's be real. Let's be real. It's like running in front of bullet fire is just not a good idea, cuz you kind of deserve to die. Sorry.
For alongside 4,000 of his own men, the general was killed. The attackers were forced once more to retreat, to the taunting of the rebels, who accused the samurai of being better suited to shaking down impoverished farmers than taking on armed opponents.
Really?
A few days later, General Matsudaira arrived and assumed command. Matsudaira shifted back towards a more cautious doctrine, abstaining from more direct attacks, and instead building a network of palisades and ditches to blockade the rebels and starve them out.
That's it. We will outlast you. We have a better supply chain than you guys will ever have.
Meanwhile, he had word sent to the Dutch factory in Heredo, asking the Hollanders for aid, which was ironic given that the banning of Christianity had been enacted largely to prevent Europeans from meddling in Japanese affairs. In any case, the Dutch acquiesced and sent the 24-gun frigate De Rip under the command of Nicolas Kuckebecker to bombard Hara Castle's seaward side.
Oh, so now they're also going to get harassed from the seaside as well. Like, yeah, that's smart. That's smart using the Dutch like that. Very intelligent.
Despite reluctance to fire upon fellow Christians, albeit Roman Catholics, the De Rip unloaded hundreds of shells into the castle, but the defenders still held out. They even managed to kill a Dutch sailor with a well-placed matchlock shot.
Oh.
On March 12th, De Rip withdrew back to Heredo, having accomplished little to nothing. Despite this, Matsudaira's blockade was beginning to bear fruit, for the defenders within were beginning to starve and grow desperate. On April 4th, Jerome personally led a nighttime sortie, which took the attackers by surprise and inflicted heavy casualties on the Kurada division, before being forced to retreat back behind the castle walls.
So he might have done a lot of heavy damage, but if you're just having to retreat back, then was it really worth it? Did you really actually achieve much?
Where all they could do was continue to succumb to starvation.
Yeah, it was nothing. It was pointless.
A signal fire was lit by mistake, and against Matsudaira's wishes, the Nabeshima contingent read it as a go-ahead and charged the castle walls. They were quickly joined by other divisions, who wouldn't allow themselves to be divested of glory at the Nabeshima's expense. What followed was an orgy of violence, as a tidal wave of samurai swamped Hara's outer walls, not only pushing back the rebels, but also fighting among themselves. Despite the disarray,
it was just that confusing that they started fighting between themselves as well.
The shogunate advance, Jerome's faithful were utterly emaciated and also now lacked ammo for their matchlocks, which had been crucial in repelling the earlier assaults. Regardless, they held the line for 2 days, but on the 14th, the defences began to crumble and the castle began to burn. By the 15th, the battle had turned into a mass execution. The rebels, man, woman and child alike, were cut down to the last. The boy Messiah too was found and slain. His head would later be displayed on a pike in Nagasaki, a warning to all other Christians left in the realm.
Ooh, they really wanted to eradicate Christianity and all thought process of Christianity as well. Do you really want to risk it? Look at this boy Messiah. Look at what even happened to him.
The Shimabara Rebellion would remain the biggest single conflict within the borders of Japan until the modern age, and the political and social ramifications it had on the realm were enormous. Broadly speaking, it was the event which closed Japan to the world for the next quarter millennia. Although Europeans probably had little to no role in the revolt, Shogun Iemitsu was absolutely convinced that the Christian peasants had been spurred on by the Portuguese. So,
yeah, which I don't think was the case. I just think it was just a catalyst of the situation at that point in time.
So in 1639, every single Portuguese was expelled from Japan, ending their near century-long presence in the land of the rising sun. The Dutch, in part due to their age during the rebellion, were allowed to stay, but were confined to a tiny artificial island, Dejima, so they could not spread any dangerous foreign ideas into Japan proper.
Literally, so they were properly isolated within Japan.
For the next 250 years, until Commodore Matthew Perry forced the country open in 1854, the Hollanders would be Japan's only lifeline to the outside world.
I bet the Dutch felt like that they had such a monopoly on that trade as well. And I bet for such a long time they thought they were going to have that always to themselves, and they felt like it was their own little colony, maybe.
As the land of the rising sun closed its doors, so too did its age of Christianity end. At least so it seemed. Despite being completely banned from public life, secret Christian communities, remarkably, survived underground for over 200 years.
I think that's quite surprising that they survived for 200 years, personally.
Passing on their clandestine faith from generation to generation, despite being totally isolated from the rest of the Christian world. Then, when Japan re-emerged onto the world stage during the Meiji Revolution, these hidden Christians were free to finally emerge from the shadows and prove that the legacy of the rebels at Hara Castle had never truly died. More videos on the history of Japan are on the way, so make sure you are subscribed and have pressed the bell button to see them. Please consider liking, commenting and sharing, it helps immensely. Our videos will...
That was another good series. Kings and Generals make amazing content. Haven't already, head over to their page, like, comment and subscribe. You know what to do. You know what to do. Oh, I got a bit invested in that video. What did I miss? Please do Battle with Bononis by Kings and Generals after this. I'll have a little look. I was going to do a Warhawk episode, and then I was thinking about taking a 10-15 minute break, and then I can jump onto the Kings and Generals episode I can't pronounce it. The one Richard Nixon has suggested. Or I could react to Germany provoked Ottoman to World War Ones. Oh, Al. Yeah, I might also do the Germany provoked the Ottomans into World War One. That looks like that might be interesting as well. I mean, it's understandable introducing a new religion into a social fabric of Japan had potential causing absolute chaos. Yeah, I mean, introducing any sort of new religion or any sort of new beliefs, new thought process into a society can cause absolute chaos, especially if that new thought process or new thing consumes the majority of the population and changes over times. We can also do the Aurelian series. Like I said, I think I'm going to be on for a while, so I might do the Aurelian series. I'm definitely going to jump on one of those. I'm going to do one of the... I'm going to jump on and do this AC Battle of Fort... I'm terrible at pronouncing things. Here we go, guys. This is what I'm going to do for you. Google Translate. Nope, not going to work. This one. So the Battle of Fort
Donelson.
There we go. Yeah, because this will be for the video next week, and then what I'll do is I'll jump onto some of these requests. So I can do the Aurelian series. I'll jump onto the Germany provoked the Ottomans into World War One. I'll do those two after the break. I think we're going to jump straight into this one now. Ancient Greek kingdoms by kings and generals. Oh, that could be interesting. Ancient Greek kingdoms of India. Yeah, I'll have a little look at these guys. The stream today, probably till 10 o'clock, maybe even a bit later, we'll see. But like I said, I'm probably going to have a break or two. But the breaks, we done one yesterday, it's literally like 5-10 minutes, just so I can grab some warm water, go for a quick pee, and we'll probably do that at 6 o'clock, the first break, after the reaction to this. Yeah, I'll put the subtitles on, Rudy, don't you worry. Okay. Okay, so we're going to jump into this reaction. So, AC double, Battle of Fort... I just had it. Donelson. There we go. Battle of Fort Donelson. Let's go. Fort Henry is ours. I shall take and destroy Fort Donelson on the 8th.
On the evening of February 11th, 1862, Brigadier General Ulysses S. Grant holds a council of war meeting with his generals, all but one of whom support his plans for an overland attack on Fort Donelson. The only general who objects with reservations about the plan is Brigadier General John A. McClernand. The next day, Grant's Expeditionary Command begins moving out from its staging area at the recently subjugated Fort Henry, marching east overland towards Fort Donelson. Meanwhile, Flag Officer Andrew H. Foote begins maneuvering his...
Yo, I'm good. How you doing? Hope you enjoy the stream. Thanks for jumping in.
Western flotilla into the Cumberland River for a naval bombardment of the Confederate fort. However, unlike Fort Henry, Donelson will prove to be a tough nut for the Federals to crack. The Union columns begin marching via the Ridge and Telegraph roads on the morning of February 12th, now occupied by mild weather and quickly drying roads. Brigadier Generals McClernand and Smith sets out with their commands, leaving Brigadier General Lew Wallace and 2,500 men to guard the Federal base at Fort Henry. The way to Fort Donelson in the nearby town of Dover lay over steep hills and deep ravines. but an air of gaiety pervades the march as it seems like a picture book war in Dixie. Soldiers ditch their excess overcoats and blankets.
Oh, really?
Nowhere do the Confederates seem to impede the Union troops' advance. At the same time that Grant is marching his command over land, Foote and his gunboats are escorting troop transports carrying reinforcements up the Cumberland. The USS Carondelet precedes the waterborne column with orders to announce its arrival to Grant by firing a few shells at Fort Donelson.
Okay, I'm keeping up with it.
By the evening of the 12th, Grant's land force has moved virtually unopposed to the outskirts of Confederate positions surrounding Dover. Suddenly, General McClernand's cavalry patrols run into resistance about a mile from the rebel defenses, when troopers under the rugged but as yet unsung Colonel Nathan Bedford Forrest sets up a roadblock. Arrival of Union infantry soon forces the gray-clad horsemen back into the Confederate perimeter.
Imagine you're that cavalry unit. You would be shitting yourself. You'd be so goddamn worried. Like let's hightail it out of here.
Mexican War, Grant had boasted that he would march to Fort Donelson unopposed. The Tennessee politician turned general was absent at the moment, having gone to Cumberland City to argue with Brigadier General John B. Floyd for standing firm at the fort.
Okay.
But he had left Brigadier General Simon B. Buckner in charge with orders to avoid pitched battle. The Kentucky...
Oh, I see. So they're purposely not engaging them.
does so, and the Union besiegers arrive without much difficulty.
Imagine like you saying that you're gonna be able to march there easily and it actually happening as well. That's actually entertaining.
Slowly, Generals Smith and McClernand take up positions to carry out Grant's plan. They will surround the fort and wait for Foote and his gunboats to repeat their easy victory at Fort Henry. The Union Navy could batter the Confederates into submission. In General Grant's view, this will save time and lives. As the Army commander and his staff set up headquarters at the Widow Crisp's cabin on a slope along the eastern bank of Hickman Creek behind Smith's line, the rattle of musketry suddenly cuts through the otherwise calm winter evening to announce the first contact between the two armies. The stage is set when the USS Carondelet briefly announces the Union Navy's presence on the Cumberland River.
I really enjoy the maps that Warhawk does. This whole map setup is so interesting. I'm just going to turn the subtitles off for a minute. Okay, perfect. There's nothing in between here, so they're just on either flank at the moment.
Slowly, Smith's soldiers edge up a ridge closer to the rifle pits held by Buckner's division closest to the fort. McClernand's soldiers begin to march toward the right to reach the river above the town. With darkness descending over Fort Donelson, however, and lacking complete information on the situation, Grant's army soon settles down to await daylight when they can complete their encirclement of the Confederate force. That night, the Federals peer across the intervening ravines at the luminous campfires in the Confederates' armed camp beyond the earthworks. The Southerners are backed up against the Cumberland with avenues of escape fast disappearing.
Ooh, you'd start to worry now, wouldn't you? If you was like getting surrounded and encircled and your back's to the river.
But the Rebs had come here to fight, not run. And down at the river, Lieutenant Colonel Milton Haynes keeps his water battery gunners at work, if only to boost morale for facing the dreaded Yankee gunboats the next day. On the river itself, two remaining steamboats left to Confederate service shuttle Floyd's Virginians in from Cumberland City amid flaming torches and cheering from the shoreline.
Okay.
When General Floyd arrives in person at dawn on Thursday, February 13th, he sets up headquarters in a picturesque hotel in Dover.
Again, you would just be so happy to get reinforcements, wouldn't you? It would just give you more morale that you would really need in that situation.
Near the upper steamboat landing and assesses the situation.
The ball was opened.
Two sharp infantry attacks and a naval bombardment marked the first day of fighting at the Battle of Fort Donelson, February 13th. This is seen as a test of Confederate strength and defenses, but not a pitched battle. All three of the actions begin in the morning and continue into the afternoon, set against a backdrop of continuous and crackling sharpshooter fire and occasional artillery bursts. General Smith and McClernand are to demonstrate but not attack the enemy. They almost immediately ignore these orders from Grant.
Oh, and do they just engage?
The Army commander has also instructed Commander Henry Walk and the USS Carondelet,
Or just do they not fire at all?
to make a diversionary bombardment of the fort to enable the land forces to complete their encirclement. Walk draws heavy fire from Haney's water battery gunners without accomplishing much. But as the soldiers' slang of
Without accomplishing much. What a
the day
shame.
would have it, the ball was opened. As it turns out, the main land fights are of greatest interest to the Federals, since they indicate that Fort Donelson's investments might be more difficult than anticipated. The initial fight on February 13th begins on Brigadier General C.F. Smith's front as his 2nd Division tries to move closer to General Buckner's position.
Sorry, guys. Oh, my dog got a sneeze, bless him. Right, let's jump straight back in it.
On the Eddyville Road sector, no one has decent maps, and to uncover Confederate battery positions, Smith directs Battery D, 1st Missouri Artillery, to shell the rebel defenses. Then, after a hearty breakfast, the white-haired brigadier orders a simultaneous advance of Colonel John Cook's 3rd Brigade and Colonel Jacob G. Lawman's 4th Brigade. Outmarches the enthusiastic Northerners in battle array, a clear violation of General Grant's orders not to bring on a major battle.
That's it. He's going straight in for the engage. What a fool. What a fool.
A hot fire from the Southern defenders.
Yeah, doggo. I've got a doggo, Rudy. Have you not seen him before? I think I've shown him in a video maybe here and there.
In the entrenchments also disorganizes Smith's movement. By late afternoon, Lawman and Cook have successfully extricated their men with a nasty firefight, leaving nearly 100 dead comrades on the hillside before Buckner's earthworks. The thrill of first battle is muted for both sides by sights and sounds of first casualties. Even Commander Walk's Carondelet and the water batteries suffer losses as a prominent Confederate gun captain is cut down by a screw tap loosened by the explosion of a Union shell.
Okay.
And one 128-pounder Confederate projectile knifes through the gunboat's side, skipping about like a wild animal, wounding several seamen with wood splinters and bursting a steam heater before dropping, still hissing, over the side of the ship and into the water.
Oh my god, any kind of Navy soldier has got balls of steel. There's no way I could deal with being on a ship and that being my military role. Like, there's so many things that are just not in your control. Like, you could be doing everything that you need to do absolutely perfectly, so there's nothing that goes wrong, but then someone else or just something that you can't control happens, and that's it. And like I know it's the same with any, like, all wars. Like, you could pop your head up and that's it, but at the same time, like, you just have it's a bit more individualized. Do you know what I mean? Like you're relying on a bit more of yourself and your squad, but not as much as like the whole entire organization and the whole entire crew having to be 100% spot on. It's just so much, you have to rely so much on other people.
Young gunboat crewmen learn quickly that the ironclads offer no safe haven from the danger. Out in the woods, the redoubtable Nathan Bedford Forrest, just beginning to earn fame as one of the finest and toughest cavalry officers of the war, draws blood. Annoyed by one pesky marksman from the famed Burgess' Western sharpshooters, he has borrowed a Maynard rifle from one of his officers and shot the offender out of a tree.
No
The same sharpshooter would be
way.
the first of many Yankees killed by Forrest in the war.
Holy crap.
Fire also sounds that morning in McClernand's sector as his men undertake to march around Dover by the Wind Ferries and Pyrenees roads. Illinois cavalrymen first catch sight of the Cumberland as they mount Dudley's Hill, and they quickly draw fire from the Confederate entrenchments and artillery positions in that sector. One especially Nettlesome Battery, Captain Frank Manley's Tennessee Battery from Humphrey County, peppers McClernand's marching Federals with long-range fire. General McClernand determines to put an end to this impertinence. In defiance of Grant's instructions, once again, he sends a brigade crashing through the debris-clogged ravines against the main Confederate position in an attempt to silence the offending guns.
Mate, this and the Napoleon War is just what breaks my mind, when you had just men running into musket fire. Like, it's so scary to think about. Like, in this time, you're just running into musket and cannon fire, and you just got to hope for the best. There's no heavy siege weaponry like tanks or anything like that to take down these defensive positions, you know. There was nothing to sort of deal with it.
William R. Morrison's 3rd Brigade makes the assault under the personal leadership of Colonel Isham N. Haney of the 48th Illinois, sweeping down from the Wind Ferry Road to Erin Hollow in parade ground formation. The fight ends in 15 minutes. As with General Smith's reconnaissance in force, amity, accurate enemy fire, and poorly disciplined attackers, and unfavorable terrain cuts the Haney-Morrison attack to ribbons.
I mean, I'm surprised it lasted 15 minutes. Like if my men are getting slaughtered and my boys are getting slaughtered around me, I'm telling them to go. Like, if there's no actual foolproof plan and you're just throwing us into musket fire or into bullets and cannon fire, like how would you expect us to stay there for that long? You got to give us a goal more than just run up the hill and take it. Like, there's no way we're gonna do that. What's the rest of you gonna do? Like, don't just send us up there. There's no way.
Another 150 Federal dead littered the hillside near the offending battery's position.
Another 150 men's lives just wasted on a pointless assault. What, to test to see if they were weak or if there was a weakness there? Bullshit.
But here, dry leaves catch fire during the fighting and threaten a cruel death to the wounded attackers. When the shooting ceases, humane Confederates leap from behind their works and rush out into no man's land to rescue their erstwhile enemies. Minutes later, the two sides are once again back to shooting one another.
If they got some of the men who were wounded but still alive out of there, that is good. The fact that they did run into no man's land to attempt to save them is very honourable, and it does give you a bit of faith in humanity that, you know, we're fighting and we're sort of on the opposing sides, but you are wounded. You do not deserve to stay there and be burnt alive. I couldn't let you do that as a fellow human being. Even though we're opposites and we have opposing thought process and ideologies, and we are opposites at this point in time, you are still a human being. I need to make sure that that doesn't happen to you. Gives you a bit of faith into humanity, I think. Just a little bit. It was a night of great suffering and hardship. Union Brigade Commander.
Both sides expect to see the gunboats attack Fort Donelson, for Grant has great faith that his friend Foote can win another striking victory as he had done at Fort Henry. Nevertheless,
is Grant putting too much faith into the other guy.
The flag officer is hesitant as a result of the punishment his flotilla had suffered in the earlier battle. So Grant orders Brigadier General Lew Wallace to bring reinforcements overland from the Tennessee River Post and forms them into a 3rd Division, positioned between Smith and McClernand to cover the Indian Creek Valley sector.
Okay.
Grant's command is now approaching 21,000 men surrounding Dover as he waits impatiently for the gunboats to do something. Overnight, temperatures plummet to 12 degrees Fahrenheit, and cold winds whip snow, sleet, and freezing rain against the soldiers huddled on both sides of the lines. Fires are
Something's going to happen to the river, right?
Positions to the enemy. Many young Union volunteers wish they had not so quickly discarded blankets and overcoats on the march from Fort Henry.
Shit!
Few units in either army are as blessed as Confederate.
Oh shit! I forgot they threw their fucking blankets and shit away at the start. Holy! I was gonna try and not swear, but I completely forgot. Holy. Yeah, it's such a shame. It does seem like this whole war was brother versus brother and families versus families. I can imagine that you might have had a cousin just in a certain different area, so that you sort of fell within a certain camp. And I definitely think you can sort of see it today, that people are falling, you know, even families are falling on either spectrum of the political sort of landscape that we've got nowadays, and it just does tear people apart, you know, which is a shame, and it's always to always be aware of that possibility, you know.
Colonel Roger Hanson's 2nd Kentucky of Brigadier General Buckner's right wing with their hooded parkas. Many of the Southern comrades have to wrap themselves in old quilts and blankets and even cut up pieces of carpet to guard against the brutal weather. It was a night of great suffering and hardship, recalled one Union brigade commander. Neither army is especially ready to fight when a cold dawn emerges on Valentine's Day, February 14th. But Grant is up early and looking for action. He and his staff
he wants to make something
river
happen
at about 9 a.m. to consult with Foote aboard his flagship. Grant directs the newly arrived troops aboard the transport to leave their comfortable quarters and join the shivering soldiers surrounding Fort Donelson.
Okay.
Then he turns to Foote and persuades him that the gunboats might simply run by the water batteries and enfilade the rebel positions, thus forcing surrender. Foote wants to await the arrival of flatboats carrying heavy mortars to subdue the fort. Grant says no, declaring that the army needs support and that it's time to finish their work.
Grant, once again, just putting his foot down and just going, no, this is what we're doing. Listen to me. It will work. It will work.
The grumbling flag officer calls his boat captains together, gives them instructions about preparing for combat, and then turns to his battle plan. They will proceed as they had done at Fort Henry. The Confederate gunners, meanwhile, had remained at their guns at that frigid night, anticipating an advance by the gunboats under the cover of a stormy darkness. Occasionally, they fire a shot down the river just to annoy Foote's flotilla and the transports. Early on St.
Please
Valentine's
say don't stop
Day,
though.
Captain Reuben Ross in the upper battery spots a large plume of smoke indicating something is afoot. He sends word to Floyd's headquarters, but the Confederate generals are busy with other matters. As Floyd
they leave
indicates
it.
in a telegram to General Johnston, claiming he now faces 40,000 Yankees. I will fight them this evening. Indeed, Floyd, Pillow, and Buckner intend a surprise foray to break the land siege.
So they were going to do a surprise counter-attack, counter-offensive, basically.
It takes time to muster the troops in position and, at the pivotal moment for the breakout attempt, the gunboats hover into view on the river.
Before the decks were well sanded, there was so much blood on them that our men could not work the guns without slipping. Holy shite. Mother of Jesus.
Flag Officer Foote's flotilla comes around a bend in a river at about 2 p.m. on February 14th, steaming against a flood tide of the muddy river. It takes a half hour to close with the water batteries. The city series
A half hour?
ironclads
Is that a long time? It seems like a long time for the distance they're traveling to me.
USS St. Louis, Louisville, Pittsburgh, and Carondelet lead the van, steaming abreast as at Fort Henry.
Yeah, Rudy, sally out. I should have said it correctly.
Then comes the timberclads USS Tyler and Consatoga, about 1/4 mile in the rear. Meanwhile, Captain Ross sends some shots toward the Union transports, scattering them after they had landed their human cargoes. He then turns his battery on the gunboats, which had opened fire about 1 1/2 miles from the batteries. As the craft moves to point-blank range, they suffer cruel punishment from Ross and his heavy guns. The rebel gunners have carefully plotted ranges by marking on trees along the riverbank, and they have devised special sighting devices on their cannons. Floodwaters had already swept a barricade of floating trees some 900 yards from the batteries.
Okay.
It is up to the water batteries to save the day on their own. The naval action at Fort Donelson assumes a different cast from that at Fort Henry, as Foote closes to within 450 yards of the batteries shortly after mid-afternoon. These batteries are more elevated above the water than Fort Henry's row of guns, and the plunging fire from the 2 water batteries at Fort Donelson soon finds the gunboat's vulnerability. They rake the craft fore and aft with shot and shell. Before long, all but the gunboat Carondelet are drifting back downstream in defeat.
Oh, they took down 3 of the ships, 3 of the steamboats, or the
During
armored
the artillery
boats.
exchange, Flag Officer Foote is wounded, ironically in the foot. His flagship USS St. Louis has been reduced to shambles during the exchange. Shivering
Oh,
Confederates
his ship was that battered up, really.
all over Fort Donelson's perimeter take up cries of victory. They had not expected to beat the gunboats as, at one point, an excited Nathan Bedford Forrest shouted to an aide, "Parson, for God's sake, pray. Nothing but Almighty God can save that fort." The inexperienced Confederate gunners have achieved an astonishing 50% hit record on the gunboats.
That's a pretty good hit record, I think.
The humiliated naval officer counts 54 dead or dying among his severely battered craft. As another harsh winter night settles over the gloomy Union besiegers, they listen to the celebrations across the Confederate lines.
We're doing another cold night. These poor men must be freezing. Absolutely freezing. Us nowadays moan if we can't put the heating on in December. Try being one of these goddamn fucking boys. Do you know what I mean? Literally, it's snowing. You ain't got a blanket, and you got to sit there with your jacket, hoping to God that you just don't get frostbite on your fucking nose. Crazy. You want to have the heating on at 60 all night and all day.
It is the Confederacy's greatest triumph at Fort Donelson, and Grant is anything but sanguine about prospects for a quick victory. He will let the Navy make its own excuses for defeat, but he writes to his wife, Julia, that night that the taking of Fort Donelson bids fair to be a long job.
It's going to be a long job.
Had arrived for the Confederacy in the West. Announcement of the Confederate triumph flashes over telegraph wires to Johnston, countering earlier predictions of a dire defeat at the hands of the dreaded gunboats. Johnston wires back to Floyd, "If you lose the fort, bring your troops to Nashville if possible." But with victory seemingly in their grasp, the brigadiers hesitate about their next step. General Floyd convenes a council of war at which the participants determine whether to continue the battle or fight their way out of the federal trap. Pillow.
What would you do in that situation? Would you try and fight your way out, or would you remain because you think you're doing well now?
Wants to remain. Floyd and Buckner prefer to get out under the cover of a surprise attack the next morning. Details of the scheme are murky. Pillow understands that when the avenue of escape opens, the troops would return to the rifle pits to secure baggage, artillery, rations, the water battery gunners, and other troops. On the other hand, Buckner thinks that the attackers will keep going once they had breached the Union lines. There would be no turning back. Gunners, supplies, and excess personnel would be left to their fate, with nothing truly resolved except...
Wow, Buckner really sort of laying it down. He's like, if we leave, that's the situation, you need to deal with that. Or we can stay. I'm calm, but you just need to be aware we don't have time to go back and do all those extra things that you say. If we got to go, we got to start prepping for it and doing it now. And everyone else has just got to deal with it. And that's brutal to think about.
That they would attack in the morning. Brigadier General Bushrod Johnson, for one, departs the meeting gloomier and more anxious than before. Just as Foote's appearance has disrupted Confederate plans that afternoon, the unexpected victory at the water batteries confuses the Southern generals as to the urgency of leaving or fighting on. At any rate, the troops gather for the massive Confederate assault scheduled for daybreak on Saturday, February 15th. Lumbering into position during the winter night, snow and wind muffles the sounds of movement. None of the Federals detect the shifting columns.
The Confederates are just going
from their entrenchments, leaving only a single regiment of 450 men armed with shotguns to face Smith's whole division. Delays prove inevitable. However, as weary soldiers navigate slick roads, Buckner's force is still not in position when Generals Pellow and Johnson start their attack at 6 a.m.
Oh shit, he's not in position.
McClernand's cold and sleepy soldiers stumble out of their makeshift bivouacs as the first warning shots and sounds of the infamous rebel yell break the cold morning air. The big push to flee starvation, Yankee prison camps, and the stigma of surrender has begun. General Pellow would style it the Battle of Dover. The snow, underbrush, and tactical inexperience further delays any quick resolution. The fighting turns into a slugfest between the Confederates' heavy attack columns and McClernand's thin line of defenders.
Wow, they're going for a proper offensive.
The Forge and Wind Ferry roads. At 8 a.m., however, the Federals are in trouble as fighting envelops the country lanes and ravines and blood-stained snow mark points of contact between the two battle lines. Forrest's cavalry troopers dislodge a stubborn Union field battery, and the Confederate infantry slowly bend McClernand's 1st Division back under heavy pressure. As the young Union soldiers expend their ammunition, they simply drop out of line, holding their empty cartridge boxes aloft. And
oh no! Oh no!
Begin a slowly withdrawal. McClernand sends couriers to Lew Wallace's command post for help, but the Indiana general hesitates to act without Grant's instructions. Somehow, the army commander has disappeared. Earlier that morning, Grant had ridden once more with the wounded and humbled Foote aboard his gunboat. Headquarters aides do not know what to do in their leader's absence, and the intervening woods hide the sounds of the unfolding battle from the command conferences at the river. Thus, by noon, Pellow and Johnson have carried Confederate fortunes to the brink of success. Avidly, Federal defeat was caused mostly by fatigue, supply shortages, and inept defensive moves, not by...
That's it, they were so far away from their supply lines, they had been freezing, they were tired.
By any lack of pluck or valor. Nonetheless, McClernand's division had been beaten back from its position. The attackers are unable to finish their task. By early afternoon, the relentless drive of Pellow and Johnson, now supported by Buckner, had gained the objective. The Federals had been driven back from the Forge Road and westward along the Winds Ferry Road toward Fort Henry. 2 of McClernand's 3 front-line brigades have been crumpled, and the 3rd is being forced into precipitous retreat. Still, another brigade is crushed as it rushes from reserve. At that hour, the way out of the Fort Donelson trap is open to the Confederates. Stretched along a mile-long battle line, the soldiers...
Oh, I see. They were just trying to make an opening so that they could escape. Is that what's going on? I'm definitely interested to sort of find out. Yeah, and you're right, Rudy. Yeah. Definitely don't lose your overcoat. Not worth it in this situation.
Soldiers are ready. Their leaders are not. During the subsequent 2 hours, the Confederate generals yield the initiative back to the enemy. A combination of circumstances snatches defeat from victory. General Wallace has finally taken the initiative and moves to a blocking position astride the Winds Ferry Road.
Okay, Wallace is coming in for the counter-offensive to their retreat.
He stymies the Confederate attack. The rebel attackers run out of momentum, and General Pello, according to his interpretation of the original plan, now orders everyone back to the trenches preparatory to evacuation. He also notices signs of a federal attack on Buckner's weakly held position in the distance. Buckner, however, raises strong objection and questions Pello's authority to change the plan. The two generals haggle while their soldiers mill around waiting for further orders. At this point, Floyd appears in between his two subordinates, and then finally orders all the troops back into the defensive perimeter. Just then, Grant returns to the field, finally found by anxious couriers. He had ridden hard over icy roads to reach the scene of catastrophe brewing on his right flank.
Let's see what Grant does.
With Generals McClernand and Wallace, Grant senses the crisis in the battle. Perhaps his own career has been reached. He sees McClernand's men standing in knots, talking excitedly with no officers giving directions. He also notices that the soldiers have their muskets but no ammunition, even though there's tons of it close at hand.
Wait. When they said they had no ammunition, I thought they'd run out. What do you mean it's close at hand? Like, you can't be that thick, right? Like, even me and Jack would fucking pick up ammo. If it's standing there and we would standing there, if it's sitting there and we would run out ammo, me and Jack are some of the thickest people on YouTube. We would be able to reload our weapons. Oh my god.
Perhaps his own career has been reached. He sees McClernand's men standing in knots, talking excitedly with no officers giving directions. He also notices that the soldiers have their muskets but no ammunition, even though there's tons of it close at hand. Calling out to an aide to ride along the line with him, he shouts at the stunned troops, "Fill your cartridge boxes
yes,
quick and get into line. The
for
enemy's
fuck's
trying to
sake.
escape and must not be permitted to do so." This works like a charm. Grant also discerns...
What do you mean it works like a charm? What do you mean it works like a charm? You're just telling them to do the bare basics, right? Works like a charm. I hope it would work like a charm. You're telling them how to save their own lives. Reload your weapons, boys. Reload your weapons. Oh my.
Prisoners what is happening on the Confederate line, and that the victorious enemy might be just as demoralized as his own men. Whoever seizes the initiative at this point will achieve victory. Chomping down hard on an unlit cigar, he orders McClernand and Wallace simply, "Gentlemen, the position on the right must be retaken." He also sends word to Foote requesting...
I love Grant's just cool, calm demeanor. Just chewing on a cigar and just saying the right must be retaken. Grant. I remember watching, I think, I don't know if the it was the oversimplified version me and Jack reacted to, weren't it? Of the American Civil War. I'm sure it was me and Jack who reacted to that. I'm pretty sure we both said Grant was our favourite in that as well. And in this series, it's just showing it off once again.
A show of force from the gunboats. Grant's quick and determined leadership helped spring his soldiers into action, and they quickly stabilized their lines, pushing the Confederates back into their original defenses. The opportunity to escape was within reach of the Confederates, but now was lost to them.
I agree with your comment there about discipline is actually quite hard and depends on the experience of troops. I would agree with that statement, but I wasn't talking about the discipline. I was talking about saving your own life. Do you know what I mean? Like the discipline, the fact that they were still staying there mean that they were disciplined enough to stay within the battle and that they weren't fleeing from the battle. But they were standing around without their guns loaded. Like surely whether... Like, if you're staying there, you're willing to stay there, you're going to do it. You're going to reload your. That's not to do with discipline. Do you know what I mean? That's you trying to make sure that you're saving your own life because you need that weapon because you're in the situation you're in.
Nearly 1,000 soldiers on both sides are dead, with about 3,000 wounded still lying across the field. Some freeze to death in the brutal
3,000 people wounded.
AM on February 16th, the Confederate generals hold a council of war at the Dover Hotel. Here, the generals decide it is time to surrender the fort and its army. Brigadier General Floyd, afraid that if captured, he would be indicted for corruption during his service as Secretary of War under President Buchanan, quickly turns his command over to General Pillow. However, Pillow also fears reprisals from the north if he were to be captured, and passes the command of Fort Donelson over to Buckner, who agrees to remain behind and surrender the army. Disgusted at the general show of cowardice, Colonel Nathan Bedford Forrest announces, "I did not come here to surrender my command," and promptly storms out of the meeting. He proceeds to lead about 700 of his cavalrymen on their escape from the fort. They begin a long march through the snowstorm toward Nashville. Colonel Forrest will fight another day.
Okay, interesting. No terms of except unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted.
General Buckner sends a message to General Grant asking for terms of surrender. Having helped Grant out of financial situations in his pre-war civilian life, Buckner was hoping that Grant would be merciful to the commander. However, the message he receives from Grant is that no terms except unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted. He adds, "I propose to move immediately upon your works." Buckner agrees to Grant's unconditional surrender. Fort Donelson.
So even though he thought he might have had a bit of favour with Grant, he just wasn't letting him have it. He had to have that unconditional surrender.
Falls that day, February 16th, and its army is marched off to northern prison camps. The decisive victory at the Battle of Fort Donelson propels Ulysses S. Grant to national stardom, earning him the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant. It also earns him
I remember that nickname as well. It's a strong nickname.
The attention of President Lincoln. Close to a third of General Johnston's forces are now prisoners. Grant had captured more soldiers than all previous American generals combined, and Johnston was now deprived of more than 12,000 soldiers he would later need in the battles to come.
Wow.
With his decisive victory at Fort Donelson, Grant is promoted by President Lincoln to the rank of Major General and given command over the newly formed Army of the Tennessee. With Forts Henry and Donelson now fallen, Grant can now launch an invasion further south along the Tennessee.
That he can. Definitely one of my favourite generals in the American Civil War series. Grant's so good. Warhawk makes amazing content. Haven't already, head over to his page. That link's in the description of the reaction description box down below. Wow. Once again, it's absolutely... I really enjoy this series. Such a good one. Such a good one. Warhawk. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to finishing this one. It's a long one though, so we've got plenty to see. I think Grant's definitely one of my favourite generals at the moment. Hey Dharma. Or Dharma? I'm sure it's Dharma, but I've probably, once again, butchering the name. Glad to be back watching another stream. Hope you guys enjoy. We are going to take a little break for about 5-10 minutes so I can get a drink and do some bits and pieces. What am I going to react to next though? I'm going to get it up and ready. I think what I'm going to do is the Ottoman, Germany provoked the Ottoman into World War One by Kings in General. And then I'm going to jump probably onto the Aurelian series after that break. think this is one. Yeah, so this is what we're going to watch next after our break. And then after this one, we will be jumping on to the Aurelian part 2. But yeah, quick break for about 5-10 minutes. So grab yourselves a drink, go for a pee, and then we'll be back very shortly, guys. If you have any other suggestions, drop them into the comments box down below whilst I'm on this little break, and then I'll get back to seeing what they are afterwards. After these two, we'll probably do the ancient Greek kingdoms, maybe. We'll have a little look and we'll go from there. Alright, see you guys in a sec. Thank you. It's so that when I'm moving around and I switch the screens, you don't hear me moving around. Terrible. So yeah, I definitely think we need to go and check out the legendary unit Rudy series for sure. Like, I think that's a good suggestion. Some of the other suggestions you got, we'll definitely check after what we've got here, which is how the German Empire provoked the Ottomans into World War One, and then unsynchronized. Oh no, Rudy. Oh, misread that completely, me being a bot. So yeah, we're going to start with how the German Empire provoked the Ottomans into World War One, and then we're going to go on to the Aurelian series after this, and then yeah, we'll have a little look at whatever the suggestions that you've dropped in there, and then we'll have a look into that. Read month? You want me to read? You want me to read? Are you being serious? Me mumbling and mispronouncing everything? Or have I just got that comment wrong, Rudy? Well, this delay really makes me book out. I think we're just going to jump into this, and then if I see your comments, I'll jump when I can. Let's go. Let's see. Oh, the desktop's muted. There we go.
The once mighty and all-conquering Ottoman Empire
I'll get it right
had
one
become
day,
a
guys.
shadow of
I swear.
itself by the early 20th century. The empire, which had once instilled fear in the hearts of the European monarchs, had become corrupt in a state of constant turmoil, with a weak army, finances virtually controlled by the Ottoman Public Debt Administration, dominated by the European great powers, which also claimed patronage and protection of various minorities living in the empire. The latest major pre-World War I devastation of the Sublime Porte was its defeat in the First Balkan War in 1913, as a result of which the Ottoman Empire ceded almost all of its European territories, losing 250,000 soldiers.
That's a lot of soldiers.
The Arabic periphery of the empire was disintegrating, and was either on the verge of colonization by another power or independence. In response, the Committee of Union and Progress Triumvirate, generally referred to as the Young Turks, had taken full control of the Ottoman government via a coup d'etat in January 1913.
Okay, that's very interesting. I didn't know that.
Sultan Mehmed V's power was now purely ceremonial. Meanwhile, the German Empire was on the rise in Europe. Energetic Emperor Wilhelm II intended rapid expansion of Germany and wanted it to have a place under the sun, its own colonial empire. He believed that Germany had a right to have a say in all important global matters. In 1900, he embarked on a campaign to strengthen the German army and make its navy at least as strong as the British. He wanted to use the Ottomans to disrupt the British advancement in the east, and so in the 1880s, Germany sent a number of military missions to the Ottoman Empire to modernize its army. This
also they used the Ottoman Empire for knowledge to start off with. That's very, very interesting.
Also led to increased purchase of German arms rather than British, enabling companies such as Mauser, Krupp and Loewe to profit handsomely. Wilhelm II loved the spotlight, so he visited the Ottoman Empire twice. During his visit in 1889, he played an important role in securing arms contracts for German producers.
I see.
His second visit in 1898 was even more eventful. He met with the Ottoman Sultan Abdülhamid II in Istanbul and continued his travel by visiting Jerusalem and Damascus. He promised to support the restoration of Saladin's tomb and assured the crowd in Damascus that he was a friend of the Caliph, the Ottoman Sultan, and 300 million Muslims of the world. Apparently, Wilhelm II was profoundly impressed during the trip and confided with his cousin, Russian Tsar Nicholas II, that had he been irreligious, he would have certainly become Muslim after his trip.
That's a very interesting statement. That's a very interesting statement to take on board. Also, I'm getting very immersed in this, so I might forget some of the comments until the end, but I'm going to try and pick some of them up. But yeah, yeah.
Proclaiming himself a friend of 300 million Muslims was a political statement, which was quite unusual for Christian Europe, and paved the way for mockery of Wilhelm.
Can you hear the doggo? Yeah, sorry guys. Right, let's jump straight into it.
Foes, who stated that he had become Haji Wilhelm or Haji Muhammad Guillermo, while also causing all kinds of rumors in the Muslim East.
My doggo is a terror with how loud he is. As soon as my dad comes in, that's it, he's going.
The bazaars in the Muslim capitals whispered about Wilhelm II's conversion to Islam, liberally interpreted some passages in the Quran stating that the Kaiser was chosen by Allah.
I'm going to rewind it slightly because I want to make sure I'm getting this. I'm enjoying this video.
Guillermo, while also causing all kinds of rumors in the Muslim East. The bazaars in the Muslim capitals whispered about Wilhelm II's conversion to Islam, liberally interpreted some passages in the Quran stating that the Kaiser was chosen by Allah to save the Ummah from the infidels. Wilhelm II's
okay.
trip to the Ottoman Empire also allowed him to secure the building of the Berlin-Baghdad Railway. German companies were already in charge of the construction of a commercial port in Haydarpasa and a railway from Izmit to Ankara, and were now allowed to continue their railway construction to Baghdad and from there to the Persian Gulf. Germany hoped that the Berlin-Istanbul...
They were really allowed to build a train line to go all the way across there. Like, that's so valuable. That's so valuable, being able to access so many different countries, so many different resources at so many different prices, then being able to transport it to your country through all of those places, and then also then being able to export anything that you have extra out to all of these places as well. That's actually so valuable. Did it get completed? That's my next question.
Part of the railway would prevent Russian expansion to the Mediterranean through the Balkans, and it would help to transport German goods to the east faster. There were rumors of oil fields in Mesopotamia, and the Berlin-Baghdad Railway would allow Germany to transport oil for its industry faster. Moreover, it had implications for British imperial interests in Egypt, Iran and India, as well as the French interests in the Levant. Thus, the project caused considerable unease in the European capitals. In order to alleviate this, the sponsor of this venture, the Deutsche Bank, offered British, French and Russian investors to join the project with minority status, but the offer was refused, as these countries had no interest in participating in a project dominated by the Germans.
Yeah, of course.
By 1904, the first part of the project was completed, leading to further deterioration of relations between Germany and other powers. The conclusion
Because they're now starting to get more power themselves, so they're becoming more of a threat.
of an alliance between Britain and France in 1904 and with Russia in 1907, hence the formation of the Triple Entente, was a reaction to German expansion, an important part of which was the Berlin-Baghdad railway project. Throughout the period, economic relations between the countries prospered, and as a senior partner in this relationship, Germany benefited more from this. Between 1890 and 1910, Germany's share in Turkey's trade volume tripled to 21%, while the Ottoman exports to Germany rose from a value of 766,000 to £3,203,000 sterling.
Ooh.
German exports to the Ottoman Empire increased from 1,970,000 in 1890 to £5,778,000 in 1910.
These jumps are massive.
The holdings of Germany in Ottoman debt increased from 7.5 to 15% between 1881 and 1898. France and Britain accounted for 25.9 and 16.9% of the foreign investment in Turkish enterprises respectively, while Germany's share alone reached 45.4%. In summary, Germany had succeeded in gaining a significant degree of influence over the Ottoman Empire in a relatively short time.
They got a massive
Despite
influence.
its rapidly
Like that's not a small influence. That's a massive influence. That's more than the two other great powers at that point in time. Like, that's such an achievement. Wow. Yeah, I bet they did. I bet all these old great powers did to lock down on Germany.
expanding relations with Germany. Many in the Young Turks movement were pro-British and pro-French. German support for the Austrian annexation of Bosnia and reports about the conflict between local and German military leadership turned public opinion, and some Turkish newspapers called on the government to remove the German military. The Grand Vizier Kamil Pasha wanted to check the increased
So this is where it starts going south, is
German
it?
influence over Ottoman military affairs, and invited British naval officers to oversee the reorganization of the navy. He managed to limit the German military presence to 15 to 20 men, all below the rank of colonel. France was invited to oversee the establishment of the gendarmerie in the Ottoman Empire. So, during the July crisis
They were now trying to balance that power out that Germany had.
of 1914, just prior to the beginning of the First World War, the Ottoman Empire's situation was uncertain, and a military alliance with Germany was by no means a decided affair. The principal Ottoman concern was to retain its existing territory, particularly checking the threat coming from Russia to the Straits and Istanbul, as well as eastern Anatolia. The triumvirate also sought to decrease foreign involvement in the internal affairs of the empire. On the
Understandable. If you're like trying to secede the power for yourself, you're going to make sure there's no outside influence, outside influence.
22nd of July, Enver Pasha proposed an alliance with Germany to the German ambassador in Istanbul, but it was refused, as the German government and its military command did not believe that the Ottoman Empire had anything to offer as an ally.
Whoa.
Jamal Pasha's similar offer to France was rejected as well. The same happened to Talat Pasha's offer to Britain. Wilhelm
So no wonder why now you would be paid off. You would also want to show that you are worth being like sat at that table, which all three of these countries do not believe that you were worthy sitting at that table. So that's a big disrespect.
II was informed about the Ottoman attempts and reacted quite angrily. It is absolutely nothing compared with earlier. Turkey no longer intends to stick with us. They are trailing in the Russo-French wake where money is thrown about and is feeding us solely with words. We cannot keep Turkey on our side because we have no money. They amuse us with fine-sounding words, but are joining Russia and the Triple Entente for anti-Greek aims. We are in fact sharpening Turkish weapons for them.
Okay, that's very interesting. So this is where the Germany public and politicians start seeing the Turkish people as a threat as well.
Wilhelm II was a fervent supporter of a military alliance with the Ottomans, as he believed that as a caliph, the Sultan would be able to persuade the Muslims of the world to rise up against Britain, France and Russia. The expectation from the Ottomans was to divert the attention of the British and Russian forces from the main theatre of war in Europe to the Middle East and the Caucasus. The Ottomans were to mobilize the Muslim subjects of the Entente countries after liberating them from occupation.
It kind of makes sense what they're trying to achieve and what they're aiming for here, for sure. And it also seemed, I agree, like that the Ottomans become reliant on foreign advisors and also money and economy at the beginning, but it seems like they want to break away from that now. That's what it's sort of coming across from my sort of viewpoint. Well, yeah, it might have been around today if it wasn't abolished in 1923, I guess. But then, like a lot of things,
like
the same, you could say the same about a lot of things. Big what if, isn't it?
In German political circles too. The decision of the British government on requisitioning 2 ready warships built in the British shipyards for the Ottoman Navy gave another opportunity for the German and Ottoman governments to discuss their alliance. This incident alienated pro-Entente forces in the Ottoman government. Germany offered SMS Goeben and SMS Breslau as replacements for the Ottomans in order to demonstrate its goodwill and gain influence. Talks between the states culminated on August 2nd, when they signed a secret treaty making them allies for the war. A few days later, the Ottoman government opened the Dardanelles Strait to allow SMS Goeben and SMS Breslau with a German commander and crew to the Black Sea. Even after signing the treaty, the Ottomans tried to stay out of the war for as long as possible, preferring to wait for the initial result of military actions. They continued their attempts to negotiate with the other great powers, but to no avail. The Germans pushed as hard as they could for the Ottomans to immediately join military actions. Finally, on the 29th of October 1914, Breslau and Goeben, under Ottoman flags, but commanded by the German Admiral Wilhelm Souchon, made a surprise attack on the Russian naval bases in Crimea.
They finally actually joined the side of the Germans.
Russia declared war on the Ottoman Empire, and soon her allies did the same, ultimately dragging the Ottomans into the war. On November 14th, the Sultan made this proclamation: "O Muslims, ye who are smitten with happiness, and are on the verge of sacrificing your life and your goods for the cause of right, and of braving perils, gather now around the imperial throne, obey the commands of the Almighty, who in the Quran promises us bliss in this and the next world. Embrace ye the foot of the Caliph's throne, and know ye that the state is at war with Russia, England, France and their allies, and that these are the enemies of Islam."
Wow, I bet that got a lot of people behind him as well.
The chief of the believers, the Caliph, invites you all as Muslims to join in this holy war. Jihad was justified with the argument, and the Muslim community was attacked by Britain, France and Russia, and called their subjects to rise up against the infidels, and stated the names of infidel countries to be targeted.
It's a shame that that is usually what happens, is when like people are called upon from a certain culture or religion, hate crimes are then like sort of committed onto them because of the fear aspect that people have and the mob mentality people have.
The fatwa also prohibited fighting against the Ottoman Empire. The previous century saw a number of proclamations of jihad during the wars participated in by the Ottomans, but there were also cases where there was no proclamation of jihad during wars in order to avoid alienating European powers. Some historians argue that the proclamation was pushed by the Germans, who believed that the proclamation of jihad could lead to a Muslim uprising against Britain, France and Russia. But given the scale of the war, the Ottomans could have themselves decided to proclaim jihad with an aim to gain whatever advantage it could give.
again, I really enjoy these videos because it does make you think which one of those was true. What both have fair basis, and I think both could be true. And I definitely have to think on that one. But I'm definitely interested to see what you guys think about this as well.
The Kaiser's personal friend, a successor of a large German banking dynasty, an explorer with an avid interest.
Sorry guys, people don't realize I'm live.
In the Muslim East, Max von Oppenheim played an important role in spreading the idea of jihad. He became head of Germany's intelligence bureau for the East and used his extensive network to bribe and persuade Muslim religious leaders in various countries to issue fatwas of jihad against all infidels, except Austrians, Hungarians and Germans, which was a dubious application of the Islamic law.
It is always a shame when you have people twisting all religions to make it better for their own gain. It's a horrible thing people do. So it's a shame that was done.
The German-Ottoman alliance and the proclamation of jihad by the Ottomans caused various reactions in Europe and the Muslim East. The religious authorities in the Entente countries publicly condemned the proclamation. Amidst an overwhelmingly pro-war attitude in Germany, the proclamation was met with enthusiasm in the German media.
Okay.
The Leipziger Neuesten Nachrichten newspaper expressed its confidence that jihad would be a threat to England and would be successful.
Interesting.
A call from the Caliph will be heard as far as Arabia, in Algiers, in Morocco, and the band of shared faith will unite them all. Interestingly, it caused an academic debate among the researchers of Islam in Europe. Prominent Dutch scholar Christian Snoek Herronje attacked his German colleagues for supporting the Ottoman proclamation of jihad in his article called The Holy War Made in Germany. Snoek had lived in Muslim countries for a significant portion of his life and acted as a colonial advisor in Indonesia for the Dutch. He had a certain affection for the Muslims, and throughout his academic life and civil service, did a lot to improve the lives of Muslims living in Dutch colonies. In the article, he accused his German colleagues of instigating this whole process. Snoek believed in integration.
So this is where we get one of those theories, one of these points of views from.
Muslims into European societies, and that proclamation of jihad was detrimental to that. He argued that jihad was a medieval concept which had no place in modern political discourse. In general, Snoek was staunchly against using religion for political and military purposes.
So I think it's good that he was against it, and it sort of jumps onto a comment I just saw that Light made, which is, well, let's not pretend that religion has ever been independent from politics, which is very true. Very true. Throughout European history, you can see religion definitely being part of it. Throughout all of religion, you can definitely see it. The fact that religion is sort of side by side with politics. But I definitely think that it would be better if we did separate the two. You know, people can have different religion beliefs that shouldn't sort of necessarily be involved in political beliefs. You know, and in the political talk space, everyone should be able to have their religious beliefs, and everyone should be able to follow their religion. And the fact that it comes into conversation that it shouldn't, and so on and so forth, is an issue, you know. But yeah.
He criticized German scholars Hugo Grote and Karl Heinrich Becker, who stated in their articles their belief that Germany would help Turkey to rebuild and modernize, while Turkey should support Germany by proclaiming jihad against his enemies, and called the support for jihad a great sin. Snoek's article was translated into English and gained significant prominence in the Entente countries, particularly inside academic circles, as the anti-German bloc was engaged in its own propaganda to mitigate the risks of jihad proclamation. In London, The Times published a series of declarations of Muslims in India, including the leader of Nizari Ismailis in India, Aga Khan III, expressing their support for Britain. In
Okay.
Russia, the Mufti of the Caucasus issued his own fatwa condemning the Ottoman Jihad.
Hmm.
In France, the Revue du Monde
So the call has backfired on them.
Musulman journal published numerous articles and letters from Muslim leaders in North and West Africa, who assured their support to France. One of such was from the Sultan of Morocco, who called Muslims to defend France. So the Entente countries were wary of the potential of the Jihad proclamation and took their own steps against it.
Well, there you go then. There you go. It looks like it really did backfire on them.
The Ottoman press was overwhelmingly supportive of an alliance with Germany and Austria. Even prior to the war, Germany already had influence in the Ottoman press, as the newspaper Iktam was controlled by the German embassy. Some publishing houses in Istanbul were owned by German companies. German and Austrian influence increased even more, as the printing paper was distributed and rationed by their embassies. This forced many Ottoman newspapers to engage in pro-German and pro-Austrian propaganda.
Ah, I
Soviet
see.
Ifenon, printed in a publishing house co-owned by the Deutsche Orient Bank, praised Germany for transferring 2 warships to
They're just making their propaganda machine work everywhere.
the Ottoman Empire in its article called The Muslim World and the Germans, where they also mentioned that, unlike the Entente, Germany had always been respectful of Muslims. Similarly, newspaper Tanin also praised Germany for giving 2 warships to the Ottoman Empire. Apart from applauding Germany for its support to Turkey, early during the war, the Turkish press also tried to conceal information on the German defeat at the Marne and spread propaganda about German victories.
Mate, they
After the
really
proclamation of
infiltrated
the
it.
alliance with Germany and the Holy War, the Ottoman military journals and newspapers published the text of the Proclamation of Jihad and justified its alliance with Christian nations Germany and Austria by claiming that they had always been friendly to the Ottomans and Muslims, somehow forgetting
Again, it's just bending those rules once again.
how Muslim Bosnia was annexed by Austria a few years ago. The Ottoman press also reported on good treatment of Muslim POWs in Germany, which was the policy enacted under the advice of Max von Oppenheim. The editor-in-chief of Tanin, Ahmet Emin Yelman, was sent to Germany as a war reporter to inform the Ottoman press about the German victories. The Ottoman war commander, Kazim Karabekir, who served as a chief of intelligence of the general staff of the military during the war,
Yeah.
and later became one of the main lieutenants of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, stated that the Ottoman propaganda continuously repeated that Germany's victory was inevitable, that Muslims needed to use this opportunity to become free, that the Muslim Ummah was going to revolt under the orders of its caliph, and that Britain and Russia were the enemies. Under the conditions of wartime journalism, the Ottoman press regularly published articles reiterating the above points. But considerable efforts by Germany and the Ottoman Empire to incite uprisings in the Muslim colonies of the Entente countries failed, as in practice, the Ottoman Sultan did not really have much influence over Muslims of the world.
Oh, I see.
It's-
Yeah, it didn't like when it didn't. It seemed like when the other countries didn't sort of follow through with his call, it seemed like he didn't have that much power at all.
Did not prevent Muslim leaders from siding with the Entente or remaining neutral in the struggle. Abdelaziz ibn al-Saud signed a treaty of alliance with Britain in late 1915. Sayyid Muhammad Ali al-Idrisi, a leader of the Sufi state in the Arabian Peninsula, sided with the Italians and British during the war. Sharif of Mecca, Hussein bin Ali,
Yeah,
also
see?
sided with Britain, as the British government agreed to recognize
The Ottoman Empire just didn't look at the geopolitical landscape at this point in time, did they? They thought, oh yeah, this will change everyone's mind. It won't change the fact that these countries have financial and also close ties to the other countries to keep themselves in power or to keep their stuff going. Do you know what I mean?
Arab independence after the war in exchange for revolting against Ottoman rule. Hussein claimed that a real holy war was out of the question, as the Ottoman Empire sided with another Christian power. The German gamble to use the Ottoman Empire as a tool to incite Muslim uprising in the Entente countries failed.
It did fail
thanks to
massively.
Supremacy 1914 for sponsoring this video.
Yeah,
This is a free
absolutely
online
failed.
PvP
I
strategy.
think that is the end of that episode. Once again, a great suggestion. Thank you very much. If you haven't already, head over to Kings and Generals page. Yeah, I really enjoyed that reaction. That was actually really interesting. I do like to find out the political side of things, of the situations a lot as well, just as much as the military. So stuff like this I do find really interesting. I think sometimes it can create a bit more of a conversation, just like with the last couple episodes of the Caesar series. They weren't necessarily about the fights, but about the situation. I think it can sort of provoke more conversation. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. We'll jump onto the next reaction in a moment. How's comments going? The politicals, so religion and politics since ancient times, I'd agree with that. Not so much nowadays. Just bear with me 2 seconds. So what's Rudy saying? Bear with me. Sorry about this, guys. I will get used and get better to being live record as we go along. Yeah, I agree. Like it did seem like towards the end, the Ottomans got very desperate, and they were just looking for anything that would hold the empire together. Even at the start, it was saying that it was sort of had an entente of people. So obviously that made so those three people were just trying to hold it together. Seemed like the political landscape at the beginning was just in dire need of fixing, and they were just hoping they could do whatever they could. Alright, should we jump on to the next one? Should we jump into the Aurelian series? Do a couple episodes of this. Do part 1 and part 2 and part 3, yeah? Alright, so I'm going to start a new recording. We're going to jump straight into these reactions, and then afterwards I'll probably have a look at what else you guys suggested a bit earlier, and then we'll go from there. So, we have got the Battle of May 272 AD, how Aurelian restored the Roman Empire, part 2. Let's go.
Hey guys, if you missed part 1 of this mini-series, you can find it here. Following the victory over the Goths,
hey Bruno, you good?
The flagging morale of the Roman forces had been restored, and with a restructured Danubian frontier, Aurelian could now muster strong field armies for the campaigns ahead, without compromising the empire's security. The emperor wintered in Byzantium.
Well, I hope you're enjoying it, Rudy. Thanks for staying up so late.
Making preparations for the upcoming war with Zenobia, and ensuring that the borders would be protected in his absence. Considerable manpower was allocated to defend the Balkans against the tribes from across the Danube. Troops were stationed in Italy to prevent a possible return of the Alemanni and the Iotungi. And in Narbonese Gaul, a substantial presence of imperial troops was required to guard against the Gallic Empire.
Yeah, so that's a big frontier. The other Visigoths and the other tribes that are invading, they're sort of small incursions that you can sort of deal with. But the actual Gallic Empire seems like a big threat that could possibly cause a lot of issues.
By spring 272, Aurelian
Thanks,
had
Rashi. I hope you're
mustered his
enjoying
own
it.
army in Thrace and had completed all preparations. Zenobia, seeing that war with Aurelian was now inevitable, had her son Vaballathus declared Augustus, and had herself proclaimed Augusta, the traditional title of a Roman empress.
Oh my god, she is just so ambitious. She wants it all. She wants it all. She's just killing herself and her son. She's just committing suicide. That's all she's doing. You do not want these titles. You are just being so silly. So silly. Yeah, we've just started the streams yesterday, doing one today as well. I'm going to try and sort of do them a bit more regularly. Hope you guys enjoy.
But because of the Palmyrene failure to secure Bithynia, Aurelian was easily able to secure a bridgehead and march into Asia.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
To make a naval landing in Egypt under the talented Marcus Aurelius Probus, the future emperor. The logistical planning and execution of this invasion marked Aurelian as one of the greatest military thinkers of the 3rd century AD. His plan was a pincer movement on a massive scale, a true masterclass in strategic warfare. This video is brought to you by the Ridge Wallet.
Okay, let's see how he
industrial.
actually
It doesn't
performs
fold or
this.
awkwardly.
That's not the word I was looking for. Executes this.
Aurelian's war against Zenobia had 2 objectives. The first was to recapture those parts of the empire over which Zenobia had recently established her dominion. The most important of these were the wealthy provinces of Asia Minor, with their significant tax contribution to the coffers of the imperial government, and Egypt, with its vital supply of grain. The Mediterranean...
It's Egypt. That grain is so important and so necessary for the vast Roman Empire.
Area of Syria, particularly the city of Antioch, was of secondary but still considerable importance. The emperor's second objective was to eliminate Zenobia and to reduce the power of Palmyra, so as to avoid a repeat of this dangerous situation. However, Aurelian knew that Syria would be heavily defended and that a prolonged war there was possible. This would prevent him from reaching Egypt by land, which he urgently needed to recover to secure a steady flow of grain, as well as revenues from the Red Sea trade.
It's that grain, man. It's just so needed.
This was the main reason for his ambitious naval invasion,
like
to open
the breadbasket of the
front.
empire.
The Roman fleet reached the Nile Delta sometime in the spring of 272. Very little is known about the campaign itself. Upon making landfall, Probus initially fought with success, but was then nearly captured.
Oh no, really?
Further reinforcements...
And he was a later emperor, so like an emperor was nearly captured once again. But yeah, it's quite interesting. Imagine if he got captured. Who else could have been that emperor?
Helped him gain a foothold against the Palmyrene garrison, and by early June, Alexandria was safely back in Aurelian's control.
Nice.
Probus then began operations to retake the rest of Egypt.
Yes.
Meanwhile, after crossing into
again, he's a future emperor, so I'm assuming that he's going to be able to have a lot of autonomy and be able to move on his own, which I keep saying that's so goddamn valuable. Having someone you can trust to be able to just implement the orders that you have gave them to the best degree that they can, and it work. It's just so valuable, so valuable.
Asia Minor, the advancing Roman column was
the riches in Egypt
by the
also crazy.
inhabitants of Bithynia, who had successfully resisted Zenobia's domination. In Galatia, any Palmyrene troops stationed there were certainly not numerous enough to stop Aurelian's army, and they quickly withdrew to the southeast, bringing valuable intelligence about Aurelian's advance.
That's very smart, and that's the right thing to do.
Palmyrene hegemony evaporating before him,
is keeping men keeping bodies, giving intelligence, just the smartest thing you could do in that situation.
The emperor was welcomed without a struggle by the citizens of Ankara, the provincial capital.
I'd definitely be interested to find out more about Pope Probius, if he was a competent general in the 3rd century then, like.
After making sure that his supply lines were secure, from here he proceeded southeast towards the Cilician Gates, a chasmic pass through the Taurus Mountains that connected the Anatolian Plateau with the Cilician Plains and Syria beyond. However, before he could reach the pass, his route took him to the town of Tyana in Cappadocia, which was strategically located along the route to Syria. The town refused to open its gates, but Aurelian could not afford to leave a hostile garrison along his lines of supply.
So how's he going to get rid of them? Let's see.
Angered, he ordered the city besieged, pledging that he would not leave even a dog alive once the city had fallen.
Brutal savagery.
Desirous of plunder, his soldiers pursued the siege with all the more determination. The machine-like manner with which the Romans slowly choked the city over the course of several weeks spread fear among some sections of the population.
I'm surprised it's only some. Like, I'm hoping that I do that and you're terrified. You're weeping at their knees. That's what I want to accomplish there. Like not small groups being fearsome. I want you all to fear me.
The pressure mounting, Tyana capitulated when one of the frightened residents betrayed the city to the emperor by showing to him a weakness in the wall. The capital of Cappadocia was now in the emperor's hands.
Nice.
But Aurelian thought better of his previous intention to massacre Tyana. With an insight rare among 3rd century emperors, he realized that sparing the city would set a precedent far more potent in the coming conflict.
That he has forgiveness. Has he taken a leaf out of Caesar's book? Because I think that might work. That would be very interesting.
He ordered his army not to harm Tyana, thus presenting himself to the populace as a liberator rather than a conqueror. But his troops were none too pleased. They expected to be allowed to plunder the city and angrily demanded that Aurelian stand by his promise. This was indeed a dangerous move. Amidst the heightened political military tensions of the 3rd century, many an emperor and usurper were lynched by their own soldiers for refusing plunder. That Aurelian managed to survive this encounter reflects his ability to foster strong relations with his soldiers at a time when armies were prone to rebellion against their commanders.
Nice, he was able to turn it around. What did he say?
Not allowing himself to be intimidated by his men, the emperor admitted that he had indeed ordered that no dog in Tyana be allowed to live. Accordingly, he ordered his soldiers to kill all dogs in the city.
I mean, if you had a dog, you would be upset, and I would cry. But dog or family, I couldn't choose. But if there's a knife to your neck, and your possessions, if it's my possessions, you can take all my possessions. I'll keep my dog. If it's my life, you can take my life. But if it's someone else's life, that's a different story. But possessions, so on and so forth. But it was a nice play by Aurelian.
The anger of the soldiers was dispelled by their laughter at this response. Aurelian went on to explain his decision to the troops.
Ah, nice. So he was able to make them laugh, and then I think he's able to then, because the tensions are now slower, not even kill the dogs.
We waged war to free these cities. If we pillage them, they will never trust us. This display of sound political judgment showed that he understood that Zenobia was a formidable foe, and that he had better chances of defeating her through clemency rather than terror. With the capture of Tyana, the way to Syria now lay open. Aurelian's army marched into Cilicia without resistance, likely passing through Tarsus, the provincial capital, before heading east through Issus, where Alexander the Great had won his famous victory over the Persians.
Okay.
From here, the Roman emperor reached the port of Alexandretta. Although he had gained control over Asia Minor with relative ease, before him now lay Syria, the heartland of Palmyrene power.
And this is where he said that there's going to be ferocious fighting and a long, drawn-out warfare, right? So how long does it last?
Meanwhile, in Egypt, Probus managed to topple the resistance and regain control of the province.
Nice, Probus doing
He then
bits.
proceeded to march
That's what we like to
towards
see.
the Levant. He pressed the Palmyrenes from the...
It is just always so much more impressive when there's two great generals on the battlefield for the side you're rooting for. Or just in general, when there's just multiple generals on the battlefield, all independently doing well, it just makes so much more, such a much more interesting dynamic in the historical events when you have so many capable people all doing their own thing, because you're not sure what's going to happen next.
The south, and perhaps secured the loyalty of the Cyrenian 3rd Legion in Arabia, which had been previously subdued and its general killed by Zenobia. To address this, Zabdas detached a considerable force in anticipation of Probus's advance on Palmyra. Having lost Alexandria, the Queen now had one remaining mint under her control in Antioch. Knowing that this would be Aurelian's first objective in Syria, it was here that she and her generals stationed Palmyra's forces in preparation for the Roman advance.
I'm surprised they didn't try and take the money from the mint and like set up a new mint somewhere. I don't know. They probably didn't have time. I'm probably underestimating how long that would take. But I definitely would have looked into that possible situation.
Aurelian's army consisted of legionary detachments drawn from Rhaetia, Noricum, Pannonia, and Moesia, as well as Praetorians and Moorish and Dalmatian cavalry, who served as elite mounted units.
Okay.
Zabda's army consisted of Palmyrenes and other Syrians, but also various other Roman units that had declared their loyalty to Queen Zenobia's family.
Okay.
Palmyra's greatest advantage over Aurelian's army was
he's got a larger force at the moment because obviously Probius has got a force in Egypt. So I forgot that for a second, but yeah.
Okay. Or
and then of course they've also got a general up in the Germanic Empire. So of course they've got troops everywhere else. So this is just a small contingent.
These mounted units were better armored and more numerous than Aurelian's Dalmatians and Moors. The Roman emperor began crossing over the mountains. He had received unwelcome reports that the Palmyrenes lay between him and Antioch. Zabdas drew up his army in the Orontes plain on the western side of the Lake of Antioch to the north of the city.
Okay.
Here, he could intercept Aurelian's advance along the road from Alexandretta, at a narrow point where the flat terrain was especially well suited to the battle tactics of the Palmyrene heavy mailed cavalry. However, Aurelian refused to fight Zabdas on the battlefield of his own choosing. Knowing that a direct assault would be to surrender operational and tactical advantage to the enemy, he instead decided to march to the east of the lake, seeking to outflank the Palmyrene position.
Okay, that's interesting.
This maneuver had 3 advantages. First, the Palmyrenes anticipated a frontal assault from the north, and
yeah, of course. I was thinking maybe not the north. I was definitely thinking of trying to do something different. But it's interesting that he's going on to the other side of the lake.
Might become confused by an attack from their rear. Second, he would block the enemy's line of retreat to the east, and if he could reach the city, he could also...
Yeah, like just said, that the Roman Empire shrunk in size in time, so this was actually considered a large force, which is interesting. But of course, like he also just said that all army size shrunk in this sort of medieval times because of the Great Plague that obviously was mentioned in the last episode. And yeah, it was just a terrible century for history.
So close off the road leading south. Lastly, the terrain south of the lake was less suited to Zabda's formidable cataphracts. However, the Palmyrene general got wind of Aurelian's maneuver.
Okay.
Having already stationed a small contingent to guard the road to Beroia, he sent his elite heavy cavalry to bolster their ranks. He could ill afford to lose his line of retreat, so it was imperative that they intercept Aurelian's army on the plain to the east of the lake before they could reach the hilly terrain further south, where his cavalry would be at a disadvantage. The Emperor's scouts soon brought back reports of Palmyrene movements. Realizing he had lost the element of surprise, Aurelian led most of his cavalry ahead of the main body of the army. He was well aware of the fearsome reputation of the Clibanarii, and did not want to risk his infantry against Zabdas's heavy cavalry.
Very smart by Aurelian here.
It was a hot June morning. The Roman Emperor marched at pace well ahead of the rest.
Yeah, I'm going to touch on that real quick because we've got a big, large cavalry force here. Like I just said, Roman armies get significantly more cavalry heavier in this sort of period of time. I did notice that, but I didn't sort of want to mention it. But yeah, he has a very large cavalry force, and obviously, you know, in the earlier sort of times, it was mainly infantry that it was built up and then had a large mercenary cavalry. I'm mumbling so much, I do apologise. They had mercenaries as their cavalry contingents the other times.
Of the army, with a cavalry contingent of around 5,000 strong, hoping to outflank Zabdas at Antioch. With him, he had the veteran Dalmatian and Moorish light cavalry, which had been under Aurelian's command for a number of years before he became emperor, serving as the elite cavalry arm of the Roman army.
Deadly loyal to him as well. I hope these boys are strong.
They were a tactically astute branch of the military, capable of executing battle plans across vast distances with precision.
Nice,
and
that's
had
what you need.
participated in numerous campaigns, often being the deciding factor in major engagements. However, Aurelian found that his way was blocked by the Palmyrene heavily armored cavalry, arrayed on the Antioch-Beroia road. Zabdas's cataphracts were of even better quality than Aurelian's Dalmatians and Moors. These troops had been forged in the fire of the Persian wars, and perhaps represented the very pinnacle of cavalry warfare in the 3rd century AD.
Okay, this is going to be tough.
It is likely that Zabdas fielded up to 5,000 of these troops at Ime, but their exact strength and composition remains unclear.
Okay.
The Palmyrenes traditionally used light cavalry and dromedary archers, so it is possible that these heavy cavalry units were not local and were in fact cataphracts of the Roman army in the east, which were controlled by Queen Zenobia. Rome employed such units as an answer to Persian cataphracts, and they would have been controlled by Zenobia's husband before he was assassinated.
Okay, so they're deadly loyal.
This further confirms that the conflict between Rome and Palmyra was in fact a civil war.
Once again, a civil war. Okay then.
Despite this, ancient sources descended from Aurelian's propaganda portrayed Palmyra as an external enemy, even though they were an integral part of the empire for centuries.
Yeah, that was interesting that they were considered. He considered them an outside external threat and not a civil war. That is very interesting.
Further evidence of this propaganda can be seen in their portrayal of Zenobia as an Eastern barbarian, a foreigner, despite her family having senatorial status. The fact that she was of Syrian descent was clearly used against her by the central imperial government. Aurelian presented Zenobia's son as an illegitimate ruler, but ironically it was Aurelian himself who lacked senatorial status before he took power.
Once again, just using that propaganda to make your position better. People always doing it. Just always doing it.
He was an Illyrian general who killed his way to the throne, overthrowing Quintilius, and, according to some sources, he played a role in the assassination of Emperor Gallienus.
Very
Aurelian
interesting.
did eventually get senatorial support, but he had earned it through brute force.
He definitely earned it through brute force.
Likewise, the troops from both armies used to be part of the Roman military before the war. At Ime, the two commanders fielded their best mounted contingents, both understanding the importance of the opening encounter. Around mid-morning, Aurelian gave the signal.
Okay, what's he gonna do?
On the other end, Zabdas rose to the challenge. Undoubtedly, the heavily armored cataphracts were encouraged, seeing the light Dalmatian and Moorish cavalry. Little did they know that Aurelian was one.
Yeah, I was about to say, history. Not all history is written by the victors, after all. But you corrected yourself. Well, to some extent, yeah.
The finest cavalry
Mostly, yeah, I agree.
of his
Mostly.
time.
History is mostly
Just
written
before
by
the
the
first
victors.
charge of the enemy, he instructed his men to wheel about and not risk close quarters combat with their heavier counterparts.
Nice.
The light-armed cavalry feigned retreat, inviting the enemy to give chase. This encouraged the Palmyrines to press forward in anticipation of an easy victory. Whenever a minor clash occurred, Aurelian's lighter units would flee. With each charge of Zabdas's cataphracts, the nimble Dalmatians and Moors used their speed to avoid the confrontation and retreat along the main road towards
the other
town
horses
of
and men are
Ime.
getting fatigued.
The Palmyrines pursued the Romans for several kilometers. Soon enough, the Syrian midday sun began taking its toll. True to the word, Clibonarius, meaning oven man, the Palmyrine Clibonari and their horses suffered in the heat, having maintained the chase in their heavy armor. Aurelian noticed the exhaustion of the enemy.
Turned around.
On cue,
Let's go,
he turned his
Aurelian.
cavalry and countercharged the pursuers.
That's it. Let's go.
Taken by surprise, the Clibonari could not put up an effective resistance, nor flee their nimble enemy.
They couldn't run it, but they couldn't flee.
The slaughter was terrible. The tired heavy horsemen were either slain in their saddles or thrown off their horses and mangled by the hooves of friend and foe.
Imagine getting trampled on. It's nearly as bad as what the Mongols used to do, wrap you up in a carpet and just like get horses to run across you. But like, imagine being in a battlefield, coming off of your horse and just being trampled apart or squashed.
Few managed to escape the carnage and find their way back to Antioch. Aurelian's tactics at Ime relied on the veteran Dalmatian and Moorish cavalry, their steely discipline, courage, and their ability to coordinate an effective and timely counterattack after retreating a great distance. Their deadly efficiency demonstrated the Emperor's tactical expertise, as well as his experience as a cavalry commander. In one fell swoop, he had dealt a crippling blow to Palmyra's most powerful military asset, their vaunted heavily armored cavalry. However,
That he
further to the
did.
south, the Palmyrines still possessed cavalry that far outnumbered those available to the Emperor, including a reserve of cataphracts. Aurelian knew that the battle had by no means secured the defeat of Zenobia's regime, and that the outcome of the war was yet to be decided.
Nah, it was just a start. It was just a start, because that was only like a small cavalry contingent as well, wasn't it? So we've still got a fair bit to go.
Goes to our awesome patrons who make videos like this one possible.
History Marsh makes amazing content. I really do enjoy this. Just having a little quick read of some of these footnotes. John the Antioch himself waited. Blah, blah, blah. Most of the troops of the two armies did not engage at May, with only cavalry committed. Aurelian's deceptive maneuver left only a few of the cavalry, opposition cavalry alive. However, Zenobia still possessed a reserve of cavalry force larger than Aurelian's. I was about to say, it did look like he still had the larger force still coming, and this was only a small clash. So I'm definitely looking forward to finding out what happens in the next episode. I think we should just jump straight into it. I think that's what you guys are going to probably want as well. But I'm just going to have a little sip of water, rehydrate, and read some of your comments. Thank you guys for honestly staying. I know it's only like a few of you, but the fact this is a second stream and you guys have been pretty consistently saying, I really do appreciate it. I thought I was just going to be streaming to like maybe like 2 people or just myself, something like that, just to sort of see how it's going to start. So I do appreciate you guys sort of popping in and staying. The level of expert coordination required to execute this maneuver is testament to Aurelian. Yeah, it was absolutely insane. I was so impressed with that maneuver and the famed retreats. Obviously, I was a bit more shocked at first because I thought he had the heavy cavalry, but then obviously after a minute or two, I noticed that he obviously had the lighter cavalry. But I was still very, very interested. Rudy, I'll have a look at the post-Civil War series after I finish the Kings and Generals one. But now I'm doing these live streams, which I'm sort of really, really enjoying. Like obviously all of these reactions are getting chopped up and edited and posted onto the main page as well. So hopefully I should start being able to get a bit more of a backlog and start getting these reactions out a bit quicker for you guys. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Could you react to this first? I didn't, Rashi, I didn't realize that the early Arab video by in the early Muslim expansion series, I thought it was the fights afterwards. So what I'll actually do is I'll jump on that in my private time and I'll cut that up into different videos. I'll probably do that over this weekend for you, and you'll sort of see it over next week. Yeah, we're going to jump into the second episode of this just because it will be the finishing this one. And then I'll look, I'll probably take another break because I've got to feed my doggo, but it's only another 5-minute break. And then we'll do a couple of these other suggestions after that break and after this episode. But yeah, we can definitely have a little look at some of these other suggestions. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying. Thank you very much for sort of jumping in. I'm just going to have a look at for part 3 here. Right. Battle of Emesa, 272 AD. How Aurelian restored Rome. Let's go. Dharma, thank you very much. We try our best. We try our best. Better with Jack here, but I do my best when I'm on my own.
In light of the Battle of Ime, Zenobia arrived in Antioch with her own retinue to bolster morale.
I don't know why you did it, because you've caused this situation. You're the reason you and your son are about to die.
Welcome news that her heavily armored Klibanari had been badly defeated by lighter units surely came as unexpected. Having lost some of their best cavalry and needing reinforcements, the Palmyrene position at Antioch had become untenable, and there was a real danger of encirclement if they chose to stay and fight. But a hasty retreat would have spread panic and could prompt the citizens to rise against the Palmyrenes in order to gain favor with the victor.
You have to get out. So what are they going to do here?
Fearing betrayal by the people of Antioch, Zabdas employed a clever ruse to buy some time. He fabricated a victory at Ime. To back up his claim, he found a man who resembled
Rudy, you spoiled it. Ah, I'm fuming already.
Aurelian in age.
No
build,
way.
dressed him in clothes that looked somewhat imperial, and then
Should've just
paraded
made me
him
keep
in
looking like a
chains
moron.
through the city streets, giving off the impression that the Palmyrenes had not only won the battle, but had captured the Roman emperor alive. Their ruse, however, would only last for so long, as Aurelian's army would appear in front of the city walls
As if
in
they
no
even,
more than a day.
as if they even tried to get away with it though. That's actually fucking jokes. We're gonna parade around him, and also we're gonna make fireworks. You're gonna give all of this false hope to these people and then take it away. Wait a minute. It's funny, but what do you expect to happen? What do you actually expect to happen? That's just going to cause more issues than it's worth. You're lying to us. You now got the population thinking that you're going to lie to them. What are you doing? That's absolutely stupid.
While the people enjoyed the procession and the subsequent celebrations, Zenobia and Zabdas made preparations to abandon the city. The following night they slipped out of Antioch under the cover of darkness and marshaled their army south to Emesa.
Just giving it up.
Despite
They had
this
to give it up.
setback, Queen Zenobia remained defiant. She still possessed cavalry reserves that far outnumbered those available to the enemy.
I mean, surely you've got word of the pincer the pincer coming in at this point. Like, surely that you're going to have to try and sue for peace to save you and your son's life,
Her
or just
army was
save
more
the
than
situation,
capable
keep
of
the
stopping
area.
Aurelian and turning the tide of the war.
Fool.
When the sun rose the next day, the citizens of Antioch were in for a rude awakening. Seeing that the Palmyrenes had retreated, many who had staunchly supported Zenobia feared reprisals from Aurelian. Some of the officials and aristocrats fled into the surrounding countryside.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the Roman emperor was encamped some 20 kilometers east of the city, still unaware that Zabdas had withdrawn his troops. Having dealt a
I guess though, his men are getting rest, which they probably need. So it's not the end of the world.
blow to the enemy's heavy cavalry, Aurelian could now safely deploy his infantry against Antioch and send the cavalry around the city to encircle the Palmyrene position. It was only sometime after daybreak that he learned of Zenobia's complete withdrawal, and he marched to the city at once. This video is brought to you by our friends over
Taking
at
that spot for
Curiosity
himself.
Stream, as their
Getting his men rested, food.
Once at Antioch, Aurelian was met with opened gates and a warm reception.
I mean, if the people who are supposed to be protecting you just disappear, of course you're gonna go, hey, yeah man, come here, yeah, we wanted you here the whole time. Please don't hurt us. Please don't hurt us.
The city clearly tried to do everything not to provoke the emperor. For his part, Aurelian showed that he was not interested in retribution. Upon learning that some of the city's elites had fled in fear of reprisals, he issued a general pardon to all citizens of Antioch.
Nice.
But
He's really at this point, he's really trying to take a page out of Caesar's book. in my
His
eyes.
political maneuvering didn't stop there. He published edicts far and wide, advertising to the people of Syria that he considered those who had collaborated with Zenobia to have done so under pressure, rather
Yeah, I can see. It was just a strategic vacation.
than of their own free will, thus absolving them of any penalties. This calculated
Again, I love History Marsh's animations here. I'm in a forgiving mood.
policy of clemency immediately had a desired effect. His troops were welcomed by the locals. Bartering for provisions brought business to local markets, craftsmen and shopkeepers. And, most importantly for the emperor's long-term planning, the wealthy elite that had fled Antioch returned to the city with gratitude.
Of course you would. So
Moreover,
that's smart.
a march
That's smart.
further into Syria would likely be met with much less hostility, and crucially, the large fortified cities were now less likely to offer resistance, which would otherwise force Aurelian into prolonged and costly sieges. By embracing the wealthy Syrian aristocracy that opposed him, the emperor not only freed up troops that he needed for the war against Zenobia, but also secured the local logistical support for his army in Syria.
Once again, just a
Aurelian
valuable
was detained
position
at
to
Antioch
have.
for a time due to administrative and military considerations. Years of Palmyrene rule, increasingly at odds with the central imperial government, brought about changes to the administration that needed to be addressed.
What are those changes?
First, at the fore of these issues was the imperial mint, which Aurelian temporarily closed. Second, the emperor dealt with the growing problem of the Christian schism by deposing Paul of Samosata, the divisive bishop of Antioch, who had received patronage from Zenobia.
So,
On the military
so was that the Christian political division that they mentioned a few seconds ago? Because I'm interested to know what was the division within the 3rd century Roman Empire at this point in time within Christianity, or was it just the fact that the proclaimed empress had appointed him, so he was just going to be more loyal to her? Is that why he removed him? Is that why there was a sort of Christian sort of political division? Let me know.
side of things, a pressing issue was the Palmyrene garrison at Daphne, just south of Antioch, which had been left behind as a rear guard by Zabdas as he withdrew south. This contingent was unlikely to pose a threat, but its position above the strategic narrow gorges could hinder Aurelian's advance and inflict serious losses on his army. This made the Palmyrene contingent both impossible to ignore and difficult to dislodge.
Right, I see.
Aurelian opted for a full frontal
just
assault
gonna
with
go
his
for it.
infantry, who had yet to see action on the battlefield in the war against Palmyra.
Oh, I hope this works.
The legionaries formed the famed Testudo formation and attacked up the steep slopes, battling their way up the hill under a heavy rain of missiles, including darts and stones. With their shields closed together over their heads, Aurelian's infantry made the ascent without suffering heavy losses. And once atop the hill, they made short work of breaking through the enemy defenses.
So simple.
The Palmyrenes to flight in such disorder that some were driven over the cliff's edge and were dashed to pieces on the precipices below.
Again, there's so many brutal ways to die, and that's another one. Just being pushed off of the cliff and just knowing that you're about to just be smashed to smithereens. And the worst bit with it is, like, if you don't take a serious, sustainable serious injury that's going to kill you instantly, and you just have like internal bleeding and broken limbs, and it's just you're going to have to lay there for 4 or 5 hours slowly dying while your body just fills up with blood, like that is the worst case scenario in that situation. Do you know what I mean? The best case scenario is you hit your head and you're done, but I don't think that happens that often. I bet you people just sort of get all crumpled up and just slowly die, depending on the drop. Do you know what I mean? Just imagine having to deal with that. Oh, so this isn't the Great Schism. That comes later. It was just one of the many conflicts in the early Christian history. Okay, very interesting.
Such a direct assault would have otherwise been considered reckless, but in contrast with his public show of clemency, Aurelian made sure to demonstrate to everyone his capability to deal swiftly with any dissent.
How's he doing that?
The secondary military reason that delayed the emperor was reinforcements. Aurelian welcomed contingents from the recently retaken Tyana, as well as the various other towns of Cappadocia, all on their way to join the emperor's army. He deliberately waited to provoke defections of other Roman units in the east who abandoned Zenobia's cause and joined Aurelian.
Once again, just because he's getting victories and he's making himself look like the victor, more people are going to start coming towards your beliefs and your side.
To the south, Marcus Aurelius Probus was similarly delayed while he welcomed defections of various military units from Phoenicia and Palestine. At last ready to move south, Aurelian was received with...
The pincer move is about to be put into effect.
With open arms by the towns and villages along his itinerary, most notably the cities of Apamea, Larissa, and Arethusa. However, he soon came upon the army of Zenobia and Zabdas. Zabdas drew up the Palmyrene army on the plains north of Emesa, some 50,000 strong. His host was reinforced with large numbers of Clibanarii to replace those who had been lost in the previous encounter. And this time, the battlefield was of his own.
So she's at 50,000. She's got 10,000 cavalry. These cavalry forces are quite large, like compared to some of the older Roman videos
for mailed heavy cavalry.
Compared to the other videos of Rome in the older time than this I've watched.
Aurelian's ranks, meanwhile.
Sometimes I think I should just let the mumble slip. Let me know in the comments if I should just let the mumbles go and just continue power through it or try and correct myself. What do you guys prefer?
Had swelled as well. He had crossed into Asia with some 36,000 troops, but reinforcements from the newly conquered eastern provinces brought his army up to around 45,000.
So he's outnumbered still.
Stationed their cavalry on the flanks and infantry in the center. The Palmyrene cavalry arm was superior, not only because of their armor, but also their superior numbers. In addition to their Clibanarii, the Palmyrenes probably also employed elite Oshonian armored horse archers and Palmyra's local light cavalry and dromedary archer units. Again, the Roman emperor took the initiative. His infantry, interspersed with veterans from the campaigns against the Iatungi, Vandals and Goths, were tasked with breaking their counterparts. Meanwhile, he planned to keep the Palmyrene cavalry occupied.
Just keep them busy.
He feared that the superior numbers of the enemy cavalry would allow Zabdas to hit his infantry on the flanks.
Understandable. Good thing to be worried about and good thing to keep in mind when you're dealing with this situation.
Marcellinus, one of his most trusted lieutenants, was to use his own cavalry to deter an envelopment through the use of non-committal tactics of harassment. If successful, the Clibanarii and Zenobia's other mounted units would not be able to commit to an envelopment of Aurelian's center, so long as the fast-moving Dalmatians and Moors were in a position to outmaneuver them and hit them on the flanks.
Yeah, don't risk it.
But Zabdas had learned from his previous defeat. He ordered his heavy cavalry to advance on the enemy at a slower pace to give the impression that they would again fall into the trap of a feigned retreat.
Ah, I see.
But they waited for the opportune moment when the enemy came in too close before charging at full gallop. The
Ah.
battle did not begin as Aurelian had hoped. He had ordered his mounted units to withdraw before the charge of the enemy and fight an evasive battle of harassment. But the Clibanarii pursued the emperor.
It's interesting to see how he's going to react to the change in circumstances here.
Emperor's cavalry with such ferocity that they were unable to maintain their distance. Locked in
Seems
close
like they did learn their
quarters
lesson,
fighting,
like
and
by
also
using better
facing
cavalry.
ranged attacks from Zabdas's horse archers and dromedary archers, the Dalmatians and Moors were hard pressed, and many fell. But despite their troubles, they kept their discipline and successfully occupied Zenobia's cavalry, buying time for the infantry in the center. After facing down a Palmyrene rain of arrow fire, Aurelian's infantry charged the enemy formation, their momentum driving
Oh
back
no, they're going to get outflanked.
Zabdas's center. However, the situation for the Dalmatians and Moors on the flanks was critical.
This is not looking
What
good.
was supposed to be an orderly tactical withdrawal was close to becoming a rout.
Holy
If
shit.
their lines faltered, the whole army would quickly become surrounded.
They're slower as well.
Aurelian decided to gamble.
What's he going to do? Roll those dice.
Seeing the trouble his cavalry were in, he detached infantry from the main line to wheel about and aid the embattled flanks. This action sapped the forward push of his units in the center, and Zabdas was immediately able to counter.
Okay.
Aurelian's veterans held firm, but the less experienced troops fared badly, their lines faltering against superior numbers of the Palmyrene infantry. But just as the battle seemed lost, Aurelian's gamble proved decisive.
The cavalry fled.
Clibanarii brought the full force of their charge upon Aurelian's cavalry. But in doing so, their own formation had fragmented into smaller groups as they made every effort to chase down the nimble riders. Aurelian's infantry exploited the gaps where the club-armed Palestinians were especially effective in the tight spaces.
Oh really? They were only armed with clubs. That's interesting. That is very interesting that they were only armed with clubs.
Their blunt weapons proved devastating
Obviously the
against
peasants,
heavily armored
because they couldn't
Palmyrene
afford anything,
cavalrymen.
right?
Marcellinus rallied the cavalry and the Clibanarii began taking many casualties. Their formations held fast and repelled repeated attacks. But, though
Once again, it goes on to that other comment I made earlier about in the Mongol videos where I think it was the Mongol videos, just in general, where you have veterans fighting on your side. The veterans here, just at the front, being able to hold this other line. So Aurelian's veterans just at the front here, just that small line, just holding firm while the rear line is attacking the cavalry, is just so goddamn impressive. Being able to just hold your ground like that, so impressive. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Those clubs were nasty against heavily mounted armored horses. They were the ideal weapon. What is it, just to cause damage on the lower appendages of the horse, or was it because it was more of a solid brute force of mass, so when it hit someone it had more chance of actually knocking them off the horse, whereas a sword, because it was a sort of thin small mass, there was less likely chances if you actually knock them off the horse? Is that what you mean? Is that why the clubs were better? And the maces are effective at reducing armor's integrity and effectiveness by a lot. Okay, yeah, of course, the more it's bashed, the less strength the armor actually has. So therefore, people have to get it repaired, have to go replace new ones, so it costs more to constantly get them replaced or fixed. That also makes sense, Rudy. That makes sense. Okay, alright.
overwhelmed and attacked from two sides, their numbers dwindled and the survivors fled the field. By this time in the center, Aurelian's infantry formation had stabilized, and was slowly chipping away at Zabdas's line. Seeing that the battle is lost, the remaining Palmyrene troops lost heart. That Aurelian and his infantry were able to respond to a critically dangerous situation with such flexibility in the heat of battle, and thereby win both the infantry and cavalry engagements, while his cavalry retained their discipline when hard pressed, reflects both the veterancy of his men, honed through years of military crisis, and their confidence in his strong leadership.
And that's what I said, those veteran men and holding that leadership is just so vital. So vital. And yeah, now you sort of mention it, guys, in the comments. A spike bump weapon is designed to be used against heavy armor. The blunt force is always more effective against armor. It's better to transfer the force from the hit into the body, which all makes sense. So yeah, now you sort of mention it, it does sort of make sense.
The few Palmyrene survivors staggered back to Emesa. After an impromptu council of war with her generals and advisors, Zenobia decided to retreat to the relative safety of Palmyra itself. With Aurelian closing in fast,
ship.
the queen and her retinue abandoned the royal treasury in their haste. The Emersines threw open their gates to the emperor, but he did not dwell there for long.
He's going after her booty.
To Apamea in the north, and then taking a southeasterly route to the city of Palmyra, Aurelian led his army in direct pursuit via the shorter but more dangerous easterly route from Emesa across the treacherous dry steppe.
Taste it.
His army was harassed by the raids of brigands, but they soon arrived at the trade metropolis. Palmyra did not possess a circuit wall at this time, and Zenobia's troops could do little more than to occupy strategic points in the hope of stopping the enemy. The queen hoped that the stores and granaries inside her city would enable her to outlast the enemy.
What do you mean?
However,
what do you mean? You're telling me that you have no wall defense and you think that your grain and you're going to be... Is it just because there's a river?
The city was
I need to find out more information.
Surrounded.
Right? I'm not being stupid, right?
Aurelian took great care to cut off the approach of a force of Persians, perhaps mercenaries, who had arrived to assist Palmyra.
No way.
He also received assistance and supplies from the Arabic Tanuk Confederation, who were enemies of Zenobia.
Yeah, they don't like her either.
Zenobia needed outside help. She slipped out of the city.
I'm really liking this little siege effect. It was in the last episode as well, but I really do enjoy it.
During the night on a dromedary and travelled east, intending to meet with the Persian king Bahram I to secure his support. But it was not to be. Aurelian was alerted to her escape and sent cavalry in pursuit. They caught up with her as she was attempting to cross the Euphrates by boat and brought her to the emperor. The people of Palmyra
get caught. Don't take on the title when you don't have the sufficient force.
Were initially divided, with some wishing to continue the fight. But Aurelian's reconciliatory policy fostered a series of defections, which eventually persuaded the city's inhabitants that they could trust in Aurelian's mercy.
Oh, okay, there you go.
He entered the city in triumph and distributed much of its wealth to his soldiers. The war had been won. Aurelian now faced the difficult task of restructuring the eastern frontier, which had fallen into disarray during the war with Palmyra. The Persians would have surely sought to capitalize on the crisis Rome was facing, but they faced their own internal problems following the death of Shapur I in 270 AD. Needless to say, the Persians were now anxious to avoid a full-scale war with the victorious Aurelian. Thus, the emperor was able to reach an understanding with Bahram I.
BFFs?
He entrusted the reintegration of the Syrian provinces into the empire and the restructuring of the eastern frontier to Marcellinus, one of his most reliable marshals. With the affairs of Palmyra and the eastern border arranged to his satisfaction, Aurelian returned to Emesa, where he put Zenobia and some of her key supporters on trial. It was here that some of Zenobia's most prominent supporters faced the harshest punishment, including Cassius Longinus, an intellectual from Emesa. Zenobia herself was spared, but not out of any regard for the dignity of her position. Aurelian was aware that the formidable queen came close to defeating the imperial war machine, and undoubtedly still enjoyed much support in the east.
So killing her and make her a martyr.
She was paraded through the cities of Syria on the back of a camel, and, according to one source, was chained up on a high structure in Antioch for 3 days. Such humiliation was not prompted by cruelty, but by calculated political considerations.
Yeah, makes sense.
The myth of a powerful...
Yeah, you need to dispel her becoming a martyr or causing people to gather around her.
Zenobia had to be dispelled, and any sympathies for her cause had to be diminished in the urban centers if Aurelian's position as emperor was to be secure.
Makes sense.
Having finally felt he had brought stability to the east, Aurelian assumed the title Restorer of the World and embarked on a journey west with his hostages and the vast wealth plundered from Palmyra. His
was a restorer of Rome.
Goal was to display Zenobia and Vaballathus in Rome during his triumphant return. While the preparations for this elaborate procession were being made, in 273 AD, Aurelian was detained in Thrace and Moesia, having to campaign against an invasion by the Carpi. But trouble was again brewing in the east.
My man literally had to deal with everything.
Their political fortunes and attempted to persuade Marcellinus to usurp as emperor.
Best title.
Playing for time with vague answers, Marcellinus remained loyal and informed the emperor of what was happening.
Strong that he stayed loyal.
Growing impatient, the conspirators then clothed a certain Antiochus in the imperial purple. Incensed, Aurelian hastened back east with minimal preparations.
Just marching
Through
straight
a series
there.
of forced marches, he arrived at Antioch, surprising the inhabitants who were attending a horse race. From there, he rushed to Palmyra, catching the conspirators off guard and taking the city without a fight. This time, however, there would be no mercy. No mercy. He spared Antiochus as a man of insignificant birth, who was clearly propped up by the wealthy elites. The emperor's soldiers were given permission to strip the city bare and take as much plunder as they could carry.
Once again, in medieval times, if you had been given one chance of redemption, do not fuck it up. Do not risk it unless you know you can win, because the second time you ain't gonna get lucky, you're not gonna get forgiveness, and your city will be plundered. It's completely understandable. We have to make a stand. We cannot let other people understand this is acceptable. You gotta go.
Palmyra would never again pose a threat to Rome. However, the emperor had no time to waste. He hastened south to deal with an insurgency in Alexandria. This rebellion was led by adherents to Zenobia, wishing to avoid punishment, led by a man named Firmus. In the fierce fighting that followed, much of the prosperous Bruchian district, which included the Ptolemaic royal palace, was destroyed. Aurelian crushed the rebellion and had Firmus strangled to death.
Strangled to death? I mean, I think... Nah, me and Jack really need to look at, like, ways people have died and sort of actually find out what the worst way is. Because I'm thinking about it, being strangled to death is another way I just wouldn't want to go out. Like, maybe a pillow over my face. I think I could deal with that. Being strangled, I don't know. It feels a lot more aggressive. It feels a lot more aggressive.
In 274, the victorious emperor
That's
turned
it, raise
his
the
attention
city.
to the Gallic Empire. This final campaign of reunification consisted of both diplomacy and ferocious fighting on the battlefield. The Gallic Emperor Victorinus had been assassinated in 271, and his successor Tetricus was both fearful of Aurelian and anxious about sedition within his own forces.
So what does he do?
Being aware of the emperor's reputation for clemency, Tetricus wrote a letter to Aurelian offering to surrender. However, it appears that Aurelian would only accept his surrender if he offered up his army as a sacrifice. And so, in the autumn of 274, Tetricus conspired with Aurelian to meet in battle on the Catalonian plains, an open expanse of land that would have favored Aurelian's cavalry, including perhaps the former surviving cataphracts of Zenobia. Tetricus led forth his army, only to then abandon them and ride over to Aurelian's side of the battlefield in a show of surrender. However, the Romano-Gallic army was an experienced force.
Wait. Where is Takeshi 69? Where is Takeshi 69? This man's a rat. This man's a rat. He's not even a rat. He's worse than a rat. He set him up. He set him up. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Could you imagine the leader of your army has just gone to the other side with a white flag? Like, oh my dear god. Oh my dear god, that's fucked me up. Yeah, literally, like, Aurelian scaring people to defect like a motherfucking boss. Like, you're so scared at me that you will fuck not only your family and friends up, but your whole entire army that has backed you, the people who have supported you, you put you in power, you will betray them for me. Wow. Wow. Oh my god, when your own emperor sets you up, it's absolutely jokes, Christopher. Absolutely
they had successfully
jokes. This
crushed
is outrageous.
Germans, usurpers and rebel cities, and had twice defeated the excellent military emperor Gallienus. They were still a cohesive and strong enough force to fight Aurelian without their emperor. Nevertheless, the Gallic army was slaughtered in a massive and hard-fought battle that reunited the empire, but also
because, like, yeah, I understand that they are veterans, but he still set them up in a position that they were going to be at a disadvantage. So of course they were going to lose because they got set up by their emperor. For fuck's sake.
Due to the Gallic losses, temporarily compromised the security of the Rhine frontier. Finally, at the end of 274, Aurelian returned to Rome to celebrate his grand triumph over barbarians and usurpers. Tetricus and his son Tetricus II were made to walk before Aurelian's triumphal chariot. But also marching before Aurelian was the once mighty Queen Zenobia, a jewel in Aurelian's crown.
Has all of them. She has absolutely all of them. I remember, like, watching the scene in the Game of Thrones season, I can't remember what season, where the Greyjoy, what's his name? What is his name? The uncle, I can't remember. It's not Theon. Who's the dickhead? You know the guy I'm talking about. When he parades the sand snakes and like all of that through the capital, like so many people I was sitting with were shocked and was like, "Oh, I can't believe they do that." And I'm like, of course they do it. They need to like show the population that they're better and that they should support them. I was so surprised that so many people didn't think that they sort of paraded their captures around, you know? Euron, that's it, Euron. No, is it Euron? Is it Euron? Euron Greyjoy? Might be Euron Greyjoy. I think it is.
She was shackled in gold chains and adorned with large gems so heavy that she could barely walk. Aurelian soldiers handed out free bread to the citizens, and the emperor was hailed a hero by his subjects. Aurelian pardoned Tetricus, rewarding him for turning over the Gallic Empire by making him the governor of Lucania in southern Italy. Likewise, Palmyra's moment in the sun had come to an end.
That's it, yeah.
But Zenobia now embarked on a new life. Aurelian gave her an estate in Tivoli, and she married a Roman senator. Thereafter, she lived in Italy with her children, now a member of Rome's senatorial elite.
Oh my god, she did. She survived. She survived. She survived. She got away with it. All my comments from this whole series are now bullshit. Oh my god, she survived. I don't think her son, the son that got declared, he didn't survive, did he? It's her other children that are with her, right? I can't believe that she survived. That's absolutely jokes. Absolutely jokes. But at the same time, is it really surviving? You had to like be treated like shit for God knows how many years, because you had to deal with all the other political things that went on before she actually got to Rome. She then had to deal with being a prisoner for Rome. I bet it took a while for them to actually trust her and implement her into these nice situations, you know? So like, even though she got it towards the end, I bet it was still a struggle point in time. So she did suffer a fair bit.
The ever-busy Aurelian was still not...
Also agreed that the TV version of Euron was absolutely terrible. The book version is 10 times better. 10 times better.
Not yet able to rest. In 275, he returned to Gaul to restore the weakened Rhine frontier, putting down Gallic unrest and defeating Germanic incursions into both Gaul and Raetia.
He really did
to the Balkans.
Just secure Rome from such a turmoil point in time, didn't he?
To deal
He's just
with a
crushing
new series
everything.
of Gothic raids into Thrace and Asia Minor. However, Aurelian never finished this campaign. As an administrator, he was known to be strict, handing out severe punishments to corrupt officials and soldiers. His secretary Eros feared for his life on account of his own corruption.
Oh, so he's going to murder him, isn't he?
His own skin, he forged a document listing the names of men supposedly marked by Aurelian for execution. High-ranking...
I mean, when it happened to Julius Caesar, it just sort of set a precedent for the rest of the Roman Empire for these things to happen, really, didn't it?
Officers of the army were on that list. Fearing punishment, they murdered Aurelian in September 275.
Fuck's sake, all the great ones get taken down.
In Thrace. Aurelian's death prevented a full restoration of political stability that could have ended the cycle of assassinations and civil wars. His short reign had reunified a disintegrating empire and secured its frontiers, effectively giving Rome a new lease of life that lasted another 200 years.
Mate, impressive that he was able to give the empire that much extra time. So impressive. You was not wrong in the comments yesterday. I am thoroughly enjoying this. Thoroughly enjoying this.
Credit goes to our awesome patrons who make videos like this one possible.
Such a good video once again. What some of these footnotes got. The true ratio of forces in the Battle of Emesa is not fully known. Somoza's figures aren't fully reliable and are likely inflated. Whatever the case, it is safe to assume that the two armies were roughly of equal size, with a slight numerical advantage for the Palmyrenians. Footnote 2. Aurelian was assassinated at this city in the late 275 AD. His death plunged the empire back into uncertainty that would last until the accession of, can't pronounce his name, in 284 AD. So they went through another 9 years of turmoil. Interesting. I would like to know what sort of happened after this then, for sure. Can I react to the rise of the Seljuks by kings and generals? Yes, I can. I will jump on that after this, but I'm going to be taking a short break, a 5-10 minute break first. I need to go for a pee, need to rehydrate. I'm going to be doing that in a moment. Yes, like, you was absolutely correct. I really, really enjoyed this. Damar, again, no, I was so upset. Why do they all have to be assassinated? All, like, he seemed like a good emperor to me, like someone who was actually willing to take action and do things, you know. It was a shame he got assassinated, such a shame. Oh, did you not know, you didn't know about Aurelian at all before coming, oh, so you never knew about him because you come from the East. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's the case, for me with a lot of this history, is we actually, like, a lot of the Eastern history, we just don't get much information, especially my friends. If I start talking to them about some of the things that I sort of react to on here, they have no clue. Like, I'm fascinated by the Opium Wars. Like, that absolutely fascinates me. What we done to that pure country, flooding it with heroin, and then just basically taking a part of their sovereignty, Hong Kong, and owning it for 50 years. That is absolutely insane. And no one in the UK knows about it. Like, especially no one within my demographic. It's absolutely insane. So I think there's a lot of things that sort of get missed when you're not within the sort of actual country, you know. If you're from another country, they don't tell you. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. I definitely didn't learn about anything about Khalid ibn Walid, which is very shocking. He was a very interesting. I very much enjoyed that that segment of the show and the reactions. No worries, Rudy. Thank you very much for staying for this long. Very much appreciated, and enjoy your sleep, mate. Hopefully, I'll catch you tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, another day on a stream. No worries. Right, guys, on that note as well, I'm going to take a literally 10-15 minute break. So, looking at around about 25 minutes past to half past, and then we'll jump on to the next couple of reactions. Okay, so just bear with me a few minutes, and we'll be back. one day I will do this streaming thing correctly, honestly. Thank you guys for being patient with me. I am getting some war games very soon. I play some war games already, but I want to be streaming some very, very soon. I'm one step closer. We started streaming. I'm just worried about if my PC is going to be able to handle streaming games or not. So I'm probably just going to do one game at a time, step up, probably start with something like Minecraft or RuneScape, just play in the background in between reactions or something like that as I try and sort of get into streaming a bit more. But I definitely want to do some war games. Play Total War at the moment. Like I said, my PC, I'm not confident it's going to be able to sort of run it well, and I've found out all the parts in it and I'm going to sort of look to upgrade it. But yeah, that's where we're sort of standing at the moment. I just don't want to sort of make a laggy stream, but I'm enjoying the fact that these reactions are working live stream, and we'll sort of see how it goes when I sort of try and introduce new things and go from there. But yeah, we'll sort of see. I've done a fair bit of Roman history today, so I might not do any more of that, but I'm definitely going to jump onto this one. I'm going to go a bit further up and have a little look for some more suggestions for the video after. But if you also have any other suggestions, other than Roman stuff, because I've got quite a bit of Roman sort of videos now that I obviously need to edit, so I want to get a couple of other bits and pieces in there as well. But definitely remind me when I'm next on stream, which I think will be tomorrow's Thursday, right? Oh no, yeah, tomorrow's Thursday, so my next stream will be Friday, so I'll definitely jump on some more Roman stuff on Friday for you guys. Yeah, right, I think we'll just jump straight into this one if you guys are ready. Once again, thank you all for sort of staying tuned and sort of coming here. Very, very nice. Right, guys, okay. Rise of the Seljuk Empire, Nomadic Civilizations by Kings in General. Let's go. See what I mean? Oh no, I didn't even click the button. Once again, I'll get the streaming thing done properly one day.
While our previous videos on the nomadic peoples from Central Asia's vast steppe might have informed you on a new tribe or confederation, almost everyone, history buff or otherwise, knows of the Seljuks. After bursting into the high...
Well, surprisingly, I actually didn't know the Seljuks until I started reacting to this channel. So I'm definitely glad I started finding out more about them.
Medieval Middle East, these fearsome conquerors created a vast empire. The Turkic incursions into the traditionally Greek Anatolia would, centuries later, blossom into the mighty Ottoman Empire. However, to begin that story, we must travel hundreds of years into the past and, once again, look at events transpiring on the vast grasslands of Eurasia. We understand that not everyone likes the ads, but thanks to this ad from Raid Shadow...
Sorry.
At some point in the late 8th century, probably during the reign of Abbasid Caliph al-Mahdi, a horde of Turks, known as the Oghuz, migrated west into the vast steppe region between the Caspian and Aral seas. This area became home to the so-called Oghuz-Yabgu state, in which nomads would migrate vast distances in order to secure optimal seasonal pasturage for their herds.
Okay, that's interesting.
Though there were some sedentary settlements in this area, the imperial legacy left by the Gokturks had been inherited by the Khazars, to whom the Oghuz appear to have been at least loosely subordinated to. It is in the late 10th century Khazar realm that we find our first references to the Oghuz Turkic warlords, known to history as Dukak and his son, who we know as Seljuk. According to records composed during the reigns of later Seljuk sultans, the ancestors of their dynasty served Khazaria's Kagan as military commanders.
Interesting.
This seems to imply that Seljuk and his father were active near Itil and might, like most of the other elite Khazars, have embraced Judaism. During the Khazar disintegration during the 960s, Seljuk migrated east with a small band, The true reasons for this are shrouded under the historical
Oh,
veil,
we don't know.
but
That's a
range
shame.
from court intrigues to rebellion by Seljuk himself. Modern scholars even argue that changing climate might have forced Seljuk and his group to migrate in order to escape pasture shortage. Seljuk led his band of 100 horsemen, 1,500 camels, and 50,000 sheep to the town of Jand, located on the fringes of Islamic Khwarezm. Jand was the first Muslim-ruled region through which Seljuk's roving band passed, and it is there that Seljuk embraced the Islamic faith.
Okay,
This
so
is
he's
a
gone
crucial
there.
moment in history,
Interesting.
as it was a conversion which would have immense consequences. With that,
Yeah, because obviously he would. Yeah.
Seljuk supposedly managed to gain more followers from the Turks of that.
Is it, if it's a recent episode of the First Crusade by Kings in General dropped recently, then I might not have got to it. But if it was midway through the series, then yeah, I also might have got that as well. But I'll have a little look.
Frontier who incline towards holy war, men who seem to have been Ghazi, warriors of Islam. This brings us to the reason
Oh, so more people started following and coming to him.
for this
Okay.
increasing Islamization of the Turks, outlined by Korean historian Kim Ho-dong. Islam provided nomadic tribal people with the consciousness of a homogeneous religious community and religious sanction for the expansion of the domain of Islam, becoming an ideology of unification as well as an ideology of expansion.
I see.
This is essentially all we know about Seljuk himself, who died in Jand in 1009,
Oh,
according to some sources at the age of 107. At that point, the region had been going
sorry. At the age of 107.
sources at the age of 107. At that point, the region had been going through an upheaval for over a decade. Two militant new realms, the Karakhanids in Transoxiana and the former Turkic slave Ghaznavids
Sorry, 2 seconds, guys.
in Khorasan and the Oxus, emerged, consuming vast tracts of the collapsing Samanid Emirate. Compounding this were events on the eastern steppe, where nomads known as the Khitans were disrupting matters in the process of their expansion into what the Chinese would call the Great Liao. This pushed waves
What were
of
the Great
refugees towards
Liao?
the Islamic world's frontiers, right where Seljuk's tribes were located. The Seljuks now began to gain strength rapidly, probably due to their ability to absorb many of these rowdy, disaffected nomadic warriors, many of whom converted to Islam and became Ghazi. After the progenitor's death, his elder son Arslan Israel became the tribe's chief, and we find him intervening in Transoxiana's politics, supporting a Karakhanid prince known as Ali Tegin, who
Okay,
tried to
that's
establish
interesting.
himself
Wow, a lot's happened. Okay.
as ruler of Bukhara in 1020. Tegin was opposed by his own brother's most powerful supporter, Mahmud, Sultan
Why was he
of the
opposed?
Ghaznavids. It was in a military engagement on the steppe outside Bukhara that the Sultan of Ghazni first saw the Seljuks, and was somewhat awestruck with their numbers.
Oh, there
No
was that
longer
many
the
of them.
small band of 100 people, they were now an increasingly potent threat.
Hmm.
Mahmud's response
This is an
was to
issue.
seize and imprison Israel, either in battle or by intrigue, hoping that this would simply dissolve the burgeoning Seljuks, but he was wrong. Mahmud of Ghazna's actions did lead to some Seljuks joining his own Ghaznavid realm as soldiers, while some chose to flee west into Iran. However, most remained where they were, and a struggle for leadership began.
Oh.
By its end, three figures had taken their place at the top of the Seljuk hierarchy: Chagri and Tugril, who were the sons of Israel's brother Mikhail, and Musa, another relative of the inner clan. While the Seljuks were sorting themselves out, Mahmud's 32-year reign came to an end, and the Sultanate was inherited by a son, Masud, in 1030. Despite resolving their own leadership contest, the growing Seljuks were defeated in battle by the Karakhanids of Ali
Oh, they were
Tegin.
defeated.
No longer safe where they were,
They
the
had to
Seljuk
flee
triad
again.
decided to flee towards Khorasan. They were assisted in this by a treacherous Ghaznavid governor in Khwarezm known as Harun. who helped the nomads pass through his lands in return for their help in conquering Khorasan province from his sovereign. Despite Harun's assassination at the hands of Masud's agents in 1035, the Seljuks continued south.
They just continue. Okay.
Eventually, they arrived in a town known as Nasser, located in the mountains of Khorasan. Khorasan was an important province. It was one of the jewels in the crown of Ghaznavid power, and now seemed very vulnerable. While nomadic life and reputation is often a very ruthless one, the Seljuks weren't just wandering mass killers hungry for conquest. They were people seeking more prosperous lives for themselves and their families. So rather than invading, the Seljuk chiefs authored a diplomatic proposal to the Ghaznavid governor, Suri, explaining their situation and exodus, and asking him to intercede with Sultan Masud on their behalf.
Okay, that's actually really interesting that they took that approach.
The Seljuks essentially pledged their service and homage to the Sultan and his court, promising to rest in his great shadow if only they were granted a small province of their own on Khorasan's frontiers where they could settle.
How little that is true, because it's going to change, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? They become such a big integral part.
Moreover, they also pledged to defend Ghaznavid territories from other Turkic tribes. Seljuk leadership stated that if, God forbid, the Sultan does not agree, we do not know what will happen, for we have nowhere else to go.
Were they actually that worried?
Masud, distrustful because of previous damage inflicted by Seljuks in his territory, declined the offer and prepared to march for war. This expedition was a total disaster that ended when the Sultan's army was hit by a cavalry ambush on the plains near Nasser in June 1035.
Oh really? They
While
got
the
hit by an
Sultan quickly
ambush?
acceded to the now seemingly quite modest Seljuk demands, the Seljuks, feeling in control of the situation, began sending even steeper demands.
Oh.
When these were declined, Seljuk hordes swept through Khorasan, capturing all of it, including the great cities of Merv and Nishapur by 1038.
Oh, they just dominated.
The sole exception was Balkh, which remained in Masud's grip.
Why was that the
continued
exception?
for the
Just because
next
he was
2
there?
years, with ever more Ghaznavid forces being poured into the defense of Khorasan against the Seljuks. Though we don't know much about the campaigns, we have an idea of why the nomads eventually won. Masud's armies were incredibly powerful, having inherited traditions of Indian elephant use and possessing high-quality, heavily armoured Mamluk slave infantry.
Okay, that's very interesting. They've got the adaptation of both of those two armies, and they're using those to the potential. That's really interesting.
However,
and I assume that stays relevant throughout their sort of time. They might adapt it slightly, but I'd imagine that they kept those two integral parts of their warfare.
These tactics were not suited for extended steppe warfare, while the swift, lightly armoured Seljuk Turks, mounted on their fast horses, had little issue. The potential for Seljuk cavalry armies to attack anywhere allowed them to stretch and scatter Masud's armies thinly across the entire Khorasan area.
Oh, that's a really
Although
cool
sometimes
combination.
successful in restoring their authority in some areas, the Ghaznavids failed to resecure the province, and were eventually met for the final battle at the small town of Dandanakan near Merv in May 1040. A massive Ghaznavid army, with many dozens of elephants in tow, marched from Nishapur towards Merv in search of the Seljuks, but its legions of troops were exhausted from the long desert road and a lack of supplies. When a brawl broke out between the Sultan's elite guard and his regular soldiers over the use of a water source, Chagri, who had been quietly shadowing Masud's lumbering army with his own units, pounced just as the Ghaznavid squabbling was reaching its peak. Mounted Seljuk Ghazi, wielding their fearsome composite bows, swarmed the numerically superior but disorganized force that was arrayed in front of them, completely destroying the enemy army.
What a shame.
Masud fled back towards India, but quickly met his death in a palace coup. After the victory at Dandanakan, the Seljuks seem to have been in a state of disbelief. They first refused to believe Masud had been defeated, and it is said they kept themselves close to their horses in fear of being caught by surprise when the Ghaznavids returned.
Oh, they thought...
When the leadership eventually did realize just how crushing their triumph had been, they set about securing Khorasan for themselves.
Oh, they didn't
Hostile
think they...
sources emphasize...
That's so funny. They were so worried at the start that they didn't realize that they had, for such a miraculous victory, that they were able to then just completely take the area over. That they didn't want to believe it at first, and when it finally come about, they were like, yeah, we need to be quick time about this.
Devastation in the province caused by the Seljuks and their animals, but it can't have been entirely their doing. After all, Masud's giant army had also been placing a severe burden on the region during years of campaigning.
Yeah.
Pro-Seljuk texts especially emphasized the role that Tugril played in restoring order and crushing the bandits which had arisen following the collapse of Ghaznavid authority.
Okay.
Rather than acting as a steppe warlord with his boot on the necks of those whom he had conquered, Tugril, who became the prominent Seljuk triumvir at this point, began to act in the manner of a legitimate Islamic ruler. It is said that Tugril even went so far as to threaten suicide if his brother Chagri sacked the city of Nishapur. Upon taking his seat on...
That's a really interesting dynamic as well. Yeah, and that he wanted to use that to be able to sort of diplomatically get his way through the situation instead of causing havoc.
Masud's throne in the city, Tugril claimed the title of Sultan and asked for guidance from the Islamic judges installed by the previous regime, proclaiming that we are new men and strangers and we do not know the Persians' customs. The Turks had accepted Islam,
once again, very interesting,
but had done so on their own terms, with nomadic traditions, customs and tribesmen still making up the majority of Seljuk strength. From this point, a Turkic flavour was added to the Islamic world, which it still maintains to this day. It also seems that the first elements of Seljuk statehood began to appear, with coins being minted in the name of Tugril and the Caliph in Baghdad, who was still symbolically revered as the leader of Islam.
Once again, that's very interesting that there was a Turkic sort of flair and spice added into it. Yeah, that was really interesting. And this is now the sort of period where they sort of become a state. Yeah, I've really enjoyed this reaction. Thanks for the suggestion.
Each Seljuk leader went on their own path at about this time.
Yeah.
Musa was given Herat to govern, while the two leading partners, Chagri and Tugril, were given the eastern and western areas respectively. The former repulsed a series of attempted Ghaznavid reconquests from India.
Oh, again, I've been a bit mistaken. I thought they got the whole Ghaznid area, but they haven't. I was mistaken.
India, and began Seljuk raids on Sistan, while his brother prepared to advance west, deeper into the Islamic world. The areas of Iraq and Iran, not yet under Seljuk control, were, for the most part, ruled by a group of Shiite princes known together as the Buyids. These regional sovereigns often
like to know a bit more about those princes during this period of time, or just how that area was sort of run.
Squabbled and jostled with one another for power. Beginning in about 1080, through a mix of diplomacy, opportunistic backing of regional allies, and outright conquest, the militarily supreme Seljuks asserted sovereignty over the Iranian plateau. As nomads, the Seljuks largely concentrated on the countryside pasture for their animals, and a few main cities, such as Ray and Hamadan, which served...
I said smart, but of course it makes sense. That's the only real option that they have.
...as basis. Aside from these strategic settlements, Tugril made little effort to assert direct rule over urban areas. Therefore, many city dwellers in the annexed lands experienced almost no change in the short term, and local princes were even allowed to continue their own feuding as long as they did it under Seljuk auspices.
Once again, that's a very interesting dynamic. So they're allowing all of the people to stay in their castles, fight over their individual squabbles, Use your men, keep using your men to fight your little squabbles. Okay, two of you get one of these petty castles, that don't matter to us. We get all the lands, and obviously you pay us money, because if not, we wreck your castles. That's a really interesting dynamic. Never thought about it sort of like being outplayed like that. But again, yeah, it's easy. Let them squabble between themselves, waste their resources, but as long as they pay us and they just don't bother us, that's absolutely fine. That's a really interesting dynamic.
In this period, we also have clear evidence of Seljuk administrative practices. In the key cities under direct rule, agents were installed, essentially Turkic governors who prioritized the raising of revenue from the cities they governed. As the realm's governance matured, though, it became more than just wealth extraction. After Isfahan was conquered in 1051, a system of tax exemptions was put into practice to tempt peasants back onto lands that they had previously abandoned.
I see.
Forts were also constructed in order.
So I see. So the original taxes caused people to not live on that land, and then what they've done is they've reduced it so that they entice people to come back in. Okay.
In order to ensure the security of nearby roads from bandits, a measure intended to reassure merchants and boost trade activity. Tughrel's actions so far had attracted the attention of Baghdad's Abbasid government, particularly Caliph al-Qaim's vizier, a man named Ibn Muslima. The greatest of Tughrel's achievements, however, was yet to come. Abbasid rulers had largely lost political control over the peripheral regions of their formerly vast empire by the 11th century. But there was an understanding that the Caliph in Baghdad was the symbolic leader of Sunni Islam and had to be respected as such. However, the Shiite Buyids occupying Iran barely acknowledged his authority at all, leading to a Sunni reaction in the Round City, a reaction led by al-Qaim's aforementioned vizier, who was known for his fanatical hatred of the Shiites.
So once again, that sort of political divide within there has sort of encouraged this conflict here.
He saw the potential of these increasingly powerful Sunni Turks as allies, and, despite his caliph's initial suspicion, convinced al-Qaim to establish good relations with Tughrel. In Muslima's mind, the Seljuks would be a deadly sword for use against his rivals in the city, most prominently the commander of Baghdad's Turkic slave troops, a Shiite general named al-Basasiri. The vizier and Tughrel planned extensively for Seljuk intervention in the City of Peace. Muslima had various religious titles granted to the Turk leader, and in 1053 proclaimed persecution of heretics in both Baghdad and Tughrel's city of Nishapur simultaneously. The intended symbolism was clear. Tughrel and the Abbasid Caliph were allies, and al-Qaim's enemies were Tughrel's enemies, making the latter a legitimate sultan.
Okay.
With the road paved specifically for his advantage,
Just sort of like drawing a line in the sand there, aren't they?
a nomadic Seljuk army advanced into Khuzestan on the borders of Iraq, its leader proclaiming that he intended to perform the Hajj, the traditional pilgrimage to Mecca, and to lead an expedition against the Shiite Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt afterwards. Whether or not Tughrel actually intended to do this is irrelevant. It was another piece of deliberately engineered propaganda aimed at showing his credentials as a legitimate Sunni ruler. Seeing the writing on the wall, General al-Basasiri fled Baghdad.
Yeah, he
Then,
knew.
finally, Tughrel and his Seljuks peacefully entered Baghdad in December of 1055.
I'm glad that it was peacefully.
During the Islamic holy month of Ramadan. They were welcomed by a procession of local notables and crowds which had gathered to see what was happening. It is at this moment of Sultan Tughrel's greatest achievement that we shall leave him and conclude by examining just how far the Seljuks had come and where they would go.
Okay.
In the later...
That was a nice little introduction to how they got there.
900s,
I really enjoyed that.
Seljuk and his tiny group of only 100 Oghuz Turks had crossed into the Muslim world as irrelevant pastoralists. Less than a century later, his grandson was riding into Islam's most glorious city at the head of a massive Turkic army, tens of thousands strong, having received the formal backing of Islam's most revered religious figure. Though this was likely the proudest moment of Tughrel's life, The apogee of the Great Seljuk Empire was yet to come when it fought against the Fatimids and invaded Anatolia, eventually defeating the Romans at Manzikert a few decades later.
Wow, they did
We
do
always
some
have
big
more stories
feats.
to tell, so make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have pressed the bell button.
What a good reaction. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you very much, guys. What should I jump on to next? I've got a couple more in me. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that. King's Generals make amazing content as always. Just needs cough, so I'm just going to mute myself for a second so you don't have to hear it. What we got? I'll have a little look at some of these. Yeah, that Seljuk Turk one was really interesting. I really enjoyed that. I'd like to know some more. So, yeah, definitely on another stream, drop another reaction to something along these lines. That'd be sick. Trying to look at some of these other reaction options. Oh, I was gonna do a Napoleon video, but I might do that in a minute. Light. I'm gonna do this ancient Greek kingdom in India, because it's been suggested a couple of times today. So yeah, I'm gonna jump on this one, and then we'll see about this Napoleon one. So it's by the Kings and Generals. This one here, yeah. Dorito, terrible at pronouncing things. Zamafar. There we go. I'm gonna go over the last name. Zamafar. Is it the Kings and General? This first one here. I think there's like a 30-second delay on this. I think I can get it reduced because this delay is doing my nutting. Yeah, sweet. Call him DZ. Like it, like DZ it is. So we got Big D and DZ. Let's go. Right. Okay, so we're going to jump onto this video. I'm going to start a new record in 2 seconds. Perfect, guys. So we are going to be reacting to ancient Greek kingdom in India. Let's go. Oh, this is a really cool intro. I've not seen this before from Kings and Generals. Is this a game? Or no, that was Kings and Generals. Oh, this is a really good animation.
In our
Okay,
previous
boys.
video on Greco-Bactria, we briefly covered the
Is this an older video? This is 4 years ago. I actually really like that intro. It's a shame. It really confused me for a second there when it went into this and the audio was a bit, and like, yeah, it's a different maps. I was like, oh wait, this is old, but I really like that intro. That was a really cool intro.
Indo-Greeks. In this video, we shall go more in depth upon the history and culture of this enigmatic period of Hellenic history. When and how did it begin? Who were its most successful rulers? And just how Greek was the Indo-Greek kingdom? All of these questions will be answered, and more.
Okay, let's go. Let's find out.
As with every story set during the Hellenic Age, this one begins with Alexander. The young Macedonian king had conquered his way across the Near East and Central Asia, and by 325 BC had reached the Hindu Kush. Upon his conquest of the region, Alexander created 4 satrapies, and within them founded 3 prominent cities: Alexandria on the Indus, Alexandria on the Caucasus, and Alexandria Escite, Alexandria the furthest. These outpost cities were populated with Greek settlers and formed the basis for Hellenic presence in this region for centuries to come.
Didn't even think of that. Didn't think about the settlers going into there. That's a good point to bring up.
Upon Alexander's death, these northern Indian satrapies became the territory of Seleucus I Nicator, one of Alexander's generals and founder of the Seleucid Empire.
We covered that in the Diabochi Wars, I believe.
However, he did not hold these territories for long. Further into the subcontinent was the burgeoning Mauryan Empire, led by Chandragupta, who sought no
Thank you very much, Bradley. Hope you're enjoying.
less than to rule all of India. Chandragupta annexed the Macedonian satrapies in the Indus without much trouble. Seleucus and Chandragupta fought between 305 and 303 in a war that we know very little about. It seems that Chandragupta had the upper hand, but to avoid a prolonged war, he struck a deal. Seleucus was gifted
Oh, is he going to regret that deal?
500 Indian war elephants to recognize Mauryan claim over the Indus, while Chandragupta married Seleucus's daughter. Peace was secured, and Chandragupta came to rule over all of India, including the population of Greeks who had settled there under Alexander.
Oh, I see.
In 268 BC, Ashoka the Great ascended as the Mauryan emperor. In 260 BC, he converted to Buddhism and sent Buddhist missionaries across Central Asia. During this time, he claimed to have converted the Greeks in his realm, who he called the Yavanas, to Buddhism.
But he didn't,
Meanwhile,
did he?
further north,
Or
the
did he?
Greeks of Bactria had seceded from the Seleucid dynasty and formed the independent Greco-Bactrian realm by 250 BC.
Clearly not.
20 years later, Ashoka the Great died, and the Mauryan Empire began a slow decline. In 190 BC, the Greco-Bactrians, led by King Demetrius II of the Euthydemed dynasty, began a conquest into the Indus, reclaiming the Indian satrapies created by Alexander 100 years before. The Greco-Bactrians managed to conquer the regions of Paropamisada, Arachosia, and western Punjab. However, their advance would be abruptly cut short. Back in the Bactrian capital, Demetrius II was deposed by an official known as Eucratides, who styled himself as the new Bactrian king.
It's so funny how stability just gets taken away so quickly.
This caused a schism among the Greeks, creating a Bactrian state ruled by Eucratides and an Indo-Greek state ruled by the Euthydemed dynasty. Thus, by 180 BC, the Indo-Greek kingdom as we know it had begun.
180
In 155 BC,
okay.
Menander I, known as Milinda to the Indians, ascended as king of the Indo-Greeks. His reign, which lasted around 25 years, was considered the most successful of all the Indo-Greek kings. Menander was born in a village called Kalassi, near Alexandria in the Caucasus. He inherited his kingdom from Antimachus II, and initially ruled over territory from the Hindu Kush to West Punjab. His capital was Sagala, a prosperous, wealthy city that blended Greek and Indian designs.
So, that city sounds really interesting. Is it still around today? So his capital was Sagala back then. So what is it called now? I'd like to know what it's called now, and if it's still, well, if it is called anything, and if it's around now. That would be really interesting, because I'm trying to build up places that I'd like to go see, and that a conversion of Indian and Greek culture would be very interesting to see. That would be very cool.
Prosperous, wealthy city that blended Greek and Indian designs. The king was a well-educated man who, despite being Greek, was educated in Indian history and tradition, knowledgeable in the ancient Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, and Vaisheshika systems of poetry, philosophy and arithmetic, and he was well learned in the art of war.
Once again, very interesting.
According to the Greek geographer Strabo, Menander conquered more tribes than Alexander the Great, although this is likely hyperbolic.
Ah, I see.
With that said, the Indo-Greek king definitely expanded the borders of his realm.
How far did he get?
He conquered eastern Punjab and Mathura, and even pushed into central India as far as Pataliputra. However, here he was pushed back by the Brahmin king Pushyamitra, who ruled what remained of the Mauryan Empire. By some accounts, this Brahmin king was a cruel persecutor of Buddhists. He had even offered a reward for the murder of Buddhist monks in the city of Shakala, which was on the border between his realm and the Indo-Greeks. This was likely for political reasons. Pushyamitra sought to suppress the Buddhist religion, as his main rival, Menander, was a great patron of Buddhism. Buddhist art.
Once again, it's been said in this stream multiple times that religion is just so next to politics, and it's a shame.
Literature
It's a shame
and
that
tradition
people are
flourished
suffering
in the
because of that
Indo-Greek
decision.
kingdom, and the Greek king himself had converted to the faith. This conversion is well documented in an ancient Buddhist text known as the Milinda Panha, meaning the questions of Menander, in which Menander has a long dialogue with a Kashmiri Buddhist sage known as Nagasena. Nagasena himself was trained by a great monk known as Dharmarakshita, who himself was an ethnic Greek convert to Buddhism during the reign of Ashoka Maurya.
He converted to Buddhism
During
as
this
well.
dialogue between Greek king and Buddhist sage,
Again, so at this point, how much of these Greek people still have the Greek culture? So I imagine they have a lot, and they have a lot of the stories. But again, it would be this mixture culture. It'd be so interesting to see that dynamic actually be outplayed in real life. Like, yeah, I'd be really interested to see this sort of dynamic where you're sort of getting people like talk from both sides of the spectrum, you know, not spectrum, both sides of the cultures. It'd be so interesting.
Sena himself
so
was
interesting.
trained by a great monk known as Dharmarakshita, who himself was an ethnic Greek convert to Buddhism during the reign of Ashoka Maurya. During this dialogue between Greek king and Buddhist sage, Menander asks Nagasena many questions about life, including the concept of a soul, asceticism, memory, attachment, and wealth.
Yeah.
Delighted by the sage's wisdom, Menander declares his conversion to the Buddhist faith. The
So
Milinda
he's
Pranha
converting
claims
as well.
that after this dialogue, Menander abdicated his kingship to his son and retired from the world, eventually reaching Arhat, the Enlightenment, and achieving Nirvana.
Fascinating. I'm actually really enjoying this. It might not sound like it. Like I might not be talking that much because I'm getting a bit too immersed in it. And just trying to sort of process it. It's really interesting that he handed it over. He, like, when he converted, he was able to hand it over, able to find peace. And I really think that's a really good sentiment, that he was able to sort of actually find peace within a religion. If that's what it does for you, then that's great, you know. Yeah, whatever that religion is, if that helps you, that is great. And yeah, it was a really interesting thing to hear, because you hear it all the sort of time where people sort of give up all the power and everything just to sort of go be with themselves in a cave, just with themselves, their beliefs and their thoughts. And yeah, it's just a really sort of interesting sentiment to sort of think about sometimes.
However, this is poorly attested. While he lived the rest of his life
Well, once again, a video has just made me look like a fool.
as a devout Buddhist, Menander most likely died from sickness while on campaign against a Greek usurper in his realm, the self-styled Indo-Greek king Zoisos II. Regardless, King Menander would be remembered as the strongest of the Indo-Greek kings, and fostered stability in his realm during his reign. The Indo-Greeks would never quite reclaim the glory they experienced under Menander, and the Indo-Greek kingdom would slowly decline after his death, fracturing into multiple smaller Greek-ruled states that often squabbled amongst themselves. So, just how Greek was the Indo-Greek kingdom?
That is my question.
If
Come on
Menander
then.
and his followers were patrons of Buddhism and adopted Eastern practices, how much of Greek culture remained? In other Hellenic kingdoms, such as the Ptolemies or Seleucids, there existed a strict racial hierarchy. In the Indo-Greek kingdom, things seemed to have been different. As it stands, all the historical evidence we have of the Indo-Greek kingdom points to a unique syncretic blend of culture in which Greeks mingled with the local Indian population, existing side by side, oftentimes merging their worldviews into one.
That's so interesting. So I bet it was, I bet it just created such an interesting dynamic. Because like they said, like the culture, the hierarchy, these things would keep you separated. So that's why other regions kept their own identity when these other invading forces come in and had this hierarchy where the invading forces could only be at the top. So usually it sort of breaks that sort of culture, you know, because there's no intermingling, you know, we're up here, you're down here. Whereas in this situation, because that wasn't the hierarchy wasn't there in this situation, it created the ability for that dynamic to flourish.
The Greeks introduced aspects of their architecture into the Indian world. In the Milinda Panha, Menander's capital of Sagala is described as having a white-walled citadel and well laid out streets, squares, crossroads and marketplaces, hinting at Hellenic influence in its design. Remains of the iconic Corinthian-style marble columns have been found in India, bearing imagery of elephants, Buddhist monks and Buddha himself, a testament to the merging of Eastern and Western cultures.
I'm really glad they sort of showed those pictures there as well. Once again, I'm assuming it's no longer around, which is sad. A big shame. But I'd definitely like to see if there's any sort of museums or anything like that with these objects in, so I could sort of see the remnants of what was left if it's no longer around.
This cultural syncretism is further evidenced by the coinage of the Indo-Greek kings. They were often bilingually inscribed, both in the Greek language and in Pali, the language spoken by the original Buddha himself. The coins of Menander, however, depict the goddess Athena, with the description Athena Alkidemos, Athena the Saviour. This shows that
Once
despite
again,
their
very
adoption
interesting.
of Eastern religion, the Greeks did not give up their own gods, and in fact incorporated them into Indian religion. Greco-Buddhist art flourished in the
But once again, that's what the Greek and Roman religions done quite often, wasn't it?
Indo-Greek and Bactrian realms. Their cult of form directly influenced Buddhist art, and it was around this time that Buddha was first depicted in human form.
Okay, interesting.
Common practice to depict the legendary Greek hero Heracles as the Buddha's protector. While these intricate artworks
Very interesting blend of culture here.
depicted Eastern themes and Eastern gods, they bore the distinct, austere marble cult of form which makes them iconically Hellenic in design. In 10 AD, the last Indo-Greek realm would fall. But this would not be the end of Greek presence in India. In 30 AD, the former territories of the Indo-Greek realm would fall under the control of the Kushan Empire. The Kushans borrowed heavily from the Greeks. In fact, Greek was their official administrative language until 127 AD, and the Bactrian language they spoke from that point on used the Greek alphabet.
Oh, very interesting.
The Greeks remained a visible minority in the Kushan Empire for centuries.
Oh.
The Kushans...
So if they were a minority, then why was their language so heavily based on Greek?
Being devout Buddhists themselves, borrowed heavily from the Greco-Buddhist traditions that had developed over the past 2 centuries. Under the Kushans, Greek Buddhist monks would play a large role in the spread of Buddhism into China and beyond. Eventually, the Greek presence in India would fade away. However, their centuries-long presence in the Indian subcontinent and the cultural legacy they left behind leaves a fascinating story for history enthusiasts around the world to study for years to come.
Definitely
After
like
all,
to have a look.
there are no more
into
interesting
it more.
parts of history than when two worlds collide.
Once again, Kings and Generals hit it
We have
now
many
on the head there. Nothing is more interesting than when two worlds collide. We definitely believe so as people who are interested in history. What a great reaction. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. What should we jump on to next, guys? What should we jump on to next? So which one was it? Oh, sorry. The Battle of Moarch. Is that the First Crusade one? I've got 2 more videos, so I'm going to do Napoleon one for light at the end, and then I'll just do another one on this one quick. Okay, I think Crusade. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the Crusade 101 tonight. This is by Kings and Generals, isn't it? And then I'm going to do the Napoleon one for tonight. Probably end it there. But if I've still got energy, I'll do the Moarch after those. What, the Worst Crusade? 101. Sure I missed it? You're 100% sure I missed it? Just looking in the playlist now, bear with me 2 seconds. Yeah, I thought I reacted to this one, are you sure? Yeah. Well, if everyone's about still, I still might be about. Right, so how far into it is it? Let me have a look. Let me look at this playlist. Right, Crusade of 101. Is this a separate? It's not part of the First Crusade series, is it? Is it individual? Is it an individual episode? Oh no, I did miss it. I do apologize, guys. I did miss it. Yeah, we'll jump onto it real quick. I thought I'd watched it. That's me just being silly. Okay. Okay, guys. Worst Crusade. Crusade of 1101. Let's go.
In our previous episode on the First Crusade, A surprise attack at the Battle of Ascalon sealed the victory at Jerusalem and secured the city. With their pilgrimage complete, some returned home to deliver the news, while most of the Franks remained in the Holy Land. The biggest victory in the entire history of the Crusades was about to be followed up by one of its biggest disasters.
Oh, really? Why is that?
Sounds like they'd better celebrate while they can, and you can celebrate too because
That
you're
sounded
invited.
really sped up for a second.
4
there.
years raid within the game. Over the course of this long series, we went over many misconceptions, but today we will tackle the biggest one of them all. For many past and present historians, the Battle of Ascalon was the perfect place to end this chapter. The crusade was a miraculous success, Jerusalem was taken, and some of the chroniclers went home. This simplistic notion, somewhat cultivated by the historians of old and new, ignores that not a single one of the main characters was brought to the conclusion of their story. Raymond was scorned for being overlooked as a new monarch. Alexios was yet to react to the capture of Jerusalem and expected the promises given to him by the Crusaders to be fulfilled. And Godfrey, who was just crowned, had not proved himself as a ruler yet. Bohemond
This actually makes sense. Yeah, all of this information is just left out completely.
squabbling with everyone around him continued. The Fatimid leadership hadn't lost its resolve, and the Seljuk Sultan of Rum, Kilij Arslan, still lurked in the Anatolian mountains. But arguably, the biggest oversight of so many historians had to do with the response of the West and the fate of the expedition we now call the Crusade of 1101, which is why it is an often forgotten chapter of the Crusades. Following the return of many crusaders who spread their adventure stories, many more now wanted to make their pilgrimage to the Holy Lands. The Archbishop
Oh god, I see what's going to happen already. Of course.
of
It's
Pisa,
going to be like the People's
Dagobert,
Crusade
was
all over
particularly
again.
eager as he saw the opportunity for his republic to expand its influence to the east, a move already made by Venice and Genoa. After being appointed legate by the new Pope Pascal II, he set out with a fleet of 120 ships in the autumn of 1099, stopping and plundering the Byzantine islands of Corfu and Kefalonia along the way. Alexios rolled his eyes once more as he had to deal with plundering Westerners and mustered his fleet. After a few skirmishes, the Pisans decided not to pick a big fight with the Byzantines and sailed east, eventually landing in Antioch.
Yeah, it just wasn't
There,
worth.
Dagobert
Wasn't worth going up against the Byzantine Empire at that point in
gained
time.
the support of Bohemond and then finally arrived in Jerusalem a few days before Christmas in 1099. Almost immediately, the Archbishop was accepted by most of the Crusaders as the new Patriarch of Jerusalem, replacing Arnulf of Schock. This strong connection to Pisa meant that the Crusaders now had a direct line of communication and supply with the West, and no longer had to rely on Byzantine shipments.
Ooh, they're really cutting the Byzantine Empire out here, aren't they?
It was in the year 1100 that the new Outremer states, meaning the states beyond the sea, as they were actually called at the time, would be set on a completely different path. In May, Raymond abandoned the Levant and sailed to Constantinople, where he asked Emperor Alexios for aid to carve out a state of his own in Tripoli. Similarly,
I mean, are you really gonna ask Alexius for aid when things just keep going wrong? And like Light says, just these crusaders keep attacking the Byzantine Roman Empire, and it is just getting frustrated at this point. But also at the same time, those crusaders attacked anyone and everyone they could, because they got that ticket to heaven.
after an Armenian soldier of fortune, Gabriel, captured the city of Melitene from the Turkic Danishmendids, Bohemond also received a request for aid from him. Using the overall chaos, Alexios began to slowly put on pressure, asking the Norman to fulfill his oath and relinquish Antioch, and this would be the moment when the two came to blows. As Bohemond was
Of course, Beaumont was never going to give it up, and Alexius wanted it. So how does this play out?
budging, Alexios acted swiftly, sending his fleet to capture two critical Cilician ports, Seleucia and Kurikos off the coast of Cyprus. In response, Bohemond replaced the Greek patriarch of the city with a Latin one, and what had so far been a cold war quickly turned hot. Bohemond needed to expand his base, and so he decided to fulfill his oath to help Melitene. He took his army and made his way toward the city, hoping to eliminate the Danish Mendids. Unfortunately for him, however, his luck had run out. The steppe riders, who had a profound knowledge of the terrain and which passes to occupy, lured him into a trap and captured him at the Battle of Melitene. His followers were killed and he was moved to Neo Caesarea. Alexios offered to pay 260,000 gold pieces to get his enemy into custody, well over the 100,000 they initially asked for. But the Danish Mendids refused, as
they're still refusing it.
Preferred Crusaders to the Byzantines as their neighbours. In his absence, Tancred took charge of Antioch and was busy defending the city from a series of opportunists.
So peak for
Alexios surrounded the city on either side by taking hold of Cilicia and capturing Latakia in the south.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue. You're now surrounded. What are you going to do?
While the Eastern Romans were squeezing Antioch, Godfrey was busy expanding the Kingdom of Jerusalem to the south, making Acca, Jaffa, Ascalon, Asaph and Caesarea tributaries. But then he suddenly fell ill. After fighting off the sickness for a month and a half, he finally succumbed on July 18th, ending his almost 1-year reign. This nearly caused a civil war, as his supporters rushed to secure every tower in Jerusalem before the Pisan Patriarch could fulfill his dream of annexing the city for the papal state. Instead, the crown passed to his brother, the ruler of Edessa, Baldwin, who, in the words of his chronicler, grieved somewhat over the death of his brother, but rejoiced more over his inheritance.
I mean, you bowed out a while ago. Do you know what I mean? And you're just getting Jerusalem. You're getting all the victories.
Baldwin of Libourg was selected as the successor of the county of Edessa. On the journey from Edessa to Jerusalem, Baldwin refused the pleas of the citizens of Antioch, who wanted him to take over the city, which he refused to do. As he made his way south, he was warned by the Emir of Tripoli that Dakak of Damascus prepared an ambush for him. With this crucial piece of intel, Baldwin located his enemy and vanquished him. He then chased Dakak to Damascus and demanded that the city surrender, but its doors remained.
Oh wow, really? That ambush didn't work at all.
Shut. After arriving in Jerusalem on November 9th, he showcased his capabilities by raiding the environs of Ascalon and launched an expedition into the nearby caves, slaughtering a group of bandits hiding there. Dagobert of Pisa was forced to accept defeat and crowned him King of Jerusalem on Christmas. The nearby towns made sure to send the new king precious gifts
literally inherited Jerusalem. Holy shit, Baldwin. Holy shit.
in order to ensure his goodwill. Back in the West, the immense efforts to rally a new group of crusaders started to produce results. The Pope purposefully targeted regions that didn't send large contingents previously, which led to a multicultural and very diverse selection of warriors ready to join the fray.
So do you think they asked those other regions because they knew the regions that they had already asked wouldn't be able to provide enough men? That's the only conclusion that I come with, and I just want to know if you guys think that, if you guys have a different opinion that might sort of change my thought process. But yeah, is that the reason why he asked the smaller states? Is because they're going to have the population to field the army?
Much like the original members, these were separate groups who made their way to Constantinople on their own. They spoke different languages and had different customs and currencies, but shared a common goal. Surprisingly, that was not the liberation of the Holy Land, which had already been done for the most part. Instead, many set out on the long journey to free their hero Bohemond from captivity. Others wanted to repair their reputation, among them those who had abandoned the Crusade during the siege of Antioch, as well as the Prince of France, Hugh, and Count of Blois, Stefan. The largest contingent, however, was from an entirely new region, Lombardy, led by the Archbishop of Milan, Anselm, who Pope Pascal II personally selected to lead the crusade. As he made his way through the highly populated Italian region, crowds greeted him, chanting Ultrea, Ultrea, a common pilgrim salute, roughly translating to "Have a good journey." He was joined by Milo of Monteleri, Guy II of Rochefort, Albert of Biandrate, Albert of Parma, and the bishops of Pavia, Piacenza, and Tortona. While the contemporary
3 bishops this time.
figure of 50,000 men is vastly exaggerated, this force was at least 10,000 strong and filled with powerful knights. In late
Okay, so it's nothing like the peasants. This one has knights. There's around about 10,000 men strong, but obviously not all of them are knights. Very interesting. Okay, so what happens here?
spring of 1101, the Lombards peacefully made their way through Carinthia, Bulgaria, and reached the lands of Alexios, who gave them access to his markets and supplies. While some sources report that order
Okay, so these crusaders didn't attack the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire. They were actually, they went through, they got to Alexios, there was no issues. Okay.
was quickly restored thanks to the quick response of Anselm. Others paint a far more dire situation, where the insurgents broke into the Blackenay Palace and killed Alexios' pet lion. One way or another, the pilgrims were ferried over the Bosphorus and led to the chosen rallying point of Nicomedia.
What do you think happened? Do you think the incident happened where the pet lion got killed, or do you think that's all crap and all bullshit?
There they met a character we are all too familiar with, Raymond of Toulouse. The Count failed to secure a piece of the Levant for himself, so he fled to the Byzantine camp with the few men he had left and offered his services to the emperor, as his interests now firmly aligned with those of Alexios, who also considered Beaumont an enemy. The old Frank had already made the journey through Anatolia once, so he was to act as a guide. To his dismay, the majority of the Lombards were more interested in freeing Beaumont than joining the rest of the Crusaders, and refused the carefully planned route in favour of a more direct approach to Neo-Caesarea, one that took them through the heart of Kilij Arslan's territory.
What fools! What fools! Like, but it shows you they didn't go there for the right reasons, so they're gonna make this stupid mistake. Absolutely stupid.
While the men argued over their route and priorities, the second contingent arrived, led by Stefan of Blois, who was accompanied by Duke of Burgundy Odo, Count of Burgundy Stefan, and Jocelyn of Courtenay. Many of the Franks, such as the Viscount of Bourges, Arpin, sold all of their possessions in order to be sufficiently provisioned with equipment, horses, fodder and coin, betting everything they had on this mission.
Wow.
Once again, we are uncertain about the exact number, but in all likelihood it was around 10,000.
Okay.
Smaller groups from all over Europe arrived in Nicomedia, including the Constable of the Holy Roman Empire Conrad, leading a large German contingent. Overall, the army consisted of around 25,000 fighters, including a Pecheneg elite force led by Raymond.
Is that
Spirits
additional,
were high,
or is that
and with
total?
each new recruit, the voices shouting for Beaumont's rescue
It's
were getting
25.
louder.
Yeah, 25.
On June 3rd,
is a good total
1101,
number.
Raymond finally relented.
Pet lion sounds absolutely
By late
fine
June,
these days.
the army
like,
arrived
I
at
know what you're
Ankara,
talking about.
which was quickly captured from the Seljuks and returned to Alexios. Without even noticing it, the giant and sluggish host was shadowed by small groups of Seljuks, following their every move, as years after his defeat, Kilij Arslan saw his opportunity for revenge.
And once again, like, what do you expect? Like, you're a large force in enemy territory, and they're now, at this point, they're now used to you. They now understand your fighting tactics, so they're gonna have knowledge that they didn't have before.
The Sultan was busy
And
ever
you
since
don't
his
have
defeat
the-
at Dorylaeum,
And you don't have the knowledge about them because your men aren't experienced. So what do you expect's gonna happen?
creating a coalition with the singular purpose of repelling any future Latin incursions. He knew the land well, and was well aware not to underestimate his opponents again.
Once again, like I said, not going to underestimate his opponents, and he's also making that pact to basically say we can't let the Latins here again, which once again is understandable. when the effect and the repercussions of the first one was so bad, you would never want that to happen again to you.
Wells and cisterns were destroyed. Towns ahead of the Crusaders were emptied. Night raids were launched at the back of the columns. Foraging parties were harassed. But beyond that, there was no attempt at a pitched battle.
Okay.
The Westerners
just basically making sure that they're going to get fatigued, starve them out, and make them also die first. Yeah, just have drought, everything.
Now made their
Push them
way
to the
towards
brink.
the safety of the Black Sea, bringing them to the territory of the Danishmends, who, alongside Ridwan of Aleppo, were part of Kilij Arslan's alliance. By August, their supplies were exhausted, and the heat had sapped their strength and morale. As the Crusaders approached Mercivan, they were organized into 5 divisions. The Lombards in the vanguard, followed by Remor, his Pecheneg riders, and the Burgundians, the Germans behind them, and lastly the French. The horses were weak.
Lastly, the French. Interesting. I think Jack would have found that funny for sure.
The equipment heavy, and the army size made them slow down to a crawl, with communication between the different contingents extremely difficult due to distance and language barriers. Meanwhile, the nomadic warriors worked as one in the land they had known since their childhood. On the first day of this drawn-out engagement, Kilij Arslan cut off the separate armies and surrounded them after a feigned retreat maneuver. On the next day, Conrad led the German force in a failed raid that cost many lives. Unable to return.
Oh no, you broke the line and now you're not going to be able to return. What a pleb. What an absolute
German force in a failed raid that cost many lives. Unable to return to the main host, the survivors took refuge in a nearby stronghold, while the rest began to fear that Conrad betrayed them. The third day was uneventful, but added.
What do you mean they felt like he betrayed them? I guess he hasn't run off yet, right? He's still there. What do you guys think?
To the
Or is he
pressure
stuck
and
there?
anxiety, which was drowning the Crusader camp by this point. On the 4th day, the Crusaders attempted to break out of the encirclement, inflicting heavy losses on their Seljuk enemies at a high cost. But then, on the next day, Kilij Arslan was joined by Ridwan of Aleppo and more Danishmendid princes.
Oh, that's it. That's
The
it.
Lombard vanguard was decimated, sending the Pechenegs in full retreat. Before long, the French and German contingents broke.
Is this where Raymond dies? I think this might be where Raymond dies.
All cohesion and began fleeing. Remor fell and was left trapped, but Conrad and Stefan helped him, and together they made their way toward the coast. The camp was captured, where the nomads found many priests, women and children that they enslaved. Those who didn't possess horses, particularly the Lombards, didn't manage to go very far, as they were hunted down like wild game by the Seljuks. Remor, Stefan of Blois, and Stefan of Burgundy fled to Sinope and sailed back to Constantinople. Anselm and Odo both died from the injuries of this battle, and the Holy Lance found in Antioch was now in the hands of Kilij Arslan.
We know it's a fake one, but still.
One army was ambushed and annihilated, another formed back in Constantinople as more groups arrived. William, Duke of Aquitaine, Welf, Duke of Bavaria, William, Count of Nevers, and lastly the French Prince Hugh of Vermandois assembled, were given gifts, and swore oaths to Alexios. Together they had over 30,000 troops. The Count of Nevers was in no mood for waiting for the second group to ride out together, knowing there were others on their way to glory. So his contingent left Nicomedia and headed towards
What's going to
Vermont.
happen with this new group?
He came very close to the First Army on numerous occasions, but never caught up to them. At one point, he managed to lay siege to the Seljuk capital, Iconium, in mid-August, while the Sultan was distracted, but to no avail. Soon after he gathered the spoils from Mercivan, Kilij Arslan made his way against this new threat, and ambushed William at Heraclea Kabistra. The Seljuks anticipated the move towards the Cilician gates, and positioned themselves in the right place at the right time. Previously,
Once again, the Seljuk Turks just being able to flank and just put pressure onto the Crusaders with these outflanks.
we saw
And
how
these
a
traps
force of
and
10,000
ambushes.
Crusaders won multiple battles and took several heavily fortified cities. But here at the plateau of Anatolia, this force would become little more than a footnote in history. Only Count William and a few dozen knights managed to survive and reach Antioch.
Only a few dozen. And wasn't it 10,000 they started with? No, 30,000 they started with. Wait, was it 30,000 they started with? And only a dozen survived? You're so lucky you got out, my man. You're so lucky you got out, my man. Oh my god.
Unfortunately, the details of the battle are lost, possibly due to the lack of European survivors.
Yeah, they didn't want to talk about that.
Lastly, there was the third group led by William of Aquitaine, Welf of Bavaria, Hugh of Vermandois, Hugh of Lusignan, and the first woman to lead an army on a crusade, the Margravine of Austria, Ida.
Okay.
Together, they made their journey across Anatolia, oblivious to the fate of the other two forces. Thanks to the advice of Hugh, this army did
Oh wait, so the other group was two forces, right? But still, that was 30,000 people. I can't believe these people are about to fall for the same trick.
follow the Byzantine plan to reach Antioch, but regardless, it was still midsummer, and the same problems that plagued the rest of the Crusaders stalled their progress. Seljuk skirmishes and supply issues broke their morale as they were guided towards Heraclea like lambs to the slaughter. Once on the horizon, the city looked like a breath of fresh air, a place where they could restock and drink fresh water. But as
Imagine thinking, oh yeah, we've just put in all this fucking work. Finally, we can just chill, have a drink, maybe have a decent night's sleep, and then deal with whatever we got to the next day. Thinking you're at the end of this first part of your journey, and
they
boom,
neared, they saw the destroyed cisterns and dead bodies of the
you
previous
see
group.
that.
There was not much of a battle to speak of. The Crusaders were exhausted, dehydrated, demoralized, and not suited for the warfare the Seljuks had perfected. Many, including Hugh and Welf, died, while others, including Ida, were captured. According to a later false legend, she then became a part of a harem and became the mother of Zengi, the future founder of the Zengid dynasty.
That's interesting. Obviously, we don't know if that's true, like they said. Crazy that you fell for it twice. What do you expect? What do you expect?
What?
Yeah, this Arslan seems like he was a very interesting Seljuk Turk.
While that claim was completely false, we cannot ignore the impact these expeditions had on the minds of the Western world. When they set out to the east, the Lombards were discussing plans on how to march on Baghdad, but in the end, this calamity reshaped the borders and mentality of the Christian world. In terms of numbers, the Crusade of 1101 is amongst the largest Crusader forces ever assembled, behind the First and Third Crusade. One
Wow.
can only imagine how big of an impact all these knights would have had on the depleted Crusader states, who were in dire need of reinforcements. Bavaria, Nevers, Lombardy and Aquitaine could have built entire lines of their proud Crusader lineage and continued to be active contributors to the cause, but within a single year, Kilij Arslan turned the tables.
That's it, yeah.
However, this failure didn't dissuade all future Crusaders. In fact,
No, of
the
course not.
colossal failure of these expeditions only reaffirmed the legendary status of Godfrey, Baldwin and Bohemond. It also highlighted the dangers of Anatolia and incentivized the sea route, an incentive the merchant republics of Italy were more than happy to facilitate.
Wow. Yeah, it was easier to go through Italy this way. I'm definitely interested to see about the Third Crusade as well, because I'm so surprised this was ranked behind both of those for the amount of people that were involved.
The Crusader states themselves were never actually called that. Instead, they were referred to as Outremer, meaning land beyond the sea in French. But if this expedition, which was clearly tied to the First Crusade, had such a profound impact on the world, why was it ignored by Western historians
Yeah.
for centuries? Hopefully by now you will realize that this was a choice made for convenience, as well as an attempt to simplify the incredible story of the First Crusade.
I see.
Not to mention that going
So it did stop and deter people doing it for a while. Then I assume this going so badly.
forward, historians would continue to make the same mistake of numbering some crusades, even if they had a smaller impact, like the 8th and 9th, while other very important crusades, such as the Venetian and Barons, are not among the numbered ones.
So interesting. I'm so interested to find out about how many crusades there actually were. I don't know how many crusades there actually were. I don't know how they went. And that's so interesting to me that so many of them are left out. Why do people leave so much of this information out?
Again, Hugh died in battle, Burmore was captured, Tancred was at war with Alexios, and Baldwin had to prove himself as the king of a realm with barely any crusaders left. Could the Crusaders pull off another miracle? Or is this the lackluster ending historians tried to erase by picking Ascalon as the conclusion of the Crusade? The reality is that while it is impossible to say when the Crusade began or ended, we can certainly say that 1118 was the year when the story of each of these characters would conclude one way or another. We have 2 more episodes left in this story, so make sure to subscribe and press the bell button to see them.
I am definitely looking forward to finding out what the next 2 episodes are of this series. Definitely. Very interesting. So glad that we got a couple more episodes in this series as well. So, like, the last episode was a month ago, so it probably should be dropping soon, right? Yeah, should be dropping pretty soon. How you guys doing? Thank you for staying. Like I said, I know there's only a few of you, but you've all been pretty much on since the get-go. So that's a lot of commitment to you guys. Thank you very much. Right, we'll do a Napoleon video, and then we'll see how I'm feeling after that. Solferino 1859. Let's go. Ironically, less experienced forces had more success than the experienced ones. Yeah. Really? In which crusade though? Do you mean, DZ? Yeah, so I've heard about the first and second crusade were actually attempts, like you're saying. Like, I've heard a lot about the third one though. Isn't that the one with Richard the Lionheart in? Didn't he go over there? Was the fourth crusade really that bad? Definitely haven't watched this reaction. Like, I think you might have suggested it to me, and I might have like had a little look into it, but I definitely don't remember reacting to this. Crusaders ended when Ottomans beat them. Okay. And how? Like, when was that then? If the Crusades ended when the Ottomans beat them at Varna, what date was that? Oh, the Fourth Crusade was that bad. Like, what a shame. What a shame about Constantinople, or Istanbul, as it's now called. The same capital. Obviously, I know there's a bit of a difference, but yeah. That's interesting. Is that also when, obviously, I know that at one point, like, Constantinople was ruled by the Byzantine Empire, but then, like, all the surrounding area was, like, occupied by the Ottoman Empire, right? Or the Ottoman Kingdom, whatever it was at that point in time. I'll stop mentioning the Fourth Crusade. I've clearly tilted some of you guys. It was 1444. Okay. Is that like, would you say that's a general sort of consensus date of when the Crusade ended? Or is that just this one person's sort of opinion? Or do you think that's what a lot of the main people would actually suggest? Main historians would suggest. Alright, so we're going to jump onto this reaction as well. Bear with me, I'm going to hydrate. Alright, okay then guys, let's go. Battle of 2 seconds guys. I'm actually going to get this up for a second.
Solferino.
Solferino. There you go. Battle of Solferino. 1859, Napoleon III and the fate of Italy. Let's go.
This video was made.
Okay, see you later, DZ. Thank you for staying. I hope you enjoyed, and it'll be Friday. So if you're about on Friday, definitely drop in, and I hope you enjoy your night. I mean, they're called the Crusade. Yeah, the first one was like the actual real Crusade, weren't it? Alright then guys, let's jump straight into this one.
In collaboration with PMF Productions. Visit their channel and give them the credit that they deserve.
Ooh, PMF Productions. They do good work.
It is before dawn on the 24th of June, 1859. A Franco-Sardinian army of 130,000 men breaks camp and begins marching east. Commanded by Emperor Napoleon III of France and King Victor Emmanuel II of Piedmont, Sardinia, these allies are fighting the Austrian Empire to achieve Italian liberation.
Okay.
They believe their enemy is more than 20 kilometers away, regrouping behind the Mincio River, but they are wrong. The previous day, Austrian Empire...
So we're in the Italian peninsula. I'm getting that correct, right? Just on the borders of the Austrian Empire, so this sort of area here, yeah?
Emperor Franz Joseph ordered his 140,000 soldiers to cross the river and begin a counter-offensive. The two armies are on a collision course, with the fate of Italy at stake. The largest and bloodiest European battle in nearly half a century is about to begin.
Was it really that big of a battle?
This video is sponsored by History Hit, the best resource for anyone who wants to learn about the past. Enjoy hundreds of exclusive...
Wait. What, like? This is the same Franz Joseph that ruled in Austria in World War One. Is that correct? Holy.
And use the code...
Wait, when... No, it was not. The years are way off, right? Well, when was this based?
March when you sign up to get 50% off your next 3 months. Go where history is made with History Hit.
I'm being a bot, ain't I?
For countless generations.
Oh no, 1850. Okay, I see the date. 1859. No. That is a possibility. Okay. Holy. Same guy.
Italy has been divided by internal strife and dominated by foreign powers. At the turn of the 19th century, however, the armies of Napoleon Bonaparte swept away the Austrian occupiers and unified the people of Italy for the first time since the fall of Rome. Although the collapse of the French Empire in 1814 resulted in the restoration of the old order, the desire for liberation was never fully extinguished. In the decades that followed, Italian nationalists struggled to free their lands from Austrian rule. As revolutions erupted across Europe in March of 1848, a new opportunity arose. When a popular uprising broke out in neighboring Lombardy, Piedmont, Sardinia, the most powerful of the Italian states, moved...
Oh yeah, of course, because thanks to the Congress of Vienna video, basically you got reverted to certain borders and Piedmont got brought back up, but obviously the Austrian Empire got to take over certain areas of Italy, didn't they?
...to support its brothers. Early successes and a swell of Italian national pride gave hope to the insurgents. But within 3 months, the uprisings were crushed by an Austrian army under the formidable Marshal Radetzky. In the wake of this defeat, King Charles Albert of Sardinia was forced to abdicate in favor of his ambitious son, Victor Emmanuel II. The new king, supported by his determined prime minister, Count Cavour, recognized that if Sardinia ever hoped to challenge Austria's powerful army, a strong ally would be needed. So in 1850...
It's quite funny because isn't this what they wanted to avoid from the Congress of Vienna? I guess it didn't work out for very long, did it?
Victor Emmanuel elected to join France in the Crimean War, hoping to ingratiate himself with its new emperor, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, nephew of the great Napoleon. By coincidence, Napoleon III had also fought on behalf of Italian liberation as a young exile, when he and his older brother were living in Rome. The subsequent death of his brother, while escaping a failed uprising, reinforced a long-standing desire to aid Italian independence. During the tumultuous year of 1848, Louis Napoleon returned to France in the aftermath of King Louis Philippe's overthrow. On the strength of his famous name and natural charm, he was elected president and became Emperor of France 4 years later.
Wow, really?
Eager to support the
As if he'd become the Emperor of France.
Italians in their struggle against Austria, and to expand his influence, Napoleon promised to fight with Sardinia if war broke out. But to ensure public support, it was important for the two allies...
Breaking my little mind that he's as a Napoleon in charge in 1859. I can't believe that. I'm rewinding it because I...
desire to aid Italian independence.
Right.
During the tumultuous year of 1848, Louis Napoleon returned to France in the aftermath of King Louis Philippe's overthrow. On the strength of his famous name and natural charm, he was elected president and became Emperor of France.
President and become Emperor of France. Wow.
4 years later.
Gotta love the Bonapartes, man.
Eager to support the Italians in their struggle against Austria and to expand his influence, Napoleon promised to fight with Sardinia if war broke out. But to ensure public support, it was important for the two allies not to appear as aggressors, so they sought to provoke Austria into making the first hostile move. In late April 1859, they succeeded. Emperor Franz Joseph overreacted to an unprompted Sardinian mobilization by issuing a draconian ultimatum to demobilize.
Crazy that he was around in World War I, but okay. Oh, he was elected, but then he done the same thing as actual Napoleon and proclaimed himself as the second emperor. I see.
And authorizing his army to move into Piedmont.
Chad move.
To his utter dismay, France promptly declared its support for Sardinia. War has begun.
And like I said, isn't this exactly what they wanted to avoid? They wanted to avoid like Austria and France and any of these great powers going back to conflict.
At the outbreak of hostilities, the French armies were scattered and stationed far from Piedmont. This left a window of opportunity in which Austria could have overwhelmed the greatly outnumbered Sardinian army if they acted quickly.
But they didn't.
29th of April, Franz Joseph ordered Field Marshal July to do just that.
Okay.
But the Marshal was cautious and indecisive. He advanced sluggishly over the next 10 days, squandering this brief window of opportunity.
Bull!
By
Fall
the
of a
time
toque.
July committed to a full-scale offensive towards Sardinia's capital, the French army had already arrived. Unwilling to confront this combined force, July retreated across the Po.
I mean, I completely understand. You should have reacted first. I now understand why you don't want to react to the United Force. I wouldn't want to react to the United Force. Like, you missed your opportunity. You're a fool. Fool of a toque.
Where he began setting up a defensive line. The Allies, now concentrated and holding a numerical superiority, formulated a daring plan to outflank July's position. On the 28th of May, Napoleon took 90,000 men and advanced rapidly north. To quickly bypass the Austrian defenses, he leveraged railways to transport tens of thousands of soldiers, something never before seen in warfare.
Wait, was he the innovator of doing that? Because that would be a big thing. That's really interesting. If he was the innovator of using trains to transport troops, that's a big feat.
Plagued by confusion
Not feat,
and
but just a big
indecision,
move.
July hesitated
Chad
in the face
move.
of this Allied advance. On June 2nd, he finally ordered a retreat behind the Ticino River to counter the approaching enemy. But his hope of slowing the Allies was shattered when an Austrian commander mistakenly abandoned a vital fortress that guarded a key river crossing. Seizing the opportunity, French forces raced across the deserted bridge and attacked the Austrians, entrenched in the town of Magenta.
Ooh, they got across.
After many hours
Okay.
of hard fighting, French soldiers drove the defenders from their forward positions and then charged into the town itself. The Austrians resisted bravely, but eventually gave way,
Yeah, there was
losing
nothing
over
they could do.
10,000 men,
Losing
twice
over
that of the
10K.
French. As an unnerved July began yet another retreat, the Allied armies and
Like, it's just so irritating losing 10K amount of people. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I know it's forces on a field. It's just still irritating.
entered Milan in triumph, to the cheering of enthusiastic crowds. However, intoxicated by success, the Allies failed to pursue the Austrians, who pulled back unharassed. When the Franco-Sardinian army was finally ready to resume, no one at headquarters was sure of the enemy's whereabouts. Although they lacked definitive information, the Allies believed that July was likely regrouping in the Quadrilateral, an area containing 4 powerful fortresses that would provide him with a strong defensive advantage. In spite of the risk, Napoleon ordered his
Isn't that, yeah, I think we've seen that in the Napoleon in Italy series, right? Think so? I might be chatting out my bum again.
men towards the region, hoping to deal a decisive blow. Indeed, the Austrians have retreated to the Quadrilateral, where a humiliated General July was summarily dismissed. Emperor Franz Joseph himself took command, and after briefly resting and reorganizing the army, ordered a surprise offensive.
It's interesting that he's taken command of the army. I like that idea, that aspect.
Believing that the French are strung out crossing the Chiese River 30 kilometers away, he planned to pin them down with a frontal assault and outflank them from the south before they could concentrate. But the French were
Same
far
thoughts.
closer than
Sweet.
Franz
I thought I
Joseph
was
and
right.
his advisors suspected. Incredibly, both sides have neglected to perform even minimal reconnaissance, resulting in the two armies being separated by only a few kilometers and oblivious to each other as darkness fell on the 23rd.
Oh my god, why are you not doing any reconnaissance? What are you doing? What are you doing? Come on, at least Napoleon should have. Napoleon would have.
Well before dawn on June 24th, the French army rose and prepared to continue their march towards the Mincio River. Napoleon has ordered the 1st and 2nd Corps to follow the steep ridgeline towards Solferino and Cavriana, respectively.
Oh, we've got
3rd
some
and
forward
4th
war
Corps
going
were
on
to
here.
advance across the open plains towards Guidizzolo. The Sardinians planned to march through broken hilly terrain towards Pozzolengo. But when the sun rose and the mist cleared, the Allied armies were shocked to find that the hills were already occupied by the enemy. Sporadic fighting broke out as the leading French units encountered Austrian outposts. Word was quickly passed to Napoleon, who climbed a church tower at Castiglione around 7:30 a.m. to verify the accounts for himself.
Okay, so it's...
Napoleon III, while not a military genius like his uncle, understood the importance of commanding the heights around Solferino. Any attack on either side would be easily outflanked and subjected to enfilading artillery fire.
So he knows that he's in a bit of a precarious situation here.
Furthermore, Solferino was the hinge point of the Austrian line, and a breakthrough there could split the enemy army and disrupt their coordination.
Once again, a Napoleon move to sort of split the communication and split the army in two.
Napoleon acted decisively, directing the 1st and 2nd Corps to attack Solferino, while the rest of the Allied army was to protect the flanks and pin down the enemy.
Okay.
In the north, the Sardinians, who have made little contribution to the campaign so far, were eager for a chance to prove themselves. But their advance was slow, with units strung out for miles. Although they possessed a significant numerical superiority, they failed to take advantage of it by concentrating their forces. Instead, when they encountered an Austrian corps commanded by the talented General Benedek, the Sardinians attacked piecemeal and were easily repulsed. It was not until mid-morning that they were able to capture portions of the critical San Martino hill, only to be driven out again by a ferocious Austrian counterattack.
It's such... man, it's peak.
Isolated from the main battle, fighting in the north ground on like this for the rest of the day, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. On the southern flank...
Yeah, I thought they were the same force as in Part 2 of the Napoleon in Italy. Thanks for confirming that for me.
Controbert's 3rd Corps and Niel's 4th Corps had been marching since 2 a.m., completely unaware that 4 corps of the Austrian First Army lay in their path. Around 5 a.m., Niel encountered the leading units of this force at Medale, beating them back over several...
Oh no, you're about to get demolished, right?
Hours of intense combat. Undeterred by this encounter, and not yet realizing the full strength of the enemy, Niel decided to push on to Guidizzolo, stumbling into the bulk of the Austrian First Army, a force twice his size.
At what point do you start running away? At what point do you start going as your commander? No, there's too many, we've made a mistake, we need to try and survive, we need to get out ASAP. We need to go.
The 4th Corps was now in a fight for its very survival,
of course it was.
driving back wave after wave of Austrian attacks, and against all odds, holding its ground.
So strong, boys.
3rd Corps, meanwhile, continued to move forward slowly, its objective split between helping the increasingly desperate 4th Corps and guarding against a possible Austrian attack from Mantua. At the same time, fighting in the center had intensified after the early morning encounters. First Corps drove back the enemy from their initial line, and after hard fighting, were able to capture the hills in front of Solferino.
So they have they've captured some of the hills, but they haven't been able to drive that wedge through yet.
What they then saw before them was a veritable fortress. Every hill was entrenched with dozens of cannons, while the town, convent and walled cemetery were packed with thousands of soldiers.
That's it. There's nothing you can do against that, really, is there?
Their task was made even more difficult when General MacMahon was unable to commit 2nd Corps to the attack. Not only was he concerned by enemy troops massing along his front, but moving towards Solferino would also widen a dangerously large gap to his south. Aware that such a rift would have threatened the cohesion of his line, Napoleon promptly ordered all available cavalry and artillery to close the gap. However, it would take more than an hour for these reinforcements to arrive. Even then, the line...
but it showed that he had the foresight to see it and make the orders, so there was potential there.
...remained critically thin when MacMahon left to join the attack on Solferino. Had Franz Joseph seized the initiative and launched a full-scale attack to overwhelm the vulnerable French forces in the south, Austria could have achieved a much-needed victory. The Emperor, however, was young and inexperienced. In the chaos of an unexpected battle, he became cautious and did nothing. By contrast, General Schwarzenberg decided to mount an attack against the weak French line in front of him. But without additional support, his effort was insufficient. The advance was soon checked by over 40 rifled cannon of 2nd Corps that decimated his forces. Eventually, French cavalry arrived and charged down his remaining men, who fled with heavy losses. With the Austrian attack repulsed and 3rd Corps finally arriving to support Niel, MacMahon was able to turn his full attention back to Solferino, where fighting continued to rage. Baraguet's 1st Corps had pushed forward numerous times, only to be forced back by a hail of fire from the entrenched defenders.
Mate, I reckon that entrenched hill area looked terrifying as well.
Napoleon himself joined 1st Corps, bravely encouraging his men near the front line, even as several of his staff officers were seriously wounded around him. 2nd Corps and its fearless Algerian warriors arrived around 11 AM to support the intense struggle for the well-defended ridge. Nevertheless, Austrian forces continued to hold their ground, pouring devastating volleys into the packed French ranks. With the French unable to make progress, Napoleon determined that reinforcements were needed to drive home the faltering attack. He had no choice but to commit the infantry of his Imperial Guard, who until now had been held in reserve.
He's really going all out in this fight. He really wants this win. He's putting the Imperial Guard in already.
Around 1:30 PM, several batteries of French artillery opened a devastating cannonade as nearly 40,000 soldiers surged onto the fortified heights. The Austrians resisted desperately as the French viciously clawed their way forward.
I can't fathom my head around. It cannot be like that. There is no way it could actually be like that going through. There's no way I could go through a narrow passway like that with so many people next to you. I'd get so claustrophobic. So crazy.
In the face of this unrelenting onslaught, the defenders buckled.
Yeah, he sent the guard in, so yeah, it does mean business, don't it? Like,
began to retreat. Finally, the convent, cemetery and village of Solferino fell into French hands.
They got it.
Around the same time, MacMahon's 2 divisions overran San Cassiano and Monte Fontana, solidifying control of the hard-won heights. With the Austrian centre on the verge of collapse, Franz Joseph resolved to organise a final counter-strike in the hope of salvaging the battle.
Can he do it?
Forward Field Marshal Wimpfen's entire First Army in a monumental effort to break through to Castiglione.
Bold move. Does it work?
Around 3:30 PM, Austrian horsemen crashed into the French Guard cavalry and initially made considerable progress until General Soleil, commanding the Guard artillery, positioned 42 guns in a grand battery, whose overwhelming fire drove off the attackers. To the south, Niel was also under severe pressure from this attack. But despite their fatigue from many hours of continuous combat,
boys held
was
strong
able to withstand the latest assault. Even after the successful French defense in the south, the Austrian First Army remained a formidable force, its soldiers still eager to fight. But Marshal Wimpfen was unduly discouraged by the failure of the initial assault and ordered his army to retreat. Austrian General Benedek's successful stand in the north was not enough to counteract the collapse of the center.
No, they've
Wimpfen.
Oh, the leadership, the morale. Comes back to the morale. Just comes back to the morale.
Franz Joseph was finally convinced that defeat was inevitable.
So he just had to leave.
At 5 p.m., the distraught emperor ordered a full retreat.
Okay.
As the beaten Austrians...
Do you know what? I'm real surprised. I didn't think he was going to have it at first. Really didn't think he was going to have it.
Were pulling back. A violent storm rolled over the battlefield, unleashing a...
So the Guard were the most fearsome force of any Bonaparte army. Yeah, of course. Guard batteries of artillery, another trademark of Napoleon. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, just run into the artillery and it will work.
Torrent of rain.
Another Napoleon
Soldiers
tactic.
on both sides were drenched and exhausted after 12 hours of combat
Yeah, he couldn't
in
pursue.
blistering heat.
I wouldn't be able to pursue.
Fighting slowly died off across the blood-stained landscape, with the Allied armies unable to launch an effective pursuit against their fleeing enemy. Napoleon III had achieved a great victory, but was deeply shaken by the heavy cost. The French have lost nearly 1,700 killed and 9,000 wounded. The Sardinians over 5,500 as a result of their repeated unsuccessful attacks. However, the Austrians have incurred far greater losses, with 22,000 men killed, wounded or captured. While the Austrian army remained a significant force on paper, and Prussia was mobilizing to assist them, the morale of the soldiers and high command was broken. Franz Joseph had had enough. Within days of the battle, he agreed to a ceasefire, followed quickly by Napoleon's surprisingly lenient peace terms.
Okay, so that was basically let us kids play at war. We played at war. Oh my god, this is what war. This is what war is really like. We don't want either of this. This was nasty. Peace treaty? Peace treaty. Sweet. Over and done with.
Lombardy was awarded to France, who then ceded it to Piedmont, Sardinia. France, in turn, was granted Nice and Savoy. Austria temporarily retained control of the Venetian provinces, but its domination of the region was over.
That was it.
Within a year of the Battle of Solferino, most of Italy was annexed to Victor Emmanuel's kingdom. On March 17, 1861, the Kingdom of Italy was officially proclaimed.
Wow. That's how we got into
Napoleon III
that
had achieved his
situation.
greatest military success and accomplished his long-standing desire to see an independent Italy. Ironically, his weakening of Austria as a result of this victory would ultimately allow Prussia to rise as the greatest power in Europe, leading to his own downfall in 1870 during the disastrous Franco-Prussian War.
Okay, I see. What a shame.
If you've made it this far into the video, thank you for watching. And if
What an absolute shame. History Marsh. Amazing content as always. What's some of these footnotes? Napoleon III maneuver to outflank was reminiscent of his famous uncle's similar tactic in 1796, where a young General Bonaparte bypassed an Austrian defensive line along the River Po by forcing them to abandon Lombardy. Footnote 2. In the early stages of the American Civil War, many volunteer units dressed in outfits having been inspired by the courage and success of the French forces at Solferino, and Solferino was the last battle where both armies were commanded by their respective monarchs on the battlefield. Like I said, that makes my comment even more valid, which is war. Both of the children played at war. They saw what it was, and they were like, "We'll leave that to the generals. We will pass that over to you, and we'll do what we're supposed to do, which is sit here and look pretty and be politicians." You know, yeah, Napoleonic PTSD. The Austrians had bad backlash to when Napoleon was whooping them. Yeah, exactly. Backlash. Yeah, exactly. I knew exactly what was happening. Well, thank you very much, guys. I thoroughly enjoyed that reaction. I do think that we are gonna call it there for tonight. For this stream, we're going for about 6 hours. So for the second one, for a second stream, I think that's been quite good. I think it's been quite good. And when the Ottomans came, they found the enemy dead. Heard of the herald. Rifle cannons, rifled muskets, old tactics. It's no wonder the battles were pretty much a slaughter. Yeah, that sort of whole era was going to be absolutely terrible for the consequences of death, just because what was around, you know. Yeah. Right. Thank you very much, guys. We are not going to be doing a stream tomorrow, due to the fact that we're going to be doing our big quiz night, one of our quiz night recordings. So, yeah, if you haven't watched the first one of that, please head over to our page. It was very, very enjoyable recording it, and I think it's got some great content. So watch that quiz night if you haven't. It was absolutely amazing. I might put it in the link of this this stream. But as for streaming, I'm going to be back up and running on Friday after we record tomorrow. So it'd be probably 4 o'clock on Friday again, and we'll probably do some recording all over the weekend. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. So I hope you guys are as well. Thank you very much for staying till the end. I will catch you in a bit. I will try and do these streams as much as I can.